The story of ancient Egypt begins long before the pyramids. Before those monuments rose up, the foundations of this civilization were being quietly laid along the banks of the Nile. If you want to understand how Egypt truly emerged, that's where you need to start. Not at the monuments, not at the temples, but back to a time before the pharaohs. We begin a 6-part series today about the history of ancient Egypt, told strictly in chronological form. So I advise that you take it one day at a time. We can follow along together, and each day we can approach a different time period. We'll be going all the way from the pre-dynastic times to the Old Kingdom, the New Kingdom, the intermediate periods, and eventually we'll get to the Arab conquests. So, before we begin, let me just thank everyone on Patreon and YouTube memberships for supporting, keeping everything ad-free, and those who donate, check out the merch store, but also to those who take the time to click the like button, the subscribe button, and leave a little comment. Helps push us out in the algorithm. Anyway, with all that being said, let's begin part 1 of our history of ancient Egypt. The journey of Egypt begins in prehistoric times, long before any pharaohs or written documents. Between roughly 7000 and 3000 BCE, the Nile Valley was home to small communities that slowly developed the building blocks of pharaonic civilization. Evidence from this era is understandably quite patchy. We don't have any chronicles. We've only got traces from archaeological sites, pottery shards, graves, tools, a couple of remains of some dwellings, foundations, layouts, that kind of thing. But it is from these fragments that we can figure out a picture of Egypt's first cultures. Archaeologists have worked quite hard at reconstructing things in a way that makes logical sense. Always aware that much remains uncertain, of course, and new discoveries can always change the story, and they continually are. We do know that as the Sahara Desert expanded, people clustered more tightly along the Nile's fertile banks. The Nile's annual floods provided reliable water and rich silt for farming, enabling these groups to transition from nomadic hunting to settled agriculture. And so by around the year 5000, give or take of course, Neolithic farmers in both Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, by the way, Upper Egypt being the south, Lower Egypt being the north, we judge this from the flow of the Nile. The north, think about up near Alexandria, the delta where the Nile really splits off. Well, those areas were cultivating wheat and barley. They were herding cattle and goats. And when you start doing that, you also start establishing permanent villages. And this is where the seeds of a civilization really begins. We talk about groups in terms of cultures and societies, but when we talk about civilization, we tend to look at a more strict criteria. Sets of laws, written language, established agriculture, permanent settlements, things like this. We do have a criteria when we judge a civilization. Now, in Lower Egypt, remembering that Lower Egypt is in the north, as we mentioned, one early farming culture is known as the Fayum Neolithic. They were around about 5500 to 4400, and they were centered around the Fayum oasis west of the Nile. These people grew crops and stored grain in silos, leaving behind some of the earliest evidence of agriculture in Egypt that we've found up to this day. A little further north in the Nile Delta, the Merimde culture, 5000 to 4200, thrived at sites like Merimde Beni Salama. Merimde villagers lived in modest huts and made simple pottery. They buried their dead within the settlement, indicating an intimate connection between daily life and their ancestor rituals. Now, this culture also shows contacts with the Levant. For example, they had domesticated animals like sheep and goats, originally introduced from the Near East, by the way. We'll get to their contacts with them in later sections, because it is important. And of course, their clay pots sometimes resembled styles from Syria-Palestine. So a little bit of trade, a little bit of cross-culture going on, even in these early days. You must remember, too, there are immigrations, there are movements of people, nomads who stop being nomads and become settled peoples. Well, following Merimde, other small cultures also arose in Lower Egypt, such as the El Omari, near modern Cairo around 4000, and the Mahdi culture between 4000 and 3500. Now, among those two, the Mahdi culture is quite notable, because its people built more substantial homes. Some of them were even partly underground. They also knew how to work copper, a sign of a technological progress. Mahdi artifacts include both locally made wares and imported items. For instance, copper tools and vessels from the Levant have been found at the Mahdi. Now this tells us, even at this early stage, Egyptians in the Delta traded with neighboring regions. Lower Egypt's prehistoric communities, well, they seem to have been relatively egalitarian. Their burials have only modest goods, suggesting that they had a limited social hierarchy, at least so far. Meanwhile, in Upper Egypt, they were developing their own cultures, which would eventually drive the rise of Egyptian civilization. The earliest of these is the Badarian culture, circa 4400 to 3800, identified at sites near al-Badari in Middle Egypt. The Badarians were agriculturalists and herders, and they left behind a material culture that stands out for its quality and distinct style. Badarian pottery, for example, is remarkably fine and equally elegant, famous for its black-topped red ware, those pots colored with red and blackened rims. Achieved by a special firing technique, of course, that the Badarian people had perfected in their time. As for the Badarian graves, they show the first clear social distinctions. Some burials contain rich goods like jewelry, cosmetic plates, and high-quality ceramics, but others are a little bit more simple. What does it all mean? Social stratification beginning to emerge. That's what it means. Certain individuals or families seem to have been accumulating more prestige and more wealth. The Badarians also give us early evidence of trade. They adorned their dead with beads made from shells and stones that came from as far away as the Red Sea and the distant deserts. Now that indicates far-flung exchange networks, even back in those times. But let's move a little bit after 3800. Badarian culture evolved into what archaeologists would call the Naqada culture, circa 4000 to 3000. Named after the site of Naqada in Upper Egypt, this culture is usually divided into three phases: Naqada 1, 2, and 3. Now, Naqada 1 is also called Amratian, 4000 to 3500, Naqada 2, Gerzian, 3500 to 3200, and Naqada 3, late pre-dynastic or proto-dynastic, from 3200 to 3000. Over these centuries, we see Upper Egyptian society growing more powerful and complex. In Naqada 1, people still produce the black-topped pottery of their Badarian predecessors. But we also find new pottery types with decorative motifs. For example, you can see things like vessels painted with white cross-lined patterns. In any case, people putting a little bit of extra effort into what they have. By Naqada 2, Upper Egyptians were making large and excellently crafted pottery decorated with pictorial scenes. You got boats, you got animals, and you've got a few enigmatic symbols. that we haven't quite figured out yet. That's the fun of it, of course. More mystery yet to come. But these images, particularly the frequent boat motifs, hint at early ceremonial or religious practices. It's very easy to put two and two together with that. Perhaps that reflects the importance of the Nile in general, and travel for these communities. Now just quickly, when we mention the Nile, and really when we mention Egypt, what we mean is the Nile. If the Nile was not there, no one would live in Egypt. Okay, especially ancient times. We mentioned everybody just clustered around this great river. And of course the delta in the north, of course, being Lower Egypt. This is how everyone survived. We'll get to a little bit of farming later on, but we cannot understate the importance of the Nile. It really is everything relies on it. The foundation of Egypt, sure. Now, crucially, back to Nakada, Nakada II and III burials reveal something interesting, and that is what seems to be a widening gap between elites and commoners. Some tombs from this period are much larger and filled with treasures, jewelry of gold, semi-precious stones, ceremonial mace heads, flint knives with fairly exquisite handles, and beautifully carved cosmetic palettes used for grinding eye paint in rituals. One Nakada-era flint knife handle, for example, shows a masterfully carved scene of intertwined animals and human figures, a level of artistry pointing to skilled craft specialists and wealthy patrons. But what is really intriguing is that a few of these objects bear motifs that resemble those in Mesopotamia, that is ancient Iraq or thereabouts, the land between the two rivers, that is the Tigris and Euphrates. Well, that suggests that late prehistoric Egypt was in contact with, or at least aware of the broader ancient world. Whether through trade or travel, ideas flow along with goods. Archaeologists have found Mesopotamian-style cylinder seals and pottery in the Egyptian delta, while Egyptian-made artifacts also appear a little bit north in Canaan. But hold your horses. Don't just imagine that these pre-dynastic Egyptians were isolated, as much as you can't imagine that the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Akkadians were. They were all part of a larger network of early civilizations, even as they developed a unique culture of their own. The argument is not, did they have contact, or did they know each other existed? The argument is the extent of how much they understood each other. A mysterious people in some far-flung place. Perhaps you'd view them as dangerous. Perhaps you'd view them with intrigue. In any case, goods cross hands, and little by little, people begin to get a little bit of understanding. Now, by the Nakada III period, 3200 to 3000, the outlines of pharaonic Egypt were coming into focus. Settlements in Upper Egypt, like Hierakonpolis or Nekhen, Abydos, and Nakada, had grown into what seemed to be proto-urban centers, each likely ruled by a local chieftain or a king. And here we start to see the earliest royal iconography and hints at writing. For instance, artifacts from Nakada III include clay seal impressions and tags bearing Serex, the earliest form of the royal name emblem that would later frame the names of pharaohs. Of course, in the more modern vernacular, we call these cartouches, right? Because later on they would look more like bullets, the French word for bullet being cartouche, of course. So you'll hear this terminology in the other archaeological talks. Now, a cartouche, or a serek, is a paneled rectangle representing a palace facade, usually topped by a falcon, the god Horus, indicating that even before Egypt was unified, that the local rulers in the south were associating themselves with Horus, the god of kingship. In a tomb at Abydos, known as Tomb Uj, dating to around 3300, archaeologists discovered over 150 small inscribed tags made of ivory and bone. Now, these tags bear some of the earliest hieroglyphic signs ever found in Egypt. They seem to have been labels for jars of oil and wine, some of which were imported from as far away as Palestine. Tomb Uj likely belonged to a pre-dynastic ruler, often identified as a Scorpion King. And no, it's not the movie with The Rock in it, so hold your horses, please. That was a bad movie. The first Mummy was the great, though. That was so good. Anyway, the presence of imported goods and proto-writing in his tomb tells us that by this time, the elite in Upper Egypt were keeping records and managing long-distance trade. So in other words, administrative systems were emerging right alongside kingship. Upper Egypt's chiefdoms were also expanding their reach. Archaeology indicates that by about 3200 to 3100, Naqada culture, the Upper Egyptian culture, had spread into Lower Egypt, replacing or absorbing the local cultures of the Delta. Sites in the north, like Buto or Tel el Farqa, show a transition from the earlier Mahdi culture to the Naqada-style pottery and practices. Whether through peaceful assimilation or warfare, the evidence is mixed at the moment. By the end of the pre-dynastic period, Egypt was on the verge of political unification. We have multiple symbols of a growing national identity, common artistic styles across hundreds of miles, the use of the same gods, like Horus, as patron deities of kingship, and the depiction of one ruler wearing the symbols of both Upper and Lower Egypt. Much of this pre-dynastic story is reconstructed from artifacts and later memory, not from written history. That would come a bit later. But the broad outline is very clear. The Nile's bounty had enabled population growth and prosperity. Prosperity led to hierarchy. Some families gained power, accumulated ritual objects, and presumably directed the labor of others. Now, those early leaders, especially in the more resource-rich south, competed and consolidated until larger territories would finally form. By around 3100, likely after generations of rivalry, one king emerged to rule the entire Nile Valley. And with that, here we arrive at that stage being set for the first pharaohs, and with them, the first historical dynasty of Egypt. Sometime around 3100, the long process of cultural unification reached a crescendo. Upper and Lower Egypt were joined by a single ruler. This moment marks the true dawn of the dynastic age, the point at which tradition holds that Egypt, in quotation marks, as a unified kingdom was born. The figure at the heart of this moment is known as King Narmer, widely identified as the first pharaoh of a united Egypt. Archaeological evidence for Narmer's achievement comes primarily from a celebrated artifact, possibly one of the most recognizable in all of Egyptian archaeology. That is the Narmer palette. Discovered over a century ago in the Temple of Horus at Hierakonpolis, this large ceremonial slate palette is carved with scenes of conquest, showing Narmer wearing both the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, while subduing enemies. Now it's, quite interesting too, because Narmer is about 15 feet tall and the enemy is this little weakling below him. Narmer's just beating the living hell out of him. You'll find that in a lot of this royal iconography, especially in Egypt, that the rulers, the pharaohs and all the rest are depicted as much larger than everyone else. Of course, this isn't literally at all a symbolism, Well, in short, the Narmer palette is likely an early historical comic strip. Before writing, they had to find a way of depicting what was going on, so, they'd draw a picture. And, this picture depicted the king of the south triumphing over the king of the north and incorporating them. But we have to be cautious. The palette is royal propaganda. In the best sense of the term, it is not an eyewitness chronicle. It's not like you had independent observers around at the time. It strongly suggests that Narmer either led or commemorated the final victory that unified the two lands. But in any case, it is what we have, and it is the story that we're running with. Now, speaking of the two lands, the very concept of the two lands being Upper and Lower Egypt becoming one is central to the ancient Egyptian identity. From this time onward, pharaohs would be titled King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and they wore the double crown, which was a combination of the white crown and the red crown, as a sign of a dual rule. To cement unity, the early kings likely established a new capital city, roughly where Upper and Lower Egypt met. Later Egyptian historians referred to this first king as Menes, though that might have been another name for Narmer, or perhaps Narmer's immediate successor. In any case, tradition credits the first pharaoh with founding the city of Memphis. According to legend, he even founded Memphis at a strategic spot on the west bank of the Nile near modern Cairo. Memphis, called White Walls in the oldest texts, indeed became the political center of a unified Egypt. The early dynastic period, Egypt's first and second dynasties, that's circa 3100 to 2686, was a time of state formation and innovation. These first pharaohs, with names such as Narmer, Den, Kasekemwe, may not be as famous today, but they certainly laid the groundwork for Egypt's glory. But there is that question, what do we actually know about them? The answer is not too much, but thanks to archaeology, we know a little bit. We've got royal tombs and stelae, seal impressions with the king's names, and an invaluable document known as the Palermo stone. If you've not heard of that one, the Palermo stone's basically a fragment of a large basalt tablet that recorded the reigns of early kings up through the 5th dynasty. For the first dynasties, it lists yearly events. Typical entries include religious ceremonies, the founding of temples, and accounts of livestock or tribute. From such records, we learn that even the earliest pharaohs were already organizing the country's economy. For example, conducting periodic censuses of cattle and collecting taxes, mostly in grain and livestock from both Upper and Lower Egypt. But they also seem to have led military expeditions to secure Egypt's borders and resources. For instance, records hint that early kings led campaigns into the Sinai or the Levant. Other early rulers likely fought Libyan tribes to the west, or pushed into Nubia to the south, establishing Egypt's sphere of influence. In building their kingdom, the first pharaohs created new institutions that would last for millennia. Central to this was the spread of hieroglyphic writing. Although writing had begun in the late pre-dynastic times, just in very simple forms, it was in the first dynasty that we find the first extensive use of hieroglyphs to record royal names, titles, and even official events on monuments and labels. The state needed writing to administer its surplus, keeping accounts of grain, livestock, and of course labor that was owed to the crown. Hieroglyphs and a cursive form called hieratic for everyday documents enabled a class of scribes to emerge as key functionaries. These literate administrators were essential to the royal court. They tracked the flood levels, recorded harvest yields, and oversaw the redistribution of grain from the royal storehouses. Titles that appear in inscriptions from this period, such as Vizier, the chief minister, the keeper of the royal seal, i.e. the treasurer, and various overseers of land, treasury, and labor, show that a bureaucracy was certainly taking shape. Government by delegation and record-keeping was a novel department, and it greatly enhanced the king's ability to control his realm. As for the early rulers, they also set about defining what it meant to be a divine king. In Egyptian thought, the pharaoh was not just a political ruler, but a linchpin of cosmic order. This idea took time to fully mature, but the seeds are certainly visible in dynasties 1 and 2. The king was regarded as the earthly embodiment of Horus, the falcon god of kingship. Each pharaoh's name was written in a serek, topped by the Horus falcon, proclaiming that Horus dwelt in him. Now, in later times, kings added other titles like son of Ra, linking themselves to the sun god. But the notion of the king as a sacred figure was certainly already in place. There is also one grim testament to royal power, and that's that some First Dynasty kings were buried with dozens of human sacrifices, servants slain to serve the king in the afterlife. But fortunately, that practice died out by the end of the dynasty, perhaps replaced by these symbolic servant figurines called ushabti, plenty of them in the old graves. Royal burial complexes themselves give us an insight into early state power. The first dynasty, from Narmer through Ka'ar, were buried at Abydos in Upper Egypt, in a desert necropolis that became a sacred ancestral site. Their tombs were large mud brick chambers underground, with wooden roofs, many pottery offerings too, fairly simple in construction, yet surrounded by those rows of sacrificed retainers. Nearby, each king also built a funerary enclosure, essentially a walled courtyard for memorial rituals. One surviving example, the massive mud brick enclosure of King Khasakemwi, the last king of the Second Dynasty at Abydos, stands as one of the oldest surviving freestanding structures in the world. Meanwhile, high officials of these dynasties, and possibly some members of the royal family, were buried at Saqqara, near the new capital of Memphis, in these huge rectangular mud brick tombs called mastabas. The existence of major tombs in both Abydos and Saqqara suggests a dual focus. The kings maintained their ancestral burial ground in the south, being Abydos, but they governed from the strategic center in the north, i.e. Memphis. By the end of the Second Dynasty, royal burial would shift to Memphis area as well, setting another stage for the pyramid tombs of the Old Kingdom, which is where things really kick off. But not all went smoothly in the first generations of pharaonic rule. Growing pains, we could say. There are hints of political turmoil, especially in the Second Dynasty, 2890 to 2686. The royal line may have splintered, or rival factions vied for control at one point. A curious clue is that one Second Dynasty king, Peribsen, wrote his royal name under the animal sign of the god Seth instead of Horus, effectively declaring Seth, associated with Upper Egypt and chaos, as his patron instead of Horus, which was a bit of a departure from the norm, as we could say. Some scholars interpret this as evidence of a temporary religious or political schism, possibly a conflict between two royal houses, or between the north and the south. But unity was restored by King Khasakemwi, whose very name means the two lords appear in power, the two lords being Horus and Seth, of course. Khazakemwi's inscriptions show both Horus and Seth atop his serek, signaling reconciliation. By his reign's end, he had reasserted full control over a unified Egypt. In his victory stelae and statues, Khazakemwi even recorded the number of his defeated enemies, tens of thousands, according to him, suggesting that he put down rebellions or invasions to secure the realm. In any case, thanks to leaders like him, the foundation was laid for the next great phase of Egyptian history. When Dynasty III began around 2686, Egypt was a firmly unified kingdom, with a capable bureaucracy, a growing economy, and a deeply entrenched ideology of kingship. The Old Kingdom was about to dawn, and with it, innovations and splendors that would define ancient Egypt in the popular imagination. So here we are in a unified and stable Egypt, and the start of the Old Kingdom, a period of about 500 years, that is, dynasties 3 through to 6, that truly saw the zenith of royal power and the construction of the most iconic monuments in Egyptian history. This era is often dubbed the Age of the Pyramids, because of the pyramids. Obviously. Good reason, I suppose. The kings of the Old Kingdom, now firmly established as pharaohs ruling all of Egypt, commanded resources and labor on a scale never seen before. The royal court at Memphis oversaw a centralized state that could marshal tens of thousands of workers to quarry the stone, transport it, and raise the colossal tombs for the divine kings. And in doing so, the pharaohs asserted not only their earthly authority, but also their cosmic role. You see, they were seen as gods on earth, guarantors of the Nile's bounty and the harmony of the universe, a principle the Egyptians called Ma'at, meaning divinely ordained order and justice. A little bit more on that in later parts. The Old Kingdom, of course, begins with Dynasty III, 2686 to 2613, and its first great figure is King Djoser. Djoser's reign was a milestone in architecture and royal ideology. He commissioned the Step Pyramid in Saqqara, the earliest known pyramid and the first large-scale stone building in the world. Before this, kings were buried in low and rectangular mastabas that we'd mentioned in the previous part. Djoser's innovative architect, Imhotep, conceived a towering pyramid by stacking 6 mastaba-like layers. The result was a pyramid rising about 60 meters high, a staircase of stone, intended to elevate the king's soul toward the heavens. This step pyramid, surrounded by a grand complex of courtyards, temples, and shrines, symbolized a brand new epoch. It wasn't just a grave, it was the centerpiece of a royal ritual landscape, and a statement that the pharaoh had truly become a godlike being whose tomb needed to reach the sky. Imhotep himself became legendary. Later Egyptians revered him as a sage and even deified him as a patron of wisdom and medicine. In any case, under Djoser, we have evidence of the state's expanding reach. Reliefs from his pyramid complex show the king performing ceremonies to ensure the Nile's inundation, and inscriptions suggest organized mining expeditions to the Sinai for turquoise and copper. The Old Kingdom state was flexing its muscles in administration, religion, and resource extraction all at once. And quite frankly, it was working. If Djoser set the template, though, the Fourth Dynasty, 2613 to 2494, took pyramid building to its peak. This was the age of the Great Pyramids. King Sneferu, the first ruler of Dynasty IV, was an energetic builder who experimented to perfect the art of pyramid construction. In fact, Sneferu built at least 3 major pyramids, a step-sided pyramid at Dum, which later partially collapsed, bad luck, I suppose. The bent pyramid at Dashur, so named because its angle changes partway up, giving it a kind of a bent profile. And finally, the red pyramid at Dashur, the first true smooth-sided pyramid, and the third largest pyramid ever built in Egypt. Through trial and error, Sneferu's architects learned how to engineer stable and massive monuments. By the time of his successor, Khufu, also known as Cheops, the knowledge and resources were in place for a construction project on an awe-inspiring scale. Khufu's monument, the Great Pyramid of Giza, stands about 146 meters tall and was the tallest human-made structure in the world for almost 4,000 years. Now, a bit of trivia. Can you guess what was the structure that dethroned it? It's in Paris. That's right, the Eiffel Tower. The Eiffel Tower became the tallest building in the world when they built that. Just a little bit higher than the pyramid, so one of the reasons why they kept it. In any case, the pyramid is estimated to contain 2.3 million limestone blocks, each weighing on average 2 to 3 tons, arranged with astonishing precision. The logistics to build it were obviously immense. Quarries at Giza and across the river at Tura supplied stone, and a huge workforce was organized to haul and set the blocks at remarkable pace. But contrary to later myth, the pyramids were not built by slaves. They were built by Egyptian laborers, and we know because we've got the receipts. Yes, we literally have the wage slips and all the rest for them. They were likely farmers conscripted during the Nile flood season, when agricultural work was, well, impossible because everything was underwater. We've recovered the remains of workers' barracks near the Giza pyramids, along with large bakeries and breweries to feed the crews. The workers' skeletons also show evidence of injuries healed by medical care, suggesting they had a few doctors around too, doing the best they could with the medical knowledge of the time. Now, all this indicates a well-organized labor force under the supervision of the king's officials, capable of feats of construction that, well, are frankly still amazing to this very day. The Giza Plateau thus became a royal necropolis, not just for Khufu, but his immediate successors. Khafre, Khufu's son, built the second great pyramid at Giza, and he's often credited with commissioning the mysterious Great Sphinx, a colossal limestone statue with a lion's body and a human face that likely bears the features of Khafre. Menkaure, Khafre's son, erected the third and smallest of the main Giza pyramids, which, though more modest in size, was still a monumental achievement. Around these pyramids, the pharaoh's wives, children, and high officials built splendid mastaba tombs of their own, creating the elite cemetery that flanked the divine kings. The fourth dynasty represents the height of centralized royal power. Pharaohs could draw on the wealth of the entire country for their mortuary projects, and their relatives and favorites were awarded with tombs and estates, reinforcing loyalty again. Royal ideology in this period strongly emphasized the pharaoh's divinity. In inscriptions, the king is often simply called the good god. We see increasing references to the sun god Ra as well, and some scholars think that the pyramid shape itself, with its golden capstone, symbolized the rays of the sun, or a ramp by which the king would ascend to the heavens. Could be. I've heard worse theories. The scale and perfection of the Giza pyramids, however, were never again equaled, and they remained the ultimate embodiment of the Old Kingdom grandeur. In the fifth dynasty, 2494 to 2345, there were subtle shifts in power, and a few religious focus. The throne likely passed to a family line, which was new. Later tales speak of the fifth dynasty kings being the offspring of the sun god, hinting at a change in royal blood. The pharaohs of Dynasty 5 built pyramids as well, but generally smaller and with different techniques, they infilled with rubble, which, well, it hasn't really stood the test of time as well, I'm afraid. However, they introduced new elements to royal monuments. It is in the late 5th dynasty that we find the first extensive religious texts inscribed in the pyramids. That is, of course, the pyramid texts, which appear in the pyramid of King Unas. These texts are collections of spells and prayers meant to secure the king's resurrection and eternal life among the gods. And they are our earliest glimpse into Egyptian funerary beliefs in the written form. Additionally, the 5th dynasty saw the rise of the sun cult of Ra to unprecedented dominance. Kings like Userkaf, Sahure, and their successors took on names that honored Ra, and several built special sun temples at Abu Ghraib dedicated to solar worship. Now, these sun temples were open-air sanctuaries centered around a squat obelisk symbolizing the sun's rays, and an altar where offerings to Ra were made. By calling themselves Son of Ra and pouring resources into the sun cult, 5th dynasty pharaohs tied their legitimacy to the cosmic power of the sun. This did not diminish the king's own divinity, rather it reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was the earthly partner of the sun god, crucial to maintaining the cycle of life. Now, in administrative terms, the 5th dynasty continued the trends of bureaucratic expansion. More non-royals assumed high offices, suggesting that loyalty and merit, and perhaps the need for capable administrators, sometimes trumped royal lineage in certain posts. We also have evidence of Egyptian expeditions beyond their borders. A relief of King Sahure, for instance, shows ships returning from the mysterious land of Punt, possibly on the Red Sea, the coast of Africa, laden with incense and myrrh trees. Scenes in Sahure's mortuary temple also depict Egyptians smiting foreign enemies in the Sinai, illustrating that even as pyramid building continued, the Old Kingdom pharaohs engaged in controlled military and trade enterprises abroad. Well, moving on, let's talk about a little bit of the general life situation at that time. A little bit of a glimpse under the hood. Even as the pharaohs and nobles were building the monuments, the vast majority of normal Egyptians lived humble lives in farming villages, strung like beads along the Nile. A typical village, well, that would consist of mud brick houses, with a few rooms and flat roofs, often clustered on high ground just above the reach of the flood, with narrow lanes between walls that kept interiors cool in the heat. Roofs were practical workspaces, as well as living areas. People dried fish, they stored bundles of reeds, they mended nets, and they slept up there on hot nights. Inside, furnishings were simple: woven mats, low stools, baskets for grain, clay jars for water and beer, while the household's most valuable items might be a few copper tools, a wooden chest, or a linen garment, reserved for those very special occasions, religious festivals, that kind of thing. But rarely were villages isolated. Even small communities had paths leading to river landings, fields, and nearby desert cemeteries, and daily life involved constant movement between home, water, animals, and plots of land. Families rose with the sun and organized their days around the agricultural cycle and the rhythms of the river. The Nile was not merely the backdrop. It was a calendar. It was a lifeline. It dictated when to plant, when to repair embankments, and when to travel. During the Nile's inundation, roughly June to September, when fields lay under water and the arable land became a shining sheet dotted with higher mounds, many farmers might labor on projects for the state. Now, that's not just pyramids. They could be digging irrigation canals, maintaining the dams, dredging clogged channels, or hauling stone or supplies for the royal building projects, of course, since they couldn't work their own land at this time. Gotta do something, right? Well, this was not necessarily slave labor in the modern sense. Don't think of it like that. It was more of a duty that was owned through a taxation and service. It could be seasonal, organized, and rationed. Now, in some cases, work gangs were assembled under foremen, with scribes tallying attendance and rations. Missing a labor obligation could be treated like owing a tax. I suppose, would you rather do a bit of work, or would you rather just pay the money out? I don't know. It depends on the work, I suppose. I wouldn't want to be dragging 2-ton stones up the side of a pyramid in the middle of summer. I wouldn't want to be doing that. Not in the Egyptian sun, that's for sure. Anyway, but for most of the year, life just revolved around farming. Most people were just farmers, a simple life. When the floodwaters receded and left behind dark, fertile silt, the landscape transformed into a patchwork of damp fields ready for cultivation. Farmers plowed with wooden tools drawn by oxen, the plow cutting shallow furrows on the soft soil. Sowing was often a communal effort. Seed was scattered by hand, and animals or simple tools might be used to tread it into the ground. Wheat and barley were the core crops, but agricultural work also included tending gardens close to homes, where vegetables and herbs could be watered more regularly. Harvest time demanded speed and coordination. Men and women cut stalks with flint-edged sickles in the dry season, bound sheaves, and carried them to threshing floors, where animals would trample the grain. Then came the winnowing. Now, if you don't know what that is, you basically toss the grain up into the air, so the wind would carry the chaff off, and the heavier grains would fall to the ground. And then careful storage would be done in bins and granaries. Survival depended on keeping pests, moisture, and theft at bay. Scenes carved in Old Kingdom tombs, commissioned by nobles but depicting common labor, show men tilling soil, reaping grain, and threshing harvests. Sorry, I lost where I was reading. As well as herding cattle, tending donkeys, and fishing with nets in the marshes. All the normal stuff, you know. But they also show the less glamorous tasks, the things that you have to do to keep a rural economy functioning. That is, repairing the boats, making rope, collecting papyrus, carrying heavy loads in yokes. These images, meant to magically provide for the tomb owner, also give us a glimpse of peasant work in ancient Egypt. That includes the teamwork, the repetitive physical strain, and ultimately the way the entire household economy, humans, animals, tools, and the river, operated as one interdependent system. Now, next thing, bread and beer. The economy of Old Kingdom Egypt ran on it. There was no coin money. Not yet. Instead, people paid taxes and received wages in the form of goods, especially grain, measured and accounted for with meticulous care. Emmer wheat bread and barley beer were staples for rich and poor alike, forming a basic diet that could be stored, transported, and divided into rations. Bread itself would come in many shapes and qualities, from coarse loaves full of bran and grit to finer products, reserved for the elites and temple offerings. Now, beer in ancient Egypt was not like our modern beer. It was more of a thick and nutritious brew, more like a malty porridge than a modern lager. It was often flavored by the process and ingredients available, and it was often safer to drink than Nile water, of course, which would carry contamination, especially near the settlements. Workers on state projects like the pyramids would receive rations calculated in loaves of bread or jugs of beer. Sometimes you get onions, fish, or other provisions depending on supply and status. Archaeologists have uncovered bakery installations near the Giza worker settlements capable of baking thousands of loaves, and breweries that fermented huge vats of beer. Now that shows the scale and organization of provisioning needed to help those large crews fed day after day. Such a hearty diet sustained the workforce, though it had its drawbacks. That coarse, stone-ground flour often contained just a little bit of grit and sand, which over time tended to give people a few dental problems that were painful and common. The same reliance on carbohydrates could also make diets monotonous, so households tried to diversify where they could. In villages, beyond the bread and beer basics, families grew vegetables like onions, garlic, and lentils, and kept goats or poultry for the occasional meat, eggs, or milk products. Fish from the Nile, caught by net, hook, or trap, was a regular supplement. A wild fowl from the marshlands added variety when hunting was possible. Fruit, when available, offered sweetness and vitamins, while oils and fats were precious for cooking and lamps. Meals were pretty practical, and usually communal, eaten from shared bowls, with children learning work habits early by helping with herding, gathering fuel, or carrying water. Thanks to the Nile's fertility, Egypt's population grew steadily in the Old Kingdom, and even common laborers appear to have been reasonably well nourished by ancient standards, though this always depended on the reliability of foods and the efficiency and perhaps fairness of storage and redistribution. You might want to make friends with the guy who works down at the granary, I suppose. But above the farming populace was a thin layer of administrators and scribes who managed the state's affairs, forming a human infrastructure as essential as canals and dams. Scribes were the educated record keepers, trained in the intricate hieroglyphic and hieratic scripts, and they occupied a world of counting, measuring, and documenting that most villagers simply could not access. They staffed the offices of the granaries, the temples, the government bureaus, calculating taxes and inventories, writing letters, drafting accounts of state projects, and keeping lists of workers, tools, and deliveries. Their work turned harvests into numbers and numbers into obligations. To become a scribe, though, wasn't easy. You had to have years of schooling, often open primarily to the sons of officials, with practice in copying texts and mastering arithmetic and administrative formulae. For those who succeeded, the occupation offered social mobility and a pretty comfortable life, less backbreaking labor, access to networks of power, the possibility of a promotion. A saying from a latter time goes that a scribe's pen is more powerful than a hoe. That is the gardening tool, by the way, not the other one, highlighting that the esteem of this profession and the sharp social divide between those who wrote and those who worked the soil. Now, in practice, scribes formed the backbone of the bureaucracy that kept the Old Kingdom running, not only in palaces, but also in provincial centers, where the local administration mattered. They measured flood levels, recorded the yield of each field, and oversaw the distribution of grain as rations or emergency food during lean times. They also supervised labor drafts, inspected work sites, and ensured that state expectations reached into distant districts. Many high officials in the provinces, the nomarchs, that is, district governors, began their careers as royal scribes or accountants, learning how to manage resources and people before they managed territory. By the end of the 5th and 6th dynasties, some of these loyal administrators had amassed wealth and titles of their own, building large tombs in their home districts rather than near the king's pyramid. That trend hints at how local power could grow at the expense of central authority, especially when provincial offices became hereditary and local elites cultivated loyalty through patronage. But still, for most of the Old Kingdom, the king's authority was upheld by the loyalty, paperwork, and logistical skill of the scribal class. Of course, religion would touch upon every aspect of daily life, not as a separate church sphere, but as a set of assumptions about how the world worked. Egyptians of all ranks worshipped a variety of gods and goddesses, believing that these deities controlled nature and fortune, floods, health, childbirth, harvest, storms, justice, everything really. In towns and villages, people visited local shrines to pray and leave offerings of bread, beer, or flowers, sometimes also burning incense or pouring libations. They sought protection from household gods and goddesses, whose figurines have been found in ordinary homes. Well, that suggests that people would certainly put them into their daily routines. But one unifying belief across classes was the hope in an afterlife. Common folk couldn't afford grand tombs, of course, but they still buried their dead with care, investing what they could in rituals that affirmed continuity between this life and the next. Bodies were interred in simple pits or wooden coffins at the desert's edge, where dry sand helped preserve remains, and where cemeteries formed quiet companions to the living villagers by the river. They might be wrapped in linen and buried with a few modest goods, perhaps some bread or beer for sustenance, a pot of personal items like beads or tools, a small figurine, or an amulet for protection. These humble burials aimed to provide the deceased a measure of comfort and identity in the afterlife. Meanwhile, the grand tomb culture of the nobility inadvertently recorded the lives of the lower classes. In the mastaba tombs of the Old Kingdom officials at Saqqara and elsewhere, we have those walls adorned with painted or carved scenes of daily activities. The craftsmen carving statues, the carpenters shaping the furniture, the brewers straining the beer mash, and the bakers kneading the dough. The intention was, of course, magical, as we mentioned in the previous chapter, to ensure that those services and goods would be available eternally. But, well, to us, it's just an interesting little glimpse. But we also look at those social pleasures, musicians plucking harps, the dancers performing, the children playing, and the families gathered at the feasts. Tomb inscriptions are pretty good for this. They mention loved ones, and even when the art is idealized, it suggests what people truly valued. And, well, that hasn't changed for thousands of years. Food security, peace and quiet, a good job, health, and just having your wife and kids around. I don't think that'll really change for a while. In any case, the common people of Egypt were the bedrock of the Old Kingdom. Their farming and labor sustained the state and enabled its grand achievements, from the feeding of officials to the raising of the pyramids. They coordinated things on a scale that few societies could match. But in return they expected the pharaoh to maintain Ma'at, ensure good floods, justice, and cosmic balance, because a stable moral order was believed to be inseparable from a stable natural order. As above, so below, right? So for most of this era, that social contract held. The Nile's bounty was reliable, and the people in turn contributed their work and taxes to royal projects, temporal estates, and provincial administration. But be careful not to romanticize peasant life. It was physically punishing. Vulnerable to disease and injury, and famine would strike when the Nile failed or when storage and distribution faltered. Yet the evidence of communal support and shared traditions suggests a resilient society, one in which households relied on kin, neighbors, and local institutions to endure the hard years. This stability in everyday life, grounded in mud-brick villages and seasonal labor, provided the foundation on which Egypt's first kingdom flourished. By the 6th dynasty, 2345 to 2181, the Old Kingdom still displayed grandeur, but it was showing a few signs of strain. The good times can't last forever. They rarely do. Early 6th dynasty kings like Teti, Pepi I, and Merenre continued to build pyramids, albeit those smaller than as at Giza, and kept up vigorous trade and mining. From this time we have rich sources like the tomb autobiography of Weni, a high official under Teti and Pepi I, who describes how he led military campaigns into Canaan and Nubia, and oversaw great works at the king's behest. Another famous official, Harkuf, under Pepi II, left an account of his expeditions far south into Africa, bringing back exotic goods, including a dancing pygmy for the young king. These records show that the central government could still mobilize talent and resources far and wide. However, across Pepi I and Pepi II's lengthy reigns, one can sense that the once tight royal control was beginning to slacken. Pepi II is said to have become king as a child, and according to later tradition, reigned over 90 years. Now, that's an extraordinarily long reign that may have in and of itself created problems, outliving many advisors and heirs. By Pepi II's old age, the pharaoh's grip on distant provinces had weakened. Local governors, which we call nomarchs, especially in Upper Egypt, grew in independence, passing down their officers to their sons and building up local power bases. We find these provincial magnates proudly building large tombs in their own nomes, and instead of near the royal capital. That's a clear sign that their loyalties and resources had shifted inward. Moreover, environmental pressures were mounting. There's clear evidence that toward the end of the Old Kingdom, the Nile's inundation had become a lot less reliable. A series of low floods could mean poor harvests, and poor harvests mean hunger, undercutting that divine reputation of a pharaoh who was expected to guarantee prosperity. Climatic data from around 2200 BCE, the end of Pepi II's reign, point to a broader drought affecting much of the broader Near East. Egypt likely suffered crop failures and famine as a result. Later Egyptian writings, such as the Admonitions of Ipuwer, a Middle Kingdom text that speaks of earlier chaos, paint an apocalyptic picture of a society in ruin. Quote, "Lo, the Nile is empty, and no one can plough the fields. Egypt's riches are gone, and the poor men have become lords." End quote. Seems like a very upper-class complaint, doesn't it? Well, while such texts are poetic and not literal chronicles, they certainly show real memories of a collapse. So for the first time since Narmer's unification, Egypt had no single supreme ruler. The centralized monarchy that built the pyramids cracked under its own weight. Power passed into the hands of local nobles, and multiple self-proclaimed kings arose. The Old Kingdom's end threw the two lands into disarray. Later Egyptians remembered it as a time of disorder, a period that we know as the First Intermediate Period, 2181 to 2055, when dynasties of rival rulers in the north and south competed, and the central state lay in fragments. Thus, the Old Kingdom came to an end. The system that had once built the pyramids proved vulnerable to climate stress and internal division. Yet out of this turmoil, strong leaders in the new centers would eventually arise to unite the country. So, the question is, how on earth is Egypt going to pull itself together again and give birth to the Middle Kingdom? How are they going to get through the First Intermediate Period? 2200 BCE. The Great Pyramids of Egypt have stood for centuries, testaments to the power and stability of the Old Kingdom. Yet it was also around this time that this seemingly unshakable civilization was on the brink of chaos. The royal court was in disarray. The once predictable Nile failed to flood as it did before, and the local governors began to carve out their own fiefdoms. That ancient concept of Maat, the divine order and harmony of the world, was beginning to falter. Later Egyptian scribes would remember this time as a period when the land was in calamity and chaos reigned. This was the era of collapse, known as the First Intermediate Period, followed by the era of comeback, known as the Middle Kingdom. First, Egypt broke apart, and then it reinvented itself. It is a story of resilience, how a nation can fall into fragmentation, and yet through strong leadership and innovation, restore unity and prosperity. So, welcome back to our chronological history of ancient Egypt. Today we do part 2, talking about the First Intermediate Period, through 2181 to 2055, and into the Middle Kingdom of 2055 to 1650, where Egypt rose again with new vigor. Now, along the way, we'll also talk about a few of the grander undertakings, like the irrigation projects, the securing of Egypt's frontiers, and also the flourishing of literature and art that, belies a stereotype of this era as a mere dark age and slaps it in the face. And by the end we'll approach 1650, where Egypt stands prosperous, yet poised on the edge of another precipice. So, give it the old like, comment, and subscribe, and let's continue. 2181 to 2055. The time of political fragmentation between Egypt's two great kingdom eras, the First Intermediate Period. The glorious old kingdom had ended with the 6th dynasty, and its collapse gave way to a patchwork of local powers. Egyptian sources from later periods portray this interlude as a dark age of chaos and disunity. And indeed, one later text, often called the Admonitions of Ipuwer, lamented that, quote, "The river is blood, and men shrink from tasting. The rich man is in distress, and the poor man is full of joy." Well, this describes a world turned upside down. Now you might think, well, why is that so bad? Well, in the Egyptian ethos, it's all about cosmic order. Everything should be in its place. And all of a sudden, if things are tipped on their head, well, you've got big problems. While such literary accounts are exaggerated and quite a bit symbolic, they do reflect a kernel of truth. And that truth is that the central authority of the pharaoh had dramatically weakened, and bad times were ahead. So, there is a very obvious question. Why did the old kingdom fall? Historians point to several intertwined factors. First and foremost, the last major pharaoh of the 6th dynasty, namely Pepi II, reportedly reigned for over 90 years. Now, such an extraordinary rule certainly led to a few succession problems. We discussed this in the previous video, but we'll just quickly go over it again. You see, Pepi had outlived a lot of his heirs, and when he died there was a big power vacuum. The royal court likely struggled with uncertainty over who held a legitimate claim to the throne. If you know your history, this is going to cause some problems. Now, secondly, Pepi II's late reign caused powerful nomarchs to become entrenched in their nomes. Now, a nomarch being a provisional governor, a nome being a district. These governors' offices had become hereditary, forming local dynasties that no longer depended on the king. They built their own lavish tombs in their provinces, rather than near the pharaoh's pyramid in earlier times. and they commanded a local militia. In essence, real power was slipping from the center to the regions. Now, a third factor, often suggested, is environmental stress, evident from around 2200 BCE, indicates lower Nile floods, possibly due to a drier climate across the region. Diminished inundations would have certainly reduced crop yields, and if you don't have the crop yields, well, you get a famine. That's a big enough problem of its own. However, the extent of the drought's role is somewhat debatable. Whether or not the Nile's behavior was decisive, it is clear that Egypt's centralized government was ill-prepared to handle a prolonged crisis after the reign of Pepi II. In the wake of the Old Kingdom's collapse, the pharaonic throne passed to a shadowy 7th and 8th dynasty, still based at Memphis in the north, however. Now, very little is concretely known about these short-lived dynasties. That's the problem. Later Egyptian king lists and Manetho's account from the Ptolemaic period, which we'll get to in part 5 and 6 of the video, of the series rather, suggest a rapid succession of ephemeral kings. Now, when you have a rapid succession, that's a bit of a problem. You'll see why. Manetho famously wrote of 70 kings in 70 days. Obviously an exaggeration, but it's meant to convey the utter turmoil. While that is mythic hyperbole, it does capture the sense that the Memphite central government disintegrated into complete chaos. One of the few traces of these kings is a fragmentary decree from King Neferkhaor of the 8th dynasty, found at the Temple of Min in Middle Egypt, indicating that even in decline, these kings tried to assert some authority in the provinces. Tried, but real power was slipping away at Memphis. And as I always say, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. By around 2160, leadership swifted to new centers. In Lower Egypt, i.e. the north, a group of rulers established their capital at Heracleopolis Magna, just south of the Fayum region. These constitute the 9th and 10th dynasties. Meanwhile, in Upper Egypt, i.e. the south, the city of Thebes, or Waset in their tongue, emerged as the main rival power, laying the groundwork for what would become the 11th dynasty. Thus, Egypt found itself essentially split into two kingdoms, a northern kingdom based in Heracleopolis, and a southern kingdom based in Thebes. And guess what? Both of them claimed legitimacy. It's going to get awkward between those two claims, of course. The Heracleopolitan kingdom of dynasties 9 to 10 was later remembered with mixed reputation. The founding king at Heracleopolis is named Keti or Aktoi, often identified as Wakare Keti I. Manetho's lore painted him as a cruel and impious ruler. The pages of history have not been kind to old Keti. In a dramatic anecdote, King Keti, whom Manetho calls Aktoes, is said to have, quote, caused all of Egypt to suffer, and apparently eventually went crazy, only to be killed by a crocodile. A colorful tale, sure. I suppose it's interesting. It's one of a wicked king meeting a poetic fate, so that might be legend. But it does hint that later Egyptians viewed these usurpers quite dimly. Bad kings are rarely popular. Even good ones aren't too popular either. But in reality, Heracleopolitan rulers, many of whom took the name Keti or Medicare, struggled simply to maintain order in the territories that they controlled, or at least held somewhat sand through the fingers sort of control on them. Now, they never really commanded the kind of divine awe that the pyramid-building pharaohs had, and well, it was certainly a hard act to follow. One later text, known as the Instruction for King Medicare, is attributed to a Heracleopolitan king, advising his son, likely King Merikare of the 10th dynasty. The instruction emphasizes just rule and humility, suggesting that these kings sought to govern wisely, despite their precarious position. Basically just telling them, we know you're in a rough spot, but do your best. It even warns about respecting the legacy of earlier kings and not mistreating people, advice perhaps born from hard experience during the preceding chaos. Between the northern and southern spheres lay the strategic city of Asyut, or Siut, whose local governors played a pretty big role. The nomarchs of Asyut became staunch allies of the Heracleopolitan house of Geti. In their tomb inscriptions, these Asyut lords boast of digging canals to water the fields, protecting their people, and even keeping an army and fleet always at the ready. They took pride in naming themselves after the Heracleopolitan kings and quelling any rebellion in the region. Asyut, effectively a buffer province, bore the brunt of clashes against the southern Thebans. And indeed, the coffins of some Asyut nobles record that they fought off attacks from Thebes, indicating a periodic civil war between the north and south. These inscriptions portray life in a rather divided Egypt, each region trying to preserve some normalcy and prosperity at home, while eyeing the other with suspicion and sometimes outright hostility. Meanwhile, in Upper Egypt, local governors were becoming virtual princes as well. And one of the most famous figures from this time is Anktifi, a nomarch of Heracompolis in the Deep South. Anktifi's tomb at Mo'ala contains a vivid autobiography detailing the troubled times. He describes a severe famine ravaging the land, saying that, quote, all of Upper Egypt was dying of hunger to such a degree that people were eating their children, end quote. Doesn't get much worse than that, doesn't it? But if you know much about famines, well, that's usually what happens. A rather grim scenario. Anktifi casts himself as a savior. Quote, I gave bread to the hungry and clothed the naked. Not one hungry person was left in my province, and I did not allow anyone to die. Those claims are most certainly self-aggrandizing, and every regional lord likely proclaimed themselves as the true benefactor of the people. But they do show a reality that a central unity had certainly collapsed. Anktifi does not mention serving any king. Effectively, he was the highest authority in his region during his lifetime, around 2120. Now, from the accounts of men like Anktifi, we learn that the First Intermediate Period was not an utter breakdown of society, so much as it was a decentralization. Local rulers, whether petty kings or nomarchs, took on the role of caretaker that the distant pharaoh could simply no longer fulfill. They organized food supplies, they defended their towns, and sometimes they fought their neighbors. It was a time of localism, back to the old days almost, where loyalty was to one's city or province rather than a unified Egypt, some pharaoh far, far away, who you didn't even know and who'd never shown his face in your town. Art and architecture was also reflected in this new regionalism. In the absence of a strong royal workshop, provincial artisans produced their own distinct styles. For example, at Thebes, the early 11th dynasty rulers created a unique artistic style for their funerary monuments, differing from the classic Old Kingdom canon. Coffin decoration became more common outside the royal sphere, and indeed, the coffin texts, collections of religious spells painted on coffins, first appear in this period, democratizing the afterlife concept that was once reserved for the upper class. The First Intermediate Period, once dismissed as a dark age, is now actually recognized by scholars as an era of creativity and societal change, not merely chaos. common people gained more access to goods and cultural practices formerly monopolized by elites, it was as if the grandeur of the Old Kingdom trickled down to a broader segment of society, even as the overall political structure was fragmenting from the base. Yet, inevitably, the two rival power centers, Heracleopolis in the north and Thebes in the south, had to vie for ultimate control. The confrontation built up gradually. According to later tradition and a few sparse records, the northern kings at Heracleopolis at one point committed a grave offense. You see, what they did was they desecrated royal tombs at Abydos, the sacred burial ground of earlier pharaohs in Upper Egypt. This impious act likely inflamed the south, for whom Abydos was a holy site. Plenty of wars have started off that way, that's for sure. And whether this tomb desecration actually happened, or is a propagandistic accusation, it signifies the deepening rift. By the late 11th dynasty, early 2000s BCE, open war had erupted. The Theban rulers, named Intef II and Intef III, pushed their frontiers north, conquering key nomes in Upper and Middle Egypt. Stele from Thebes recounts battles around Abydos and the capture of cities that had been loyal to Heracleopolis. Slowly but surely, Thebes was encroaching on the turf of the House of Keti, and they were about to kick the bloody door in. So here comes the turning point. The leadership of King Mentuhotep II of Thebes. Now, Mentuhotep II, also known by his throne name, Nebepetri, was the great-great-grandson of that first Theban leader, Intef the Great. He inherited a renewed southern kingdom that was militarily and administratively quite strong, at least for the first intermediate period. Early in his reign, which began in 2061, Mentuhotep II still coexisted with the Heracleopolitan dynasty to the north. But relations were hostile, and the Theban king was determined to reunify Egypt under his rule. People had had enough of being split through the middle, and everyone wanted to get back to the good old days. According to inscriptions, a decisive campaign unfolded around Mentuhotep's 14th regnal year, triggered perhaps by the outrage over Abydos, or simply by ambition to rule a united land. Mentuhotep launched his army northward. Actually, we have evidence that by his 39th year, after years of intermittent warfare, Lower Egypt was defeated, and the last Heracleopolitan king vanquished. Sometime around 2033, Mentuhotep emerged as the sole ruler of a reunited Egypt. To commemorate this achievement, in year 39, he assumed the new honorific title, Semetawi, meaning he who unites the two lands. It's a pretty cool name. This ancient phrase harkened back to the very founding of the Egyptian state around 3100, when Narmer first unified Upper and Lower Egypt. And by adopting it, Mentuhotep signaled that he had restored the nation from disunity, and that the good times were well and truly ahead. At least, that's what everybody was crossing their fingers for. Let's see how it turns out. Mentuhotep's victory, however, was more than just a military conquest. It was presented as a spiritual, but also a cultural renewal. He is depicted in reliefs wearing the red crown of the north and the white crown of the south, embodying both halves of the country. One relief even shows personifications of Upper and Lower Egypt intertwined, a classic motif of unity. In any case, after a century of fragmentation, Egyptians could once again imagine themselves as one people under one divine king. The later Egyptians revered Mentuhotep as a second Menes, the legendary first unifier. Having reunified the country, Mentuhotep had a bit of work to do, and the list was quite long. He took steps to strengthen central authority and prevent the kind of collapse that had happened after the Old Kingdom. He and his immediate successors implemented administrative reforms to curb the independence of local governors. How did he do this? Well, for instance, some nomarchs were removed. Others had their powers reduced. We see fewer grand nomarchal tombs after reunification, suggesting that the role of these provincial barons was curtailed. Mentuhotep appointed officials loyal to Thebes into key positions throughout Egypt, effectively placing watchdogs in the provinces. A new class of royal governors answered directly to the king. Royal inspectors traveled the land and ensured that distant districts were paying their proper taxes and obeying royal directives. You could imagine that they were not the most welcome guests. You don't want to have that knock on the door. Well, these changes marked the transition into what historians call the Middle Kingdom period. The Middle Kingdom's rulers clearly had learned from the decentralization that led to the First Intermediate Period's troubles. A strong Egypt needed a strong, hands-on bureaucracy. Mentuhotep II's reign after reunification appears to have been prosperous and stable. He ruled a total of 51 years, so nearly 12 years as the sole pharaoh of all Egypt after the 39th year when he finished up all the reconquest. As for his achievements, they were celebrated in his grand building projects. The most famous is his mortuary temple at Dir al-Bahri in Thebes. This innovative complex was part of a terraced temple, part tomb, nestled against the limestone cliffs, a design so inspiring that 500 years later Hatshepsut built her own temple directly adjacent, echoing the style made by Mentuhotep. In Mentuhotep's temple, you can find striking evidence of how this era was seen as a rebirth. For the first time, the king's mortuary temple explicitly linked the pharaoh with Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Statues show Mentuhotep as Osiris resurrected, a symbolic statement that the dead land of Egypt had now been brought to life under his rule. Interestingly, one painting from his temple also shows bound prisoners, likely soldiers of Heracleopolis or other rebels. They're being trampled under the feet of the king. Vivid imagery that you'll see in a few victory steles, reinforcing again that Mentuhotep had crushed chaos and brought the rightful order back to the world. While Mentuhotep is credited as a great unifier, the end of his dynasty was a little bit murky. His son, Mentuhotep II, succeeded him, and even launched an ambitious trading expedition to the fabled land of Punt, likely in the Horn of Africa, indicating confidence and reach. But by the reign of Mentuhotep IV, the last of the 11th dynasty, there may have been internal problems, or even the lack of an heir, which is a big problem. Mentuhotep IV's name was omitted from later king lists, and that suggests that he was considered illegitimate by successors. Indeed, a powerful vizier named Amenemhat rose to prominence, and likely took the throne through some manner of succession dispute or a coup around 1991. Amenemhat I thus founded the 12th dynasty and shifted the royal seat, marking another new chapter in the Middle Kingdom. So here we are, the Middle Kingdom, Egypt's Great Renaissance. From 2055 to 1650 BCE, it's often considered the classical age of ancient Egyptian civilization, with the country reunified first under the Theban 11th dynasty and then firmly consolidated under the 12th dynasty, Egypt enjoyed a period of relative peace, prosperity, and cultural flowering. Now, this era did not produce the gargantuan pyramids on the scale of Giza. They wouldn't see them ever again. But it did achieve a high level of sophistication in governance, literature, art, and foreign policy. Perhaps not as cool, but still quite impressive. The pharaohs of the Middle Kingdom, mindful of the recent collapse, took a more proactive approach to ruling, strengthening bureaucracy, securing borders, and projecting a benevolent yet firm image of kingship. One of the first major steps was taken by Amenemhat I, the 12th dynasty's founding pharaoh, and that was to establish a new capital city. He founded Itatawi, its name meaning Caesar of the Two Lands, which is believed to have been located in the Fayum region, although the exact archaeological site has not been pinpointed. It's likely near the modern Lisht in Egypt. By moving the administrative center from the north, from Thebes, to a more central location, Amenemhat could better control both Upper and Lower Egypt. Itatawi was strategically placed near the entrance to the Fayum oasis, and not far from Memphis. Now, this was meant to, in a symbolic way, unite the country, kind of like how the heart is at the center of the body. Around this new capital, Amenemhat built a pyramid at Lisht, signaling that the era of the pyramid construction was not quite over yet, even if these Middle Kingdom pyramids were smaller and constructed with mud brick cores. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Administrative innovations accelerated under the 12th dynasty. Amenemhat initiated the practice of co-regency, sharing power with his chosen heir during his lifetime. In the 20th year of his reign, he made his son, Senusret I, co-ruler. This clever strategy ensured a smooth succession and prevented disputes, an important lesson drawn from the chaotic transfers of power in previous times. Most subsequent 12th dynasty kings followed this co-regency model, and generally it managed to stabilize the monarchy. A few little hiccups, but not a bad system. The bureaucracy itself began to grow more sophisticated. Egypt was divided into well-defined hierarchies of nomes and governorates, each overseen by officials appointed or at least approved by the royal court. There is evidence, too, that Amenemhat reorganized the provincial administration. Some long-entrenched nomarch families lost their influence, as the king placed more loyalists in charge. During the reign of Senusret III, a later 12th dynasty pharaoh, 1878 to 1839, a noble administrative reform took place. The power of the nomarchs was decisively broken and replaced by a system of royal commissioners. In fact, after Senusret III's reforms, the once proud line of powerful provincial nomarchs simply vanishes from the historical record. Not a trace of it. It's as if the pen just ran off the end of the paper. No longer do local barons build huge tombs. They would no longer proclaim their autonomy. Those days were over. The royal government in the Middle Kingdom had effectively centralized authority to a degree not seen even in the Old Kingdom. A text known as the Instructions of Amenemhat, purportedly Amenemhat I's advice to his son, encapsulates the philosophy of the era. It warns of palace conspiracies, and indeed Amenemhat himself was assassinated in a harem plot, and it stresses vigilance, but also it emphasizes wise governance and the nurturing of the land. In any case, the message was clear. The king must be both a strong ruler and a guardian of his people's welfare. And if he couldn't do that, well, the chaos of the Old Kingdom collapse would end up coming back again. Public works and infrastructure were another hallmark of Middle Kingdom governance. Recognizing the importance of agriculture and Nile management, Middle Kingdom pharaohs undertook ambitious irrigation and water control projects. For example, the Fayum Depression, a large basin west of the Nile, was developed into a breadbasket. The kings ordered dredging and expansion of canals, like the ancient Bahr Yusuf, to channel Nile floodwaters into the Fayum, regulating water supply and creating a vast lake, which was the precursor to Lake Moeris. Pharaoh Senusret II, 1897 to 1878, is particularly associated with Fayum irrigation improvements, and he built his pyramid at Lahun, on the edge of that region, indicating its importance. Later, Amenemhat III, circa 1860 to 1815, greatly expanded these works. During his time, the Fayum's irrigation network grew to be quite sophisticated, and the area bloomed with agriculture. Amenemhat III also constructed a massive mud brick pyramid at Hawara near the Fayum, which was accompanied by the elaborate mortuary temple complex. This complex was so intricate with courts, chambers, and corridors that later Greek visitors likened it to a labyrinth. Once again, a testament to the architectural ingenuity of the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom pharaohs also invested in religious and community projects to solidify unity. At Karnak in Thebes, the cult of Amun, the local god, received royal patronage. Senusret I built one of the first known shrines to Amun there, sowing the seeds of what would become the great temple of Karnak in later periods. Temples up and down the Nile were refurbished or rebuilt. By directly supporting local cults and deities, the kings of the Middle Kingdom reinforced their image as guardians of tradition and piety, binding the country together culturally as well as politically. And so, with the internal order secured, Middle Kingdom Egypt increasingly looked beyond its borders. Once things were all peaceful at home, why not take a look next door? The centuries of isolation during the first intermediate period had given way to renewed interest in resources and security on the frontiers. To the south, Egypt's rulers pushed into Nubia, a region corresponding to modern Sudan. Now, Nubia was special. It was rich in gold mines, hard stone quarries, and trade routes to the inner African polities. Even in the Old Kingdom, there had been Egyptian outposts. But now, the Middle Kingdom undertook a systematic occupation of Lower Nubia, the area between the first and second cataracts of the Nile. This was largely spearheaded by Senusret III, who launched multiple campaigns into Nubia around 1860 to 1850. The pharaoh's forces penetrated beyond the second cataract and established a string of fortresses at strategic points. Names like Buhen, Semna, Kumma, Uronati, and Mirgisa mark these impressive fort sites. Typically built of mud brick with thick walls, they housed garrisons of troops and officials. Their placement allowed Egypt to control river traffic and defend against any Nubian incursions. The fort at Sema, for instance, sat at a narrow point in the Nile. Here, Senusret III erected a boundary stela, proclaiming that no Nubian boats could pass north of that point without permission. The text of one Semna stela records the king's stern declaration that any Nubian attempting to come downstream without trade would be turned back or executed. Well, clearly, Egypt was asserting its might and creating an early form of a border checkpoint. At the same time, these forts also protected and regulated commerce. Caravans bearing ivory, incense, ebony, and gold passed through Nubia, and Egyptian officials at the forts could tax and supervise this trade. The result? a win-win for Egyptian power. Wealth flowed in, and the frontier was secure. Doesn't get much better than that. Nubia itself at this time was inhabited by the Kerma culture, an emerging kingdom in Upper Nubia. The Egyptians did not conquer Kerma outright in the Middle Kingdom, but they did contain it. For a century, a tense equilibrium held. Egyptian forts marked the border of direct control, and beyond them lay Kerma's domain. This would have future implications in later conflicts, but during the Middle Kingdom, Egyptian dominance in Lower Nubia was pretty much uncontested. Now, to the east in the Sinai and the Levant, the Middle Kingdom pharaohs also extended their influence. The Sinai Peninsula's turquoise and copper mines, such as Serebit al-Qadim, were reactivated. Expeditions left commemorative inscriptions, boasting of mining successes under the patronage of kings like Amenemhat III. In the eastern desert, routes to the Red Sea were maintained for trade and possible contact with the fabled land of Punt, famous for its incense and myrrh. Indeed, a well-documented expedition to Punt took place under Pharaoh Mentuhotep III in the late 11th dynasty, and possibly under later kings as well, reflecting a revived, long-distance trade network. Of particular interest is Egypt's relationship with the Near East, Canaan and Syria. Middle Kingdom Egypt engaged in trade with cities like Byblos on the Lebanese coast, exchanging Egyptian grain, linen, and manufactured goods for cedar wood and resin. Egyptian artifacts and scarab seals from the 12th dynasty have been found in Canaanite city ruins, indicating a pretty lively exchange. There may have also been a few military forays. One Middle Kingdom text, the story of Sinuhe, implies that Pharaoh Senusret I led an army into the Levant, perhaps to subdue nomadic tribes. As the protagonist, Sinuhe flees upon overhearing the news of the king's death abroad. Well, whether or not major conquests were undertaken, that is unclear. But certainly Egyptians had awareness of and dealings with the Asiatic peoples. One concrete measure taken by Amenemhat I was to protect the eastern approaches with the construction of the Walls of the Ruler. This was a series of fortifications in the northeastern delta along the Wadi Tumilat, the corridor towards Sinai. Ancient texts, including the prophecy of Neferti, composed early in the 12th dynasty, proudly state, quote, "One will build the walls of the ruler to bar Asiatics from entering Egypt," end quote. These defenses likely consisted of forts and perhaps a wall guarding the main entry routes from Sinai. They served to control immigration and guard against any potential incursions by groups from Canaan. The very fact that Amenemhat I undertook this project shows the Middle Kingdom's proactive stance on border security, a lesson learned after seeing how unchecked the delta became during the previous collapse. And once again, no one wanted to go back to those days. Now, ironically, despite such measures, over the next centuries, more and more Asiatics, that is, people from Western Asia, did come into Egypt peacefully, whether as traders, laborers, mercenaries, or just settling, particularly in the Eastern Delta. The Middle Kingdom government often encouraged foreign artisans and soldiers to settle. For instance, there are records of a Canaanite mercenary leader given land by the pharaoh. Pretty good deal for him. Well, these immigrant communities were still small by the peak of the Middle Kingdom's power, but they would grow in significance as the dynasty waned. But the Middle Kingdom was not only a time of political resurgence, it was also a cultural golden age, especially in terms of literature and intellectual life. Many of the most famous Egyptian literary works were either composed or popularized in the Middle Kingdom, reflecting the era's introspective and, I suppose we can say a more sophisticated mood. Very classy. Ooh. Egyptian society had been through the crucible of disorder, and this left a pretty profound imprint on the collective consciousness, giving rise to writings that asked deep questions about morality, leadership, and the meaning of life. One recurring theme in the Middle Kingdom literature is moral anxiety and the fragility of order. You see, the Egyptians never forgot that their precious Mart had nearly been lost in the First Intermediate Period. As a result, Middle Kingdom authors often grappled with the question, what happens when order fails? Let's look at that for a little bit closer. For instance, a composition known as the Prophecy of Neferti envisions a time of utter chaos, foreigners in the Delta, rebellion in Upper Egypt, the land in complete chaos, and it then predicts the rise of a savior king from the south. Now, it's clearly meant to represent Amenemhat I, and I'm sure that Amenemhat I had a very good time reading that one. The text served as political propaganda, legitimizing the new dynasty. But the important thing is it betrays a real fear of chaos and the heartfelt appreciation for restored order. In the prophecy, when the Savior comes, quote, order will return to its place, and chaos will be driven out. Another text, the Admonitions of Ipuwer, although possibly written later, it was widely read in this period. It is a pseudo-eyewitness lament of a broken Egypt, where the servant rides on horseback and the noble goes on foot. A rather poetic way to say the social pyramid has become inverted, and to remember in early sections how they talk about the rich having a hard time and the farmer becoming quite well off. Once again, that balance flipped on its head. Now, these works reinforce the notion that strong kingship and social justice were essential to prevent the nightmare of anarchy. Wisdom literature flourished as well, offering guides to ethical behavior and governance. The instruction of King Medicare, mentioned earlier, though couched as an address from a First Intermediate Period king, likely reached its final form in the Middle Kingdom. It counsels rulers to be just, to avoid arrogance, and, well, intriguingly, it refers to the importance of not destroying the tombs of ancestors, possibly alluding to the mistakes of the Heracleopolitan predecessors who violated the sacred sites. The text also contains one of the earliest references to the idea of a moral order judged in the afterlife, advising the king that his deeds will be weighed by the gods. Excuse me while I take a sip of my tea. It's Earl Grey, by the way. Well, similarly, the instruction of Amenemhat I, framed as a message from the murdered king to his son, blends that practical advice with a dramatic recollection of Amenemhat's assassination. Quote, trust not a brother, know not a friend, make no intimates. The slain king warns in those words, describing how he was attacked by his own guards in the dead of the night. A chilling personal account, the vulnerability that even a great king faced, an admonition on the treachery that can lurk behind a collapse in order. But beyond didactic works, the Middle Kingdom also produced imaginative tales and dialogues that reveal societal values. The story of Sinuhe stands out as the masterpiece of Egyptian narrative. It tells of the courtier Sinuhe, who flees Egypt during a moment of political uncertainty, i.e. the death of Senusret I, and lives for years in exile among the Canaanite tribes in Syria. In the story, Sinuhe becomes a successful leader abroad, He even gets married into a foreign clan. Congratulations to you, Sinue. Well done. Yet he never stops longing for his homeland. Egypt is always in his heart, and his heart is always in Egypt. Eventually, the pharaoh, now Senusret I, secure on his throne, invites Sinue home, and there is an emotional crescendo that unfolds as Sinue returns as an old man and receives a royal pardon with a proper Egyptian burial. The tale is more than an adventure. It highlights the Egyptian identity's deep pull. No matter how hospitable or prosperous life outside may be, and Sinue found riches and respect abroad, certainly, an Egyptian of that time saw his homeland as the only true cultural sphere of order and piety. Everything else was just a holiday. Sinue's joy at returning and having his coffin prepared in Egypt shows the era's pride and relief at unity restored under a forgiving and just king. Now, another story that usually doesn't get much attention is the tale of the eloquent peasant, which, while possibly entertaining, carries rather important ethical messages. Basically, a peasant named Kunanap is robbed by a greedy official. Instead of giving up, the peasant travels to the royal court and presents eloquent speeches, appealing for justice. He praises the ideal of a righteous judge who must protect the weak. So eloquent are his petitions that the magistrate brings him straight to the king, and after 9 petitions, justice is served. The peasant's goods are returned, and the wrongdoer is punished. The tale emphasizes that even the lowliest subject has a voice, and that a good ruler's duty is to ensure justice permeates society. We see here a Middle Kingdom core value. The concept of mart included justice, and literature implies that the king's court should be a place where truth and fairness prevail for all, regardless of their station. There was also introspective text, like the dialogue of a man with his bar. Bar is the word for soul, which is essentially a Middle Kingdom existential poem. In this dialogue, a man despairing at the state of the world, perhaps reflecting on a time of disorder or personal loss, converses with his own soul about the merits of life versus death. He laments injustice and personal sorrow. He even contemplates ending it all, while his soul, his bar, urges patience and trust in what lies beyond. Such philosophical depth and melancholy in writing, it tells us that the Middle Kingdom Egyptian was not a simple, unthinking subject of the pharaoh, but rather people were wrestling with profound questions of meaning, perhaps spurred by collective memories of recent hard times. Meanwhile, the artistic style of the Middle Kingdom also subtly reflected this mood. If one looks at royal statues from the 12th dynasty, for example, the faces of kings like Senusret III and Amenemhat III are often depicted with slightly furrowed brows, downturned mouths, and heavy-lidded eyes. They look contemplative almost, a contrast to the serenely confident faces of the Old Kingdom pharaohs. This may have been a conscious artistic choice, to show the king as a wise and ever-vigilant shepherd of his people, a ruler who knows the weight of responsibility. It humanized the image of kingship somewhat, perhaps to elicit a closer connection with the populace. Now, at the same time, Middle Kingdom art continued to achieve high levels of craftsmanship, whether in the delicate jewelry found in royal tombs like the exquisite diadem of Princess Sithathoryunet, or the beautiful painted coffins of the officials that feature complex religious texts and great care in preparing for eternity. Religion, too, saw developments. the cult of Osiris, god of the underworld, became dominant in funerary beliefs. Osiris's mythology, a king who was killed, mourned, and resurrected to rule in the afterlife, resonated strongly in a time when Egypt itself had died and reborn, essentially. Middle Kingdom texts make the hope of joining Osiris, in the afterlife accessible to common people, not just the pharaoh. The coffin text, which originated in this period, contained spells for individuals to navigate the hereafter, indicating a democratization of the afterlife. No longer was a grand pyramid and exclusive pyramid text the only passport to eternity. A modest coffin, with a few right prayers, that could suffice for a faithful Egyptian. This broader religious inclusion may be seen as another societal reform akin to the political ones, a way to unify and stabilize society by giving more people a stake in the culture's spiritual benefits. But you know what they always say, what goes up must come down. You see, by the reign of Amenemhat III in the late 19th century BCE, Egypt's Middle Kingdom was certainly as up as it could get, right at the zenith of its power. Everything was great. The land was fertile, the borders were secure, and the trade routes were humming. Foreign visitors and settlers were present in the royal court. There are records of Canaanite princes, and even traders being welcomed. And in the towns of the Delta, they saw all of their own visitors too. Egypt's wealth and steady governance must have been quite attractive to its less stable neighbors, if we can put it that way. However, periods of strength usually contain the seeds for future troubles. Everyone gets too relaxed. And in the case of the Middle Kingdom, a combination of internal and external factors gradually began to erode this hard-won order as the 13th dynasty unfolded. So what happened? Well, one issue was political overextension, and a few troubles around succession. The 12th dynasty's last ruler was Queen Sobekneferu, around 1800 BCE, the first attested female pharaoh in Egyptian history. She came to the throne after the death of her brother, or perhaps half-brother, Amenemhat IV, who had no male heir left. Sobekneferu's reign, while it was notable, was quite short, perhaps just 4 years. And guess what? She too died without an heir. This marks the end of the direct line of Amenemhat I. What followed was the 13th dynasty, a rapid series of kings, many of whom we know only from fragmentary king lists and a scattering of inscriptions. It appears that in the 13th dynasty, which spanned most of the 1700s, kingship became quite a bit less stable. Rulers often had short reigns, and perhaps multiple lines vied for the throne. The capital, at Itatawi, continued to be the administrative center, but the consistency and the might of the earlier kings, by this time it was all waning. The cracks were beginning to form. The foundations were about to shake. With frequent turnover on the throne, the central government's firm grip on the country began to loosen. Now, at the same time as this, Egypt was facing no immediate rival strong enough to conquer it by force. The greater threat was the creeping infiltration and local assertion of power, especially in the Delta. The problems from within were more concerning. During the High Middle Kingdom, pharaohs had actually encouraged some settlement of Asiatic workers in the Delta. These foreigners labored in irrigation, mining expeditions, or even as hired soldiers. They typically integrated into Egyptian society to varying degrees, even adopting Egyptian names or customs over time. But as the central authority weakened in the later 13th dynasty, some of these communities maintained their own distinct identity and autonomy. The generations hadn't gone far enough yet to make them forget about their roots. Archaeology at a site in the eastern delta called Avaris, Tel El Dab'a in today's tongue, has revealed a city that started as a small trade post in the early Middle Kingdom, but grew into a bustling town with a mixed population of Egyptians and Near Eastern immigrants. By the mid-17th century, around 1650, Avaris had expanded dramatically, featuring Canaanite-style pottery, Syrian-style temple architecture, and other markers of a large Asiatic population, living under only nominal Egyptian oversight. This situation would set the stage for what comes next, ambitious leaders of these Asiatic communities eventually seizing power in the Delta, forming what historians call the Hyksos Kingdom. Now, just quickly, though that term Hyksos, meaning rulers of the foreign lands, would be used by Egyptians later on. Around 1650, one such leader declared himself king in Avaris, taking on pharaonic titles. The Central Egyptian government, now possibly based in Thebes again for the native line of pharaohs, the remnants of the 13th dynasty that is, was simply too weak to expel these Hyksos kings. Egypt would soon be divided once more, the foreigners ruling in the north and the Egyptian princes holding on in the south. The once mighty Middle Kingdom thus slides into the second intermediate period, another era of fragmentation with a twist of foreign rule. But that is the story for the next chapter of Egyptian history. So, as we finish up part 2, we observe Egypt's center weakening again after centuries of unity. Prosperity had indeed attracted attention and drawn in outsiders. The Egyptians of the Middle Kingdom had prided themselves on fortifying frontiers and maintaining order. Yet slowly, almost quietly, a new threat grew from within the Delta. Maybe it was that perhaps they first came as humble merchants, maybe refugees. In any case, they were seeking out a little piece of Egypt's bounty. Of course, Egypt had so much to offer that everybody was talking. It's hard to be quietly wealthy when everybody else around you is not doing so well. So, over the decades, they began to settle, and they multiplied. And when Egypt's throne faltered, they were ready. They asserted their control. They stepped right through that little crack in the door that was so carelessly left open. So, in closing, the collapse and comeback era, 2181 to 1650. Well, it shows us both the vulnerability and the resilience of ancient Egypt. I think that's fair to say. Now, we saw Egypt fall into disarray, but we also see how it can pull itself together, and with remarkable ingenuity. After all, there's always one hero around the corner to save the day. The first intermediate period taught the Egyptians the pain of a broken society, while the Middle Kingdom channeled those lessons into a refined and vigorous civilization, and truly a civilization in proper terms, one that valued capable administration, unity, and reflection on moral order. Yet history always moves in cycles. The Middle Kingdom's accomplishments would be tested by another wave of challenges, as foreign kings and another period of division loomed. Once again, Egypt would have to muster its resilience and the national identity to overcome the coming storm. The Egyptians, secure in their world along the Nile, suddenly confronted by chariots. Foreign warlords seize the crown and rule from a new capital in the north. This was the Hyksos shock, a century of foreign domination that upended Egypt's sense of order. Yet out of all this turmoil rises something unexpected, an Egyptian Renaissance of military innovation and imperial ambition. Today we continue our series on the chronological history of ancient Egypt. This is part 3, and I hope you've enjoyed following along. Today we're going to talk about the Second Intermediate Period and how it set the stage for the New Kingdom. Now, the key points we're going to go over are the Hyksos takeover and their game-changing innovations, the Theban resistance, the reunification under Thutmose I, and the early New Kingdom expansion that birthed Egypt's empire, along with the remarkable reign of Hatshepsut, the queen who ruled as a king, the conquest of Thutmose III, and, a few other little surprises along the way. So, let us continue, without wasting any time, of course. Straight into it. In the mid-17th century BCE, Egypt's northern delta fell under control of the Hyksos. Now, the word Hyksos in Egyptian literally means rulers of foreign lands, reflecting how shockingly alien this drastic takeover felt to the Egyptians. From their capital, Avaris, modern Tel el-Dabar in the Nile Delta, the Hyksos kings of the 15th dynasty ruled Lower Egypt for about a century. This was the first time in history that Egypt had foreign pharaohs, and, well, that ought to affect Egyptian society quite a bit. It certainly did. Later Egyptian scribes would demonize the Hyksos as violent usurpers, portraying them as barbarians who inflicted chaos. But it's a little bit more nuanced than that. In reality, archaeology paints a more complicated picture. You see, the Hyksos, they adopted many Egyptian customs and ruled in the pharaonic style. But at the same time, they did inject a few Levantine cultural aspects and even technologies into Egypt. The most enduring legacy of Hyksos rule was indeed technological transformation. These foreigners introduced military innovations that would revolutionize Egyptian warfare, and most famously, they brought the horse-drawn war chariot. Prior to this, Egyptian armies were essentially infantry forces. Swift-moving two-wheeled chariots with spoked wheels were unknown on the Nile. The Hyksos chariots, pulled by teams of horses, gave them unprecedented mobility, not to mention shock power on the battlefield. Along with chariots came the composite bow, a powerful new weapon made of layered wood, sinew, and horn. This bow had far greater range and penetration power than the old, simple bows that the Egyptians were using. Hyksos warriors also carried curving bronze khopesh swords, kind of a sickle-shaped blade, and superior bronze-tipped spears. In fact, the Hyksos are credited with advancing bronze metallurgy in Egypt, using harder alloys for weapons and tools. Egypt's Middle Bronze Age invaders effectively modernized the Egyptian army. The influence of the Hyksos extended beyond arms and armaments, though. They were master traders who plugged Egypt into a wider world of commerce. Avaris became a cosmopolitan port city, bustling with trade links to the eastern Mediterranean and Near East. One ancient Egyptian account, attributed to Kamose, a Theban prince, paints a pretty vivid image of Avaris's harbor during Hyksos times. It was said to be teeming with, quote, hundreds of ships, laden with treasure, cedar wood from Lebanon, gold and silver, lapis lazuli, turquoise, copper weapons, oils, resins, honey, and rare woods, all the fine products of Syria. Such descriptions, though propagandistic, reveal a real flow of foreign luxuries entering the Delta. It wasn't as much as they said it was, but it was still pretty good compared to the older times. In any case, archaeology at Avaris does confirm extensive trade. Excavations have uncovered Minoan-style frescoes on palace walls, Canaanite-style burials, and artifacts ranging from Babylonian cylinder seals to Cretan pottery. Almost said poetry. Well, the Hyksos capital was truly a melting pot of cultures, something to behold back in those Bronze Age days. Under their rule, Egypt's isolation ended. The Nile Kingdom became a participant in the interconnected Bronze Age world. Daily life technology also saw a few new improvements. The Hyksos likely introduced the vertical loom for weaving, which increased the production of linen textiles. They brought the potter's wheel of Near Eastern style, improving pottery manufacturing speed and quality. Even music was enriched. The Hyksos introduced new musical instruments like the lyre and the lute, instruments previously known in Asia, which soon appeared in Egypt's musical repertoire. In adopting these innovations, Egyptians absorbed techniques and elements that would become integral to their culture. Somewhat ironically, the tools and techniques that the Hyksos brought would later be used by native Egyptians to build a stronger state and drive the Hyksos out, but we'll get to that later. Culturally and religiously, the Hyksos both imitated and also clashed with the Egyptian norms. They took Egyptian royal titles and throne names. For example, the Hyksos king Apophis, or Apepi, adopted the throne name Awosere, honoring the sun god Re in the pharaonic style. They employed Egyptians in their bureaucracy and restored temples, striving to legitimize their rule. Yet they maintained aspects of their own identity. Notably, the Hyksos favored the worship of the Canaanite storm god Baal, whom they identified with the Egyptian god Set. Now, Set or Seth, a deity of chaos, deserts, and foreign lands, had long been venerated in the Delta. Under Hyksos patronage, Seth, syncretized with Baal, became preeminent at Avaris, even as Thebes in the south championed Amun. This religious divide seems to have fueled a bit of antipathy. To devout Egyptians, the Hyksos elevation of Seth, the notorious brother who slew Osiris in myth, cast the foreigners out as impious usurpers. Tensions were so high that later folklore recounted a tale, the Hippopotamus affair, illustrating Hyksos' arrogance. King Apophis allegedly sent an absurd message to Sekenenri Tau of Thebes, complaining that sacred hippos in Thebes were bellowing so loudly that they kept him awake in far-off Avaris. A fanciful story, surely a later parody, but it showed the Hyksos' presumption to dictate terms with the Thebans, and it satirized the disconnect between the two realms. So we can say, in no uncertain terms, that Hyksos' rule was a time of cultural hybridity. They were foreign rulers, trying to act Egyptian, but the Egyptians never really accepted them as legitimate. And of course, after a little while, a confrontation was going to break out. Now in Upper Egypt, the native Egyptian 17th dynasty at Thebes was chafing under the Hyksos dominion. Initially, these Theban princes paid tribute to the Hyksos kings in the north, effectively coexisting, but uneasily so. But as the Hyksos decades wore on, Theban resolve began to stiffen. Nationalist sentiment, the desire to restore Egyptian rule from the Delta to Nubia, grew stronger and stronger. By around 1600, Thebes was ready to rebel. The conflict that followed is often called the Wars of Liberation. a patriotic struggle, later celebrated as a great turning point. The opening salvo came from the pharaoh Seqenenre-Tao II, also known as the Brave. Little is recorded in texts about his campaigns, but physical evidence tells a pretty good story. Seqenenre's mummy was discovered with horrifying head wounds, a massive gash on his forehead, a crushed cheek and nose, and axe and dagger cuts on the side of his head. Well, certainly doesn't look like an accident. The injuries certainly suggest that he died violently, likely in battle against the Hyksos. His arms were possibly bound at death. They were not found crossed in the usual mummification pose, hinting that he may have been captured and executed. The mummy was hastily and poorly embalmed, as if Thebans had to bury their king in a rush amid the wartime chaos. Seqenenre-Tao became a martyr for Egyptian freedom. In legend, he died heroically on the front line, an image that fueled the determination of his successors. Well, indeed, later generations hailed his sacrifice. His brutal death was the spark that ignited the full-scale revolt. Seqenenre's son, Kamose, took up the cause next. Kamose was the last king of the 17th dynasty, and a fiery leader, proud to be a ruler who savaged his enemies. Two inscribed Kamose stelae from Karnak in Thebes preserve rare first-person accounts of this war. Kamose describes convening his council and venting outrage that Egypt was divided between a foreign Hyksos king in the north and a Nubian king, i.e. the Kushite ruler, in the south. Quote, "I cannot sit idle while an Asiatic, i.e. a Hyksos, and a Nubian divide the land between them, with each man holding a slice of Egypt." This passionate sentiment shows Kamose's nationalist zeal. He saw it as his duty to reunify the two lands. In year 3 of his reign, Kamose launched a surprise attack northward. His chronicle gleefully recounts falling upon the Hyksos territory like a falcon. Kamose's forces struck into Middle Egypt, capturing the city of Nefruse and slaughtering its Hyksos garrison. He boasts of burning towns and cutting down those who collaborated with the invaders. One particularly dramatic episode from Kamose's second stela tells of how his soldiers intercepted a messenger bearing a letter from the Hyksos king Apophis to the king of Kush. In this letter, Apophis begged the Nubian to form an alliance and attack the Thebans from the south, while the Hyksos struck from the north. Kamose used this as propaganda to show that treachery was encircling Egypt. Quote, "See, the Asiatic asks the Nubian to pin us and divide our land." End quote. He proudly reports punishing both foes brutally, capturing the Hyksos leader, defeating a Nubian force at the cataract of the Nile, and even raiding as far north as the outskirts of Avaris itself. The Hyksos ought to be getting quite nervous at this point. Well, Kamose's campaign sowed panic in Avaris. According to his inscriptions, the Hyksos ruler Apophis hunkered down behind his walls like a terrified jackal. I love that Egyptian terminology. Kamose claims to have, quote, "drenched the delta with the blood of Asiatics," and to have seized many ships and rich spoils. However, Kamose's victories, while real, were certainly not final. The second stela breaks off just as Kamose seems to approach Avaris. It's likely that he never took the Hyksos capital. Kamose died, perhaps in battle or possibly of other causes, before completing the war, which is a shame because he was so close. But it wasn't over yet. The task of ultimate liberation fell to his younger brother, Thutmose I. Nonetheless, Kamose's bold strikes had set off momentum. He had shown that the Hyksos were not invincible and had cut off any southern alliance. The Thebans would fight on. So, with Thutmose I, the founder of the 18th dynasty, the war really reached its climax. You see, Thutmose was probably quite young when he inherited the throne after Kamose, perhaps only a teenager, ruling under the guidance of his formidable mother, Queen Mentuhotep. But he quickly proved to be an energetic and visionary leader. You see, Thutmose understood that to secure Egypt, it was not enough to push the Hyksos back. He had to completely annihilate their power and chase them out of the country entirely. Armed with the new military technology that the Hyksos had ironically introduced, the chariots, the bronze, and the composite bows, Thutmose rebuilt the Theban army into a formidable force. Yeah, very ironic, wielding the Hyksos' own innovations against them. The decisive confrontation came with the siege of Avaris around 1550. Thutmose and his army went north to the delta and hit the stronghold of the Hyksos. The siege of Avaris was a grueling affair. This was a heavily fortified city with massive earthen ramparts, made even more complex by the waterways of the delta. Egyptian sources describe battles on both land and rivers. We have a priceless first-hand account from Thutmose, the son of Abana, a naval officer under the king, inscribed in his tomb at El-Kab. He reports that he fought bravely at Avaris, even killing 2 Hyksos with his own hands, for which the king awarded him with the Gold of Valor, a high honor of golden necklaces for courage. After intense fighting, Avaris fell to Thutmose's forces. The Hyksos capital was sacked. Thutmose, the son of Abana, records that he was granted numerous slaves and loot from the victory. This was a momentous triumph. The invaders' lair was taken. But no time to celebrate. Thutmose was not finished yet. He pursued the fleeing Hyksos beyond Egypt's borders. The surviving Hyksos king, perhaps Kamudi, the successor of Apophis, and his army retreated northeast into Canaan, aiming to regroup at their fortress of Sharuhen in the Negev or southern Palestine. Demonstrating unprecedented strategic foresight, Thutmose refused to leave this enemy refuge intact. Determined to neutralize the threat entirely, he marched across the Sinai, marking the first time in centuries an Egyptian ruler led troops into Asia. Thutmose laid siege to Sharuhen, and according to tradition, it lasted 3 years. The long siege eventually succeeded. Sharuhen was stormed, and the last Hyksos holdouts were crushed. This was more than just revenge. It signaled a profound shift in Egyptian policy. Never again would Egypt tolerate a hostile power on its doorstep. Thutmose's campaign northeast inaugurated Egypt's new forward defense strategy. So, by about 1549, Thutmose had completed the expulsion of the Hyksos, and ultimately reunited Upper and Lower Egypt under his rule. In doing so, he officially ended the Second Intermediate Period, and began the New Kingdom, often dubbed Egypt's Empire Age. The victory was sweet, but the war was costly. Thutmose needed to consolidate his hold and prevent any resurgence of chaos. He moved swiftly to secure the borders. In the delta, he rebuilt and fortified sites that had long been neglected, and possibly found a new capital zone at Memphis to control the north. In the south, Thutmose turned his attention to Nubia, where an independent Kushite kingdom at Kerma had grown powerful during Egypt's weakness. In fact, Nubia had even allied with the Hyksos at times. So Thutmose remembered that, and he was seeking a bit of retribution. He led campaigns southward to reclaim Egypt's lost forts and the gold-rich lands in Nubia. Ahmose, the son of Ibana, mentions accompanying the king on 3 campaigns in Nubia, crushing rebellions there. The king reoccupied the old Middle Kingdom fortress of Buhen near the Second Cataract, and chased the ruler of Kush further south. Although full of conquest of Nubia would be completed by his successors, Ahmose laid the groundwork, bringing Lower Nubia back under Egyptian sway. Back at home, he took important reforms to rebuild the country. He reopened temples that had been damaged or closed under Hyksos rule. He restored traditional cults, notably elevating Amun of Thebes, the patron god of the Liberation War, to supreme prominence. He granted rewards to those who had helped him. Tomb biographies tell us he richly endowed loyal soldiers and officers with gold, slaves, and lands of their own. One stellar honors Queen Ahotep, his mother, for rallying troops and even quelling a rebellion in Upper Egypt during his campaigns, suggesting she acted as regent and national defender. Ahmose also sought to memorialize the triumph. He erected a pair of victory stelae, now lost or fragmentary, that likely recounted how he smote the Asiatics and unified the 2 lands. The psychological impact of expelling the Hyksos was immense. The Egyptians had felt humiliated by a foreign occupation. Now they were victorious and vindicated. This engendered a new spirit. One scholar even dubbed it the never-again mentality. Having learned the hard lesson that isolation could invite invasion, the Egyptians resolved not to withdraw behind their deserts and rivers again. Instead, the new pharaohs would take the offensive, and as the ancient historian Manetho later summarized, the Hyksos domination was a scourge. But its end marked the start of Egypt's greatest age. Ahmose I, once he had stabilized Egypt, effectively passed the baton to a line of successors who would transform Egypt, not into a kingdom before, but now an imperial power, ensuring that no foreign foe would ever come as close again, at least in theory. With the dawn of the new kingdom, Egypt didn't just recover, it expanded. The generation after, Ahmose took the fight beyond Egypt's traditional borders, and he created buffer zones. Eventually, it turned into an empire. The driving logic was pretty clear. If potential enemies lurked abroad, it was better to subjugate or at least intimidate them before they could even threaten the Nile Valley. Security through strength, that became the policy. Additionally, conquest promised a windfall of wealth, gold, slaves, and tribute, which the victorious pharaohs could use to glorify their gods, and, well, not to mention themselves. I think perhaps that was more the point. But anyway, in the early 18th dynasty, we witness Egypt's transformation into a conquering state. Ahmose's son, Amenhotep I, who ruled from 1541 to 1520, continued many of his father's policies, though on a somewhat smaller scale. There is limited record of Amenhotep I campaigning in Asia. It seems the Hyksos remained vanquished, but he likely consolidated control over Lower Nubia, and perhaps pushed even further south. Later tradition credits Amenhotep I with founding Deir el-Medina, a workman's village for royal tomb builders, and with being a patron of the arts and architecture, suggesting a period of internal development and organization of the newly enlarged realm. Under Amenhotep I, the royal necropolis was moved to the remote Valley of the Kings, a sign that Egyptian kingship was entering a grand new era of monument building. But the imperial momentum truly picked up under the next kings, because around 1506, Thutmose I ascended to the throne. He was a general, by the way, married into the royal family. Sometimes it just works out. In any case, Thutmose proved to be a bold warrior king who greatly extended the reach of Egypt. Early in his reign, though, Nubia decided to revolt against him. Perhaps the Kushite ruler saw a new pharaoh as an opportunity to test Egypt's grip. Thutmose I responded with overwhelming force. He marched south and defeated the Nubians so decisively that, according to an officer's account, he had the body of the Nubian chief hung from the prow of his ship as he sailed back to Thebes in triumph. Now that ought to send a warning. Of course, Nubia was now unequivocally under Egyptian dominion. Just ask the guy on the front of the ship. Thutmose built a fortress at Tombos, near the Third Cataract, and appointed a viceroy of Kush, often titled King's Son of Kush, to administer Nubia as a colony. Gold from the Nubian mines began flowing north, financing Egypt's ambitions. Thutmose's greatest novelty, however, was leading Egyptian forces farther northeast than ever before. He launched a campaign into the Levant and Syria, pushing past the Sinai into territory that no Egyptian king had visited since maybe the Middle Kingdom, if ever to that extent at all. One ancient inscription claims that Thutmose I penetrated as far as Naharin, the land of the upper Euphrates in today's Syria, which was the realm of the powerful kingdom of the Mitanni. In a boast preserved on a stela, later found on the Euphrates river bank, Thutmose proclaimed that he had set up Egypt's border as far as the sunrise. He marveled at the Euphrates, calling it that inverted water that flows upstream, and commemorated crossing it. Now, while it is doubtful that Egypt permanently occupied lands so far away, these were more in-and-out raids, the symbolic value was certainly huge. No one's denying that. Thutmose wanted to show that even the distant kings of Mitanni could not consider themselves safe from Egypt's reach, so you better behave yourself. By the end of Thutmose's reign, Egypt's sphere of influence stretched from the Fourth Cataract of the Nile in the south to the Euphrates in the north. Essentially, he had founded the Egyptian Empire. This new imperial policy brought vast riches. Every campaign meant plunder and tribute. Tomb texts from Thutmose's soldiers, like that of Ahmose, the son of Abana, who served into his reign, speak of captives and cattle taken, and the gold rewards given by the king. Foreign rulers, once defeated, were often allowed to continue as tributary vassals. They sent annual tribute shipments of goods, gold and ivory from Nubia, lapis lazuli, tin, horses from Syria, cedar wood from Lebanon, wine, oils, and all sorts of fancy stuff from Canaan. Pretty nice. Egypt became the dominant economic power in the region, and no one was denying it. Thus a quick succession followed. Thutmose II, the son of Thutmose I, possibly a weaker king ruling briefly, kept the status quo. There was a minor revolt in Nubia in his time, but they very quickly suppressed that one. But his reign was short, and is mostly overshadowed by the dramatic reign of his queen. Yes, we finally get there. Well, upon Thutmose II's death around 1479, royal succession took a pretty unusual turn. The next legitimate male heir, Thutmose III, was just a little kid, the son of Thutmose II by a secondary wife. That makes things a little bit complicated. Power initially passed into the hands of Hatshepsut, the daughter of Thutmose I and widow of Thutmose II. Hatshepsut first acted as a regent for her stepson, but within a few years, she made a rather extraordinary decision. She crowned herself Pharaoh. Well, this made Hatshepsut one of the very few women to rule Egypt as king in her own right, and she did so for about 2 decades. Her reign is quite fascinating. You'll see. At first, some might have seen Hatshepsut as an interim placeholder. Just wait for the kid to grow up and she'll be out of the way. But it didn't really work out like that, didn't it? She deftly consolidated her authority, and quite bravely so. To justify her unprecedented role as a female pharaoh, she also employed religious and ideological propaganda on a grand scale. One strategy was to claim divine endorsement. In reliefs adorning her magnificent mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri, Hatshepsut decided, or rather depicted, the story of her own divine birth. These scenes show how the god Amun himself, visiting Hatshepsut's mother, Queen Thutmose, in the guise of the king, conceived Hatshepsut. Thus, she asserted that she was literally begotten by Amun, and therefore predestined to rule. Another tactic was to emphasize her lineage and the will of her father. Inscriptions like the one at Speos Artemidos Chapel have her proclaim that Thutmose I made her his chosen successor. Now, whether that is true or not doesn't really matter at this point. The narratives lent her reign legitimacy, a legitimacy that it sorely needed. It kind of made it look like she wasn't a usurper, but rather the gods and her father's chosen heir. And generally that's not something you can really argue against in ancient Egyptian terms. So Hatshepsut, astutely balanced male and female symbolism in her kingship. In artwork, as years went by, she was often depicted in the full regalia of a male pharaoh, wearing the royal kilt, the nemes headcloth, and even a false beard. Her statues sometimes show a idealized male body shape, though inscriptions still use the feminine word endings for her. She adopted the throne name Mart Kare, that is, Mart, or rather truth, is the Ka of Re, and often she was called the female Horus, signaling that though a woman, she fulfilled the role of the Horus king. Yet Hatshepsut did not erase her identity as a great queen. In fact, in the early years, she stressed titles like God's wife of Amun, her position as a high priestess of Amun, which gave her quite a lot of clout. Overall, she managed to protect an image of a legitimate monarch who brought Mart to after a time of potential dynastic uncertainty. And yes, her reign was remarkably peaceful, and, well, equally prosperous. While earlier pharaohs gloried in battles, she had a more inward focus. Internal development, economic expeditions, and grand construction projects. She famously declared, "I have restored that which was ruins." And indeed, she undertook restorations of temples neglected since the Hyksos period, portraying her rule as, well, a time of renaissance. Her building program was ambitious. She raised monumental obelisks at Karnak. One towering obelisk of hers, almost 30 meters tall, still actually stands. It's one of the largest ever carved. But most splendidly, she built the temple of Deir al-Bahri, which in that time was called Djeser Djeseru, against the cliffs of western Thebes. A terraced masterpiece of architecture, that is for sure. On its walls, reliefs recount her accomplishments, not least of which was her famous expedition to Punt. Now, speaking of Punt, the expedition to that land around year 9 of her reign is perhaps one of her crowning achievements. showing her focus on trade and diplomacy instead of war. Punt was an exotic land, likely on the Red Sea coast of Africa, perhaps today's Eritrea or Somalia, that Egyptians prized as a source of incense, myrrh, frankincense, ebony, ivory, and of course exotic animals. Previous pharaohs had sporadically traded with Punt, but Hatshepsut's mission is the best recorded. She had a fleet of ships sail down the Red Sea, returning with treasures. The Punt reliefs at Deir el-Bahri show marvelous scenes. The Egyptian ships laden with cargo, Puntites bringing gold and ebony and all of their treasures, even live baboons as gifts. The Queen of Punt is even depicted, portrayed with rolls of fat, a sign of wealth, one of the earliest depictions of sub-Saharan African people in Egyptian art. Hatshepsut's artists were proud of capturing the lush landscape of this new land, with houses on stilts amid the incense trees. The texts joyously list how Hatshepsut's envoy returned with marvels, and how the queen personally ground up frankincense to make coal eyeliner, claiming the first known use of incense resin as a cosmetic. The Punt expedition was more than just a trading venture. It was propaganda for Hatshepsut's wise and benevolent rule, and it showed the gods favored her with riches from afar. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Look at all the gold and leopard skins they brought back, right? While often characterized, however, as a pacifist, Hatshepsut was not adverse to flexing military muscle if needed. Now, evidence is scant, but there are hints of at least one Nubian campaign under her reign. A carving in Nubia, and references by her officials, suggest that she might have dispatched an army to quell unrest in Kush. She also sent expeditions to mine turquoise in Sinai, and possibly a foray into southern Canaan. However, there were no major wars of conquest under Hatshepsut, a notable departure from her predecessors, that's for sure. Instead, Egypt under her enjoyed stability, good trade, and really good art. The wealth accumulated would later fuel military adventures when her co-regent and successor Thutmose III took full power, but we'll get to him in a minute. In any case, you can't imagine Hatshepsut without noting her ingenious handling of the legitimacy challenges. Some within the court may have objected to a woman wielding full pharaonic authority, but Hatshepsut relied on key allies. One was Senenmut, her close advisor, and of course rumored by some to be her lover, which we don't really know. It's unproven. We can't really say much for it. It's hard to prove that now, anyway. Senenmut, a commoner who rose to great influence, oversaw many of her projects and tutored her daughter, Neferure. Another was Ineni, an architect who had served her father. He helped smooth the transition. Ineni's tomb inscription tactfully notes that Thutmose III's kingship, or rather, tactfully notes Thutmose III's kingship, but says Hatshepsut, quote, handled the affairs of state. The two lands were under her command, end quote. Now that suggests the arrangement was known and accepted among the elites. And indeed, Hatshepsut maintained Thutmose III's co-regency fiction for many years. Inscriptions often listed her as king and him as the junior co-king. She kept Thutmose III in the royal loop, training him, perhaps as a military leader. This careful balance likely avoided a civil clash. Only 3 years after her death did Thutmose III have some of her names and images discreetly removed, perhaps an attempt to reaffirm a conventional line of kings. But it didn't really matter. By then, Hatshepsut had already proven that a capable ruler is defined by deeds, not gender. She left Egypt at her death as a strong and wealthy kingdom, one poised for further glory. When Hatshepsut died in 1458, Thutmose III finally assumed the sole role, ready for the big job, and he wasted little time in reminding absolutely everyone that the blood of warriors flowed in his veins. Thutmose III, sometimes called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, is renowned as the greatest military pharaoh of the New Kingdom. During his long reign, almost 54 years including co-regency, he led a record number of campaigns, traditionally 17 of them, vastly expanding Egypt's empire in the Levant and cementing its superpower status. Under Thutmose III, Egypt reached a territorial zenith, and pharaonic armies became the masters of Syria and Canaan. The moment Hatshepsut was gone, several Canaanite vassals who had been restive under Egyptian oversight took their chance to cause a bit of trouble. Rebellions broke out. In particular, the city-state of Kadesh, a powerful fortress in southern Syria, galvanized a coalition of Syrian and Canaanite princes to defy Egypt. Thutmose III responded in year 22 of his reign, the first year he ruled alone, that is, by launching a dramatic expedition into Asia. The details of this campaign are minutely recorded in Thutmose's annals described on the walls of Karnak Temple, making it the earliest well-documented battle in history. The target was the city of Megiddo in Canaan, where the rebel forces had gathered. Thutmose marched his army, which included infantry, charioteers, and auxiliaries out of Egypt, through Sinai into Canaan, and upon approaching Megiddo, he faced a choice. The enemy expected him to take one of two easy roads, but Thutmose didn't choose either one of them. He boldly chose a narrow and hazardous mountain pass at Aruna to surprise them. The risk paid off. His army emerged at the plain of Megiddo, catching the Canaanite coalition completely off guard. He personally led the charge in his chariot at the Battle of Megiddo in 1457. The Egyptian forces routed the rebels on the field. So sudden was the victory that the fleeing enemy princes scrambled into Megiddo's fortified city, and the Egyptians, busy plundering the camp, failed to close the gates in time. Megiddo had to be besieged instead, a siege that lasted about 7 months. But ultimately, Megiddo surrendered to Thutmose, marking a turning point. An oft-cited line from his annals proclaims, "The capture of Megiddo is the capture of 1,000 cities." In other words, this single victory toppled all major resistance in a single blow. Indeed, after Megiddo's fall, the rebellious chieftains came prostrate to Thutmose, even sending out their children and treasure as tokens of submission. The pharaoh spared their lives, but took hostages and treasure aplenty. Hundreds of chariots, suits of bronze, armor, and vast quantities of loot. Now the list actually has it pretty precise. It mentions 340 prisoners, 2,041 horses, 924 chariots, thousands of cattle, a treasure of gold, bronze, and fine cloves. Pretty good for a day. Not bad at all in terms of hauls. Thutmose III did something shrewd, however. He installed the defeated princes back into their cities as client kings, but took their sons to Egypt to be raised at court. By educating these foreign princes in waiting in Egypt's ways, and effectively holding them as hostages, Thutmose ensured the loyalty of the next generation of vassals, a practice that helped bind the empire together. But Megiddo was just the beginning of Thutmose's campaigns. Year after year he led expeditions north. Egyptian armies crossed the Orontes River, pushed into what is now Lebanon and Syria, and even confronted the rising empire of Mitanni, east of the Euphrates. In year 33, Thutmose undertook his boldest stroke yet. He led a flotilla of boats to cross the Euphrates River. He even dismantled them and carried them over land, taking the fight to the homeland of the Mitanni. He set up a victory stela alongside the one his grandfather Thutmose I had left, proudly reaffirming the reach of Egypt. There were likely battles with Mitannian forces, though details are scant. At one point, though, Thutmose boasted of driving into the waters of the Euphrates in pursuit of his enemies, shooting arrows at them as they swam. Though Egypt did not conquer Mitanni outright, the show of force compelled Mitanni's king to temporarily retreat, leaving the Syrian city-states under Egyptian dominance. By the end of Thutmose's campaigns, the Egyptian empire stretched from Nubia to the northern Levant. In the south, Thutmose had also been active. He quelled a serious rebellion in Nubia during his 23rd year, afterward brutally punishing the rebels. One Nubian chief's body was hung on the city wall of Napata, according to an inscription by Amenhotep, one of Thutmose's officers. So Nubia was fully subjugated, up to the Fourth Cataract, and colonized with Egyptian administrators. In the north, Egypt now controlled Canaan outright, and had vassal overlordship over the princelings of Syria as far as the vicinity of the great Euphrates bend. The Levantine cities paid annual tribute. Timber, wine, grain, cattle, and precious goods, they all poured into Egypt. Thutmose III celebrated his victories by dedicating piles of tribute and booty to Amun. He enlarged the temple of Amun at Karnak using his wealth from Asia, even listing the exotic plants and animals he had collected abroad. He was proud to have transplanted foreign flora into temple gardens. Quite fancy indeed. Thutmose III was not just a warrior. He was a strategic empire builder. To secure control, he garrisoned key towns and built fortresses along supply routes. The ways of Horus in Sinai were dotted with wells and forts for safe passage of troops. But he also fostered loyalty by rewarding his faithful allies. In one case, the king of Byblos in Lebanon remained a steadfast Egyptian supporter, and Thutmose treated him generously. A mix of carrot and stick, I suppose. We also see a diplomatic overture late in Thutmose's reign. Peace with Mitanni was eventually sought. After years of inconclusive fighting, envoys passed between Thebes and Washukani, that is, Mitanni's capital, laying groundwork for a détente that his successors would work to finalize in later years. In any case, by the time Thutmose III died in 1425, Egypt was at its apex of power. He had earned enduring fame. Scribes later revered him as the model of a conquering king. The annals at Karnak, extolling his campaigns, were copied and studied by military officers for generations. Yet despite all his warring, Egypt under Thutmose III was stable and flourishing on the home front. He too invested in monumental construction, building new pylons at Karnak, and a fabulous festival hall, erecting numerous temples across Egypt and Nubia as well. His reign exemplified the new kingdom's imperial high point, aggressive expansion abroad, rich tributes filling the treasuries, and correspondingly grand achievements in art, architecture, and culture. But one cannot help but imagine the pride of the Egyptians of the time. After having expelled the hated Hyksos, their armies were now victorious, marching across the lands from which the Hyksos had once come. The narrative had completely flipped. Egypt was no longer the prey, but very much the predator on the world stage. The decades following Thutmose III continued the pattern of a mighty and wealthy Egypt, though with subtle shifts from constant warfare, back to maintaining and enjoying the empire they had earned. Thutmose's son, Amenhotep II, reigning 1427 to 1401, had to deal with some uprisings in Syria after his father's passing. Amenhotep II proved to be a formidable warrior and, quite a boaster in his own right. He launched swift campaigns into Syria to suppress revolts, capturing several princes, and in a chilling display of might, he had 7 rebellious princes executed and hung their bodies on the walls of Thebes. One body he sent down to Nubia, hanging it on the city gate of Napata, showing those southern subjects the fate of the northern rebels. Such brutality aside, he also liked to advertise his physical prowess in more theatrical ways. In one inscription, he bragged of shooting arrows through thick copper targets while driving his chariot at full gallop, and of single-handedly rowing a boat faster than 200 crewmen. I don't know how many people really believe that. They're almost folkloric in their nature, aren't they? But those anecdotes of strength were meant to overawe the subjects and foreigners alike. It was meant to project the image of a superhuman king. Well, under Amenhotep II, Egypt's empire remained intact, and perhaps for the first time treaties or understandings with the Mitanni began to take shape. Indeed, after Amenhotep II's punitive commands, the later part of his reign was quieter, suggesting that a balance of power with Mitanni was emerging, slowly but surely. Thutmose IV, Amenhotep's son, reigning 1401 to 1391, continued the trajectory toward diplomacy. A famous artifact from his early life, the Dream Stele at the Great Sphinx of Giza, recounts how as a young prince, Thutmose fell asleep in the shadow of the Sphinx. In a dream, the Sphinx, personified by the god Horem-Akhet, promised him kingship if he cleared the sand covering it. Well, Thutmose IV did so, and lo and behold, he became pharaoh, erecting the stele to credit divine legitimacy. Now the story hints that Thutmose IV might not have been the obvious heir. Perhaps there was an elder brother who died. We're not sure. So perhaps he sought validation from the gods. As pharaoh, in any case, Thutmose IV is notable for establishing peace with Mitanni. He cemented a diplomatic alliance by marrying a Mitannian princess, a remarkable thaw given a generation earlier. Mitanni was, Egypt's sworn foe. And this alliance benefited both powers, as it stabilized Syria against the rising threat of the Hittites in Anatolia. With his northern borders now largely peaceful, Thutmose could afford to invest in culture and building rather than killing foreigners. His reign was relatively short, but paved the way for an unprecedented era of affluence and international prestige under his son, Amenhotep III. Now, he reigned from 1390 to 1353, and he marked the zenith of the early New Kingdom, a true golden age of Imperial Egypt. By Amenhotep III's time, Egypt had enjoyed nearly a century of dominance. The empire in Nubia and the Levant was secure, and immense wealth flowed into the royal coffers every year. Amenhotep III, ascending the throne as a youth around the age of 12, leveraged his stability to become one of the most opulent and celebrated kings in Egyptian history. He reigned for about 38 years, mostly peaceful, and he earned epithets like Amenhotep the Magnificent. Now, internationally, he presided over an era of peace through diplomacy. Instead of leading armies into battle, he corresponded with fellow great kings of the age, the rulers of Mitanni, Babylon, Assyria, and Hatti, as equals in a kind of club of superpowers. The Amun letters, clay tablets of diplomatic correspondence, many from Amenhotep's later years and his sons, reveal a lively exchange of gifts and courtesies. For example, Amenhotep III married several foreign princesses, notably Gilukepa, and later her niece Tadukepa of Mitanni, cementing ties between the two former rivals. When he took the Mitannian princess, it was a grand international affair. Mitanni's king sent a lavish dowry, including a statue of the goddess Ishtar to bless the marriage. Babylon's king likewise sought marriages and sent gifts, though famously Amenhotep politely refused to send an Egyptian princess abroad, stating, quote, "No daughter of Egypt has ever been given to a foreign king," a point of national pride. For these letters depict Amenhotep III as a kind of cosmopolitan diplomat, treating foreign kings as brothers and exchanging gold in enormous quantities. Egypt was the main source of gold, so Amenhotep often had to fend off incessant requests for more gold from the eager allies. The wealth under Amenhotep III was simply unparalleled. Egypt controlled the rich Nubian gold mines. By now, the viceroy of Kush regularly dispatched large quantities of gold tribute. One sign of Amenhotep's opulence is a series of large commemorative scarabs he issued to broadcast notable events. One lion hunt scarab, as it's catalogued, declares that the king, in the first 10 years of his reign, personally killed 102 lions, a boast of prowess and a king's leisure activity on the wild frontiers. Another famous scarab celebrates the construction of a majestic artificial lake for his chief queen Tai in the royal palace city. The text on this lake scarab describes how the lake, 3,600 cubits by 600 cubits in size, was dug in Tai's hometown, and how the king rode a barge named the Aten Gleams on its waters during a festival. This shows not only the king's wealth, but also the deep devotion he had to Queen Tai, his great and beloved royal wife, who, by the way, was a commoner by birth but exceptionally influential in court. Amenhotep even took the unusual step of naming Tai as his equal on official inscriptions, and foreign leaders corresponded with her too, another sign of her stature. Amenhotep III's reign saw a boom in monumental architecture and art, thanks to the resources at hand. He initiated colossal building projects. At Thebes, he built the immense Luxor Temple, dedicated to Amun and to his own divine kingship. He expanded Karnak with the new shrines and statuary, including hundreds of statues of the goddess Sekhmet. On the west bank of Thebes, he constructed the largest mortuary temple ever built in Egypt, a sprawling complex fronted by the colossi of Memnon, two 18-meter tall seated statues of himself. And actually, they still stand today. So if you're dropping by on your way to work, maybe go visit. Though that temple is mostly ruined, later pharaohs reused the stone. In its heyday, it was called House of Millions of Years of Amenhotep III. And, well, I think quite fittingly so. But he also built lavish palaces. His palace at Malkata, near Thebes, was like a small city of its own. It had lakeside villas, gardens, colorful frescoed walls. In Nubia, he built or expanded temples at Soleb and Sedenga, showcasing the Egyptian power deep in that region. Artists, during his reign, achieved a refinement and grace in sculpture and relief. Some of the portrait statues of Amenhotep III and Tai, with serene, almost smiling faces, are the real masterpieces of Egyptian art, reflecting a confident and wealthy society. Fascinatingly, Amenhotep III began to identify himself with the solar deity in novel ways. He called himself the dazzling sun disk in some contexts, and as mentioned, he even named the royal boat the Aten Gleams. The Aten, the sun disk, was traditionally an aspect of the sun god. Under Amenhotep III, solar worship grew in prominence. For instance, at his Jubilee festivals, which he held 3 of, celebrating 30 years of reign and beyond, he presented himself as a divine ruler in the sun's image. Statues show him with the sun's rays or as a youthful solar god. All this is an intriguing foreshadowing, because the next pharaoh would take solar worship really to the next level. By the end of Amenhotep III's reign, around 1353, Egypt was incomparably rich, and it was also at peace. The empire stretching from the fourth cataract of the Nile to the borders of the Hittite realm in Syria was very secure. Tribute and trade made the royal nobility decadent by any ancient standard. Gold was said to be as common as dirt. One could say that Egypt had become the world's preeminent power of the time, with Thebes as a radiant capital of splendor. But it's against that backdrop and complacency that we arrive at a very dramatic juncture. The king's eldest son had died young, so Amenhotep III was succeeded by his younger son, Amenhotep IV, and this young successor would soon take the name Akhenaten, and he would launch one of history's most startling religious and cultural revolutions. If Amenhotep III's era was the high noon of Egyptian classical religion and power, Akhenaten would attempt to turn that world completely upside down. He would replace Amun with a new sole god, the Aten, relocating the capital, and radically he would alter art and society. It was as if, after Egypt had attained supreme might and prosperity, the great disruption was inevitable. The empire was rich, seemingly invincible, yet within its royal house germinated ideas that would challenge the very foundations of this tradition. So as we close up Part 3, Egypt stands at the pinnacle of its glory. But the winds of change are blowing in that royal court. The next pharaoh has come to rewrite reality itself. So once again we ask the question, how is Egypt gonna get out of this one? Welcome back to our chronological history of ancient Egypt. I do hope you're enjoying the series as much as I am, and today we continue on in Part 4. So let's give us a bit of a reminder of whereabouts we are. It is the 14th century BCE, and Pharaoh Amenhotep IV, better known as Akhenaten, has done something quite unthinkable. He's taken the pantheon of ancient Egypt and thrown them all into the bin. Now, he wants a single deity to worship called the Aten, and he's crossing his fingers that everybody is going to go along with him. A religious revolution, upending centuries of tradition and shaking Egyptian society to its core. Yet even as Akhenaten's solar cult blazes in the new city of Akhenaten, there are dark clouds that gather on the horizon. And by the end of this era, 1069 BCE, Egypt and its neighbors will be caught in the late Bronze Age collapse, the perfect storm of invasions, economic breakdown, climate crisis, and unwelcome strangers, bringing down once mighty empires. So, in Part 4 today, we're pretty much going from 1353 to 1069 BCE. Of course, we're going to concentrate on Akhenaten and all of that stuff first, and yes, we will get to the broader collapse at the end. So, good to have you with me, and let's begin. So we have the general situation with Akhenaten, but in detail, this starts around 1353. That is when Amenhotep IV, who would later change his name to Akhenaten, ascended the throne of Egypt. And at first, it was pretty normal. He seemed like any other ruler of the prosperous 18th dynasty. What could go wrong? But within a few years, he embarked on his bold experiment. Now, he changed his name to Akhenaten, which actually means beneficial to Aten. There's a few different translations, but that's the one we're going with. And he proclaimed that the Aten, being the sun disk, was not just the supreme god, but essentially the only god. At least the only god worthy of worship. So think about that traditional pantheon. You've got Amun, Ra, Ta, Osiris, Horus, all the others. Well, they were all cast aside. Temples of other deities were closed down, and the worship of Aten, a form of the sun god, became the state-sponsored cult. Akhenaten built a completely new capital in Middle Egypt called Akhenaten, which is the modern Tel El Amarna. Of course, the whole city was dedicated to Aten, and, well, it was designed with that in mind. There, and his great wife Nefertiti presided over a strikingly different royal court and religion. In art and inscriptions from this Amarna period, we see a dramatic shift in style and theology. The royal family is depicted as more like a naturalistic and intimate style. Akhenaten himself is shown with a rather distinctive elongated face, holding his daughters tenderly under the life-giving rays of the Aten. And, of course, we can't really ignore the elephant in the room of those hips, that strange body shape that he has. You've seen the statues. Now gone are the images of Egypt's old gods. Only the sun disk with its extended rays, each ray ending in a tiny hand symbolically offering life, dominate the temple reliefs now. Certainly a big shake-up. Things had changed extremely quickly. The ruler snapping his fingers and just saying, "Nope, this is how it's going to be now, because I like it this way." Now, this doesn't mean that all of the people played along with this. We'll get to a bit more of that later. But in terms of Akhenaten's theology, as glimpsed in texts like the Great Hymn to the Aten, it was pretty radical. In this admittedly beautiful hymn, probably composed by the king or his scribes, the Aten is praised as the sole creator and sustainer of life. A line from the hymn goes like, "O sole God, like whom there is no other, thou didst create the world according to thy desire, whilst thou wert alone." End quote. Well, lines like that, they sound strikingly much like later monotheistic prayers. And indeed, the hymn marvels at Aten's universal power over nature, people, and foreign lands alike. Aten's religious revolution has often earned him the title of the heretic pharaoh, and in perhaps a more kind way, history's first monotheist. At least what we know of. I'm sure there were plenty of other ones that were buried. Well, it is important, however, to critically consider what we can actually prove about Atenism versus the later storytelling. Contemporary evidence, the inscriptions, temple remains, and cuneiform letters from Akhenaten, show that Akhenaten clearly elevated the Aten above all and forbade the worship of other gods. For example, the name of Amun was hacked out in many places, and even the plural word gods was often defaced, indicating a push toward a more exclusive devotion to the one deity. The Aten was presented not just as a supreme deity, but essentially the sole divine force behind all life. However, whether Akhenaten was truly a philosophical monotheist in the way that we think of the concept today, that is a debate. Some scholars argue that he was more henotheistic, i.e. worshipping one god exclusively without outright denying others' existence. We do know that Akhenaten styled himself as the Aten's chosen intermediary. Only he and his family could directly know the Aten. Everyone else just worshipped the Aten through the person of the pharaoh, kind of like some sort of cosmic middleman. In effect, Atenism made the king the singular high priest of a one-god cult, centralizing religious power in the pharaoh's person more than ever. So what exactly drove the revolution? Well, that remains one of Egypt's great mysteries. Some have suggested he was a religious visionary, genuinely convinced of the oneness of the Aten. But then there's a few political motives that come into play. Maybe curbing the enormous influence and wealth of Amun's priesthood by cutting off their cult. Remember, his father Amenhotep III had enjoyed a long and lavish reign where the cult of Amun at Thebes was very powerful. By upending Amun's worship, Akhenaten may have been attempting to re-centralize power. And also, there might have been an ideological sort of angle at play. Atenism emphasized Ma'at, the cosmic order, under one universal god, possibly an appealing concept amid the complexities of a vast empire. But we have to be careful about the later spin on Akhenaten. For many generations after his death, Egyptian official memory condemned him completely. Later texts refer to him not by his name, but as the rebel or the enemy Akhenaten, as if he were a criminal of some sort, not a pharaoh. So you can see his approval rating was quite low. His images and cartouches were chiseled out in systematic damnatio memoriae. And this means that almost all that we know of Akhenaten's true beliefs comes from the remains at Amarna itself, discovered by archaeologists in the 19th and 20th centuries, rather than any Egyptian chronicles that were written afterward. There was no ancient historian praising Akhenaten. Quite the opposite, his successors tried to erase him. And if there was a historian praising him at the time, well, he probably would have gotten erased too. Well, what about the primary sources then? What do they say? Aside from the Aten hymns, we're lucky enough to have the Amarna letters, a trove of clay tablets found in the remains of Akhenaten's royal archives. These letters are mostly correspondence between the Egyptian court and foreign kings or vassal rulers in Canaan and Syria. They give us a rare glimpse of Egypt's international relations during Akhenaten's reign, and indirectly, they reveal a few things about his priorities. The picture that emerges is not, I suppose we can say it's not entirely flattering to the idealistic pharaoh. Several letters from local princes in Canaan were actually begging the pharaoh for military aid against enemies, complaining that the Egyptian garrisons were simply nowhere to be seen. In one famous letter, Abdi-Hebar, the ruler of Jerusalem, writes desperately to the king, likely Akhenaten, about the chaos in the region. Quote, "Lost are the lands of the king, my lord. The king has no lands. The Apiru have plundered all the lands of the king." End quote. Well, this and similar letters show that while Akhenaten was absorbed in his religious transformations at home, Egyptian control over its Asiatic territories was slipping away. Gangs of rebels, called Habiru or Apiru, and rival city-states were overrunning places that once obeyed the pharaoh's rule. Abdi-Hebar goes on to plead, "May the king, my lord, provide for his land. All the loyal lands of the king, my lord, have deserted. There is no garrison." Well, it appears that Akhenaten sent few or no troops at all to uphold the Egyptian authority in Canaan during this period of unrest. Perhaps his attention and resources were mostly directed towards building Akhenaten and promoting the Atenism, religion and worship of the Aten. Now, these letters are very important because they give a different angle on Akhenaten's reign than the idealized scenes in his temples. They suggest that, in practice, his revolution coincided with neglect of diplomacy and military support for vassals. One could say Egypt's international stature diminished in those years, a fact that later pharaohs had to remedy, inheriting quite a mess when they took over the job. And here we must weigh evidence versus legend, though. Later Egyptian sources from the Restoration era blamed Akhenaten for pretty much everything that was wrong. Not only religious heresy, but the breakdown of order and prosperity. For instance, a few decades on, Tutankhamun's famous restoration stela portrays the country under Akhenaten as a complete wreck. Temples were abandoned, statues of gods smashed, offerings nowhere to be found, and even a couple of military failures. It states that before Tutankhamun's reforms, quote, "The temples and the estates of the gods and goddesses, from Elephantine to the Delta, have fallen into ruin. Their shrines have become piles of rubble. The world was in chaos, and the gods had turned their backs on this land. If an army was sent to Canaan to extend the boundaries of Egypt, it would have no success." End quote. Maybe exaggerating. Clearly propagandistic, I think. It's functioning to make the king Tutankhamun look a bit better in comparison, so he and his advisors could claim credit for fixing it. It was in their interest, you see, to vilify Akhenaten's reign as a time of catastrophe brought on by this impiety. Undoubtedly, some of it is spin. However, modern evidence does suggest that Akhenaten's religious zeal did have real consequences. The art and cult drained immense resources to build the new city and temples. Traditional economic networks tied to the temple estates of Amun and others were disrupted. There is evidence of letters from priests in the old cult centers, essentially saying that they lacked supplies during this time. So, Egypt's internal economy and external empire likely did quite suffer a lot under Akhenaten's singular focus. In any case, he ruled for 17 years. By the final years, Atenism had become almost mystical. Akhenaten had even begun merging Aten and himself in what he was now depicted in art. Some reliefs show Aten's rays ending in hands that actually hold the Ankh to Akhenaten's nose, as if the only way to get to the Aten is through him. Well, after Akhenaten's death in 1336, there was a brief and still somewhat mysterious succession. It seems one or two short-lived pharaohs followed. One may have been a co-regent, perhaps Akhenaten's elder daughter or a male relative, Semenkare, and possibly Queen Nefertiti herself reigned briefly under the name Nefer-Neferuaten. The details remain a little bit murky due to the subsequent erasure of the period. But in any case, by 1332, a young boy named Tutankhaten, right, remember names will change, likely Akhenaten's son, became king. Now, think about that name, because we'll get back to it a bit later, okay? Aten's supremacy and return to the old ways was the priority now. This boy king would soon signal that. In any case, the Amarna episode was over. Egypt was ready to restore its ancient gods and get to work repairing on what had been broken. Tutankhaten assumed the throne as a child of about 9 years old. He was almost certainly the son of Akhenaten. DNA analysis of mummies in 2010 would later support that, identifying his father as the mummy from Amarna tomb KV55, probably Akhenaten. Given his youth, the real power in the kingdom lay with his advisors, notably the aged vizier Ai and the capable general Horemheb. These men had survived Akhenaten's tumultuous rule and now set about reversing the heretical revolution. One of the first symbolic steps was the change of the young king's name. Tutankhaten, the living image of Aten, was renamed to Tutankhamun, the living image of Amun, signaling the reinstatement of Amun and the throwing out of the Aten. Don't let the door hit you on the arse on the way out, as we say. Now back to the chief deity of the traditional pantheon. The court abandoned Akhenaten, or rather Akhenaten. I wish he had have given himself a name different to the city, easier to read. Well, and it effectively became a ghost city in the desert. It's not much to really see now, apparently. Well, they apparently also moved back the capitals and everything to Memphis and Thebes. Temples that had been shuttered were reopened and repaired. The cult of Amun, along with the other gods, was officially restored. Essentially, a counter-reformation was launched to erase Atenism and re-establish the old religious order. The Restoration Stela, erected in the early part of Tutankhamun's reign, perhaps authored by his advisors, spells out this agenda in pretty ambitious terms. It describes how under the previous regime the gods were neglected, and how His Majesty Tutankhamun was here to set things right. According to this inscription, the young king restored everything that was ruined and vanquished chaos from the whole land, returning Ma'at, divine order, and bringing back the good old days. It details the lamentable state of the temples before, shrines overgrown with weeds and sanctuaries as if they'd never been, the gods ignoring the pleas of good Egyptians, and then lists the king's actions to make amends. Kind of like a big to-do list, really. Tutankhamun claims to have rebuilt ruined chapels, fashioned new holy images of the gods, and replenished temple treasuries with lavish donations of gold, jewels, and cattle. Whether the boy himself had any hand in these policies is pretty doubtful, and the tone of the content strongly suggests that the guiding hand of his older statesmen like Ai or Horemheb was doing the heavy lifting. And indeed, quite intriguingly, the stela was later found to have Tutankhamun's name carved over earlier carvings, implying that Horemheb, who later became pharaoh, usurped the monument, or perhaps even originally conceived of that decree during Tutankhamun's reign. This overlap hints that Horemheb, the commander-in-chief of the army, was a central architect of the restoration program, even before he wore the crown, doing the job before the job was his, basically. No wonder they made him pharaoh. Well, as for Tutankhamun's reign, that was relatively short, about 10 years, 1332 to 1323. From the evidence that we have, it was a time of healing and realignment, rather than great military exploits or expansion, just cleaning up the mess, basically. The regime likely worked to re-solidify diplomatic ties that had frayed. For instance, correspondence with the Mitanni and Babylonian kings interrupted during Akhenaten's time may have been resumed. Letters in the Amarna archive suggest diplomatic gifts and marriages were back on the menu. In economic terms, reactivating the temples of Amun and others also meant reactivating a major sector of Egypt's wealth and bureaucracy. We might imagine the relief of priests and officials across the country as they were finally allowed to resume their traditions. Art in Tutankhamun's time moved back toward the conventional styles. The exaggerated Amarna style softened, though interestingly some Amarna influences lingered in the graceful and youthful depictions of the king. An important aspect of this period was the power behind the throne. Tutankhamun was a very young pharaoh and quite inexperienced, so the older figures were really guiding the decisions. The vizier Ai had been a close advisor, possibly even a relative of the royal family from earlier reigns, Some speculate that he was Nefertiti's father, or a high-ranking courtier under Akhenaten. Now, as for General Horemheb, he was a commander of the armies and held titles that made him the enforcer of royal authority. These two likely led the restoration of the old cults and the stabilization of the kingdom. Now, there might have been some rivalry between Ai and Horemheb, but both seem to have a vested interest in ensuring the continuity and legitimacy after the Amarna disruption. Tutankhamun's sudden death around the age of 18 or 19 is also one of those little curiosities of Egyptian history, made globally famous by the discovery of his opulent tomb in 1922 CE, but historically significant as a succession crisis. Now, here's a little quiz for you. Who discovered that tomb? If you know it, write in the comments. He left no surviving children. 2 mummified fetuses in his tomb indicate his wife, Amun, had miscarriages or stillbirths. The royal bloodline of the 18th dynasty was in jeopardy. But what happened next is intriguing. Queen Ankhesenamun, Tutankhamun's widow and a daughter of Akhenaten herself, appears to have written a desperate letter to the king of the Hittites, the rival of Egypt in the north. In the Hittite archives, we have a letter from an unnamed Egyptian queen, who was likely her, asking the Hittite king Suppiluliuma I to send one of his sons to marry her and become pharaoh, stating that she doesn't want to marry, quote, a servant, i.e. a commoner. Bit mean, but okay. Well, this extraordinary request shows how precarious the situation really was. An Egyptian queen seeking a foreign prince as a husband, well, that was pretty much unheard of. Remember, in the earlier sections, there was that old saying that the Egyptians do not send their princesses overseas. Rather, the people send their princesses to Egypt. The Hittite king did actually send a prince, though, Zananza. But he never arrived. Hittite records say he was murdered on the journey, likely by factions within Egypt that feared such an alliance. In the end, Ai took the throne next. He was an elderly man by then, possibly in his 60s or older, but he had a long resume of experience in the bureaucracy. Ai married Ankhesenamun, possibly to legitimize his rule, though no certain records of her after that letter survived. Likely she had very little choice in the matter, as, most of them had very little choice. Pharaoh Ai ruled for only about 4 years, between 1323 and 1319. During his short reign, he continued the restoration policies. We find, for example, that Ai finished the decoration of Tutankhamun's tomb and portrayed himself in the traditional role as Tutankhamun's funerary ritual organizer, asserting continuity. Ai's own tomb in the Valley of the Kings, which is WV23, is modest compared to others. It hints that his time and resources were quite limited. Upon Ai's death, the throne passed to Horemheb the General. Now, Horemheb, circa 1319 to 1292, is often considered the last pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, though he had no royal blood. He effectively was a strong man who took charge to bring a bit of stability back. Interestingly, Horemheb's approach to the recent past was to nearly obliterate it from official memory. He didn't acknowledge Tutankhamun, Ai, or Akhenaten as legitimate predecessors. In official kings' lists compiled later, for example on the walls of the temples by subsequent kings, these names are omitted completely. The list jumps from Amenhotep III, Akhenaten's father, straight to Horemheb. Thus Horemheb cast himself as the direct heir of Amenhotep III. implicitly treating Akhenaten and the others as illegitimate interlopers. In effect, he wiped the Amarna rulers from history's record, reinforcing the idea that their error was a shameful aberration best forgotten. Horemheb carried out substantial legal and administrative reforms. A famous Edict of Horemheb, inscribed on a stela at Karnak, details measures to combat corruption, such as punishing officials who extorted goods from the populace. He also reorganized the army and the government to enforce law and order. Dun dun. Yeah, likely undoing some of the laxity that he had set in under Akhenaten's rule. His reign, about 27 years, was largely spent consolidating Egypt's internal affairs and its borders, preparing the ground for a new dynasty. Horemheb didn't have a surviving son, so shortly before his death he appointed his military comrade and vizier Paramessu as his successor. Paramessu took the royal name Ramesses I, thus inaugurating the 19th dynasty. And with that, Egypt's rulership passed to a new family line, one that would produce some of the most famous pharaohs in history. The religious revolution had been quelled. The old gods were back. Egypt was poised to reassert its power abroad. And here we are at the Ramesside Age, an era of warrior kings, monumental builders, and internal diplomacy, and eventually the struggles of the end of the Bronze Age. The 19th dynasty opened with Ramesses I, a short reign, and his son Saite I, who ruled from 1290 to 1279. Now, Pharaoh Saite I was already a seasoned commander when he took power, a bit of experience, and he had energetically began re-establishing the Egyptian dominance in Syria and Canaan. Inscriptions and reliefs from Seti's reign now show campaigns against groups like the Libyans in the west and rebellious cities in the Levant. Saite I even clashed with the rising Hittite Empire over control of northern Syria, recapturing some strongholds. He also carried out great building works. For example, there was that hypostyle hall at Karnak Temple. He did that, and that's pretty good. That was completed under Seti. But also Saite I's military successes and pious restorations of temples earned him the real respect. I mean, that was mainly people's concerns. He consciously modeled himself on the warrior pharaohs of the earlier 18th dynasty like Thutmose III. And upon his death, his around 25-year-old son succeeded him. This was the king who would truly become a legend, Ramesses II. He reigned from 1279 to 1213, and this reign is often dubbed, he is often dubbed, Ramesses the Great, and for pretty good reasons. He ruled for an astonishing 66 years, and that's one of the longest reigns in Egyptian history, and his impact on Egypt's art, architecture, and collective memory is immense. Ramesses II was the consummate new kingdom pharaoh. He ticked all the boxes: a warrior, a builder, and a prolific father. He was especially busy doing that. He had over 100 children, apparently. He was also a master of propaganda. Now, early in his reign, he set out to secure Egypt's frontiers, and ultimately its prestige. The most famous military engagement came in his 5th year around 1274, at the Battle of Kadesh in Syria. This battle was against the Hittites, now Egypt's chief rival for influence in the Near East. Kadesh was a strategic city on the Orontes River. Both empires wanted control over the trade routes in that region, and they weren't going to get that by asking politely. The Battle of Kadesh deserves special attention, really, as it's the best documented military action of the ancient world in terms of contemporary accounts, and a case study in a bit of Egyptian propaganda. Ramesses' scribes and artists recorded the battle in great detail on temple walls at Karnak, Luxor, and Abu Simbel, etc., complete with lengthy poetic glorifications, known as the Poem of Pantaur, and a terse official report, the Bulletin. According to Ramesses' inscriptions, the Egyptian army was divided into 4 divisions, named Amun, Ra, Ta, and Sutek, as it advanced north. Ramesses, leading the Amun division, rushed ahead near Kadesh and camped, not realizing the Hittite king Muwatalli II had set an ambush. In Ramesses' own dramatic retelling, 2 captured enemy ships gave false information, and they lured the Egyptians into a trap. The Hittite chariot forces then surprised the Ra division, throwing the Egyptian vanguard into disarray. Ramesses II, with only his personal guard near him, suddenly found himself encircled by enemy chariots. How's Ramesses going to get out of this one? A desperate moment for sure. Ramesses, again this is how he tells it, became the man of the hour, the epic hero. He is depicted as boldly taking up his bow and making a lone charge into the mass of foes to restore the situation. In the poem of Kadesh, the pharaoh portrays himself as forsaken by his own troops, with no one standing by him, compelling him to appeal directly to the gods for aid. A famous passage has Ramesses praying to Amun in the thick of battle. Quote, "No officer was with me, no charioteer. My infantry and chariotry have abandoned me. I call to you, my father Amun. I am alone. There is none beside me. My numerous troops have deserted me. But I find that Amun's hand is more to me than 1,000,000 soldiers, more than 100,000 chariots." End quote. A vivid plea, showing how Ramesses cast himself as Amun's devoted son, miraculously saved by divine intervention. The inscriptions then recount that Amun heard Ramesses' cry and infused him with courage. Ramesses charged the Hittites like the war god Montu, scattering their chariots single-handedly. Reinforcements, the Ne'arin, perhaps mercenaries from Amuru, arrived just in time to prevent his camp from being overrun, and the battle ends with the Hittite forces, withdrawing behind the city walls. Both sides took heavy losses, and in reality the Battle of Kadesh was more of a stalemate rather than a clear victory for Ramesses, nor was it for Muwatalli. The Egyptians did not capture Kadesh. After the battle, Ramesses retreated south. The Hittites, on the other hand, failed to destroy the Egyptian army, or managed to push them out of southern Canaan. So the whole thing was really just a waste of time, and a waste of blood. But here's the thing. If you were to read only Ramesses II's account on his temple walls, well, you'd probably be led to believe that he achieved a brilliant triumph, all by his personal valor. And the propaganda element here is noteworthy. Ramesses had the Kadesh story carved and recopied in multiple temples, a sign of how important this narrative was to his image. In these scenes, he appears as a larger-than-life figure, drawing his bow from his chariot, smiting countless foes who flee before him in panic. The accompanying text, i.e. the poem, indeed credits Amun's favor for Ramesses' courage for victory. It is one of the earliest instances where we have a ruler spinning a mixed outcome as a resounding success through state propaganda. Mission accomplished, as they say. We also have the Hittite perspective from their records, and guess what? They too claimed success, emphasizing that Ramesses fled and that the Hittites had to fight off 8 subsequential Egyptian charges. The truth? Somewhere in between. The battle was, in tactical terms, pretty indecisive, but strategically it halted Egypt's advance. Ramesses eventually learned that brute force would not break Hittite power in Syria. They were going to have to use a different strategy for that. So 16 years after Kadesh, Ramesses II did something pretty extraordinary. He made peace. In year 21 of his reign, 1259, he concluded a formal Egyptian-Hittite peace treaty with the Hittite king Hattusili III, his Muwatalli's brother and successor. This treaty is the earliest known international peace agreement in history that has survived. It was engraved in hieroglyphs on temple walls in Egypt and in cuneiform on clay tablets in the Hittite archives. So we got both versions. The treaty established peace and brotherhood forever between Pharaoh Ramesses and King Hattusili. They pledged that neither would invade others' lands, and that they would come to each other's aid if attacked by third parties. Notably, the treaty even included clauses for the extradition of refugees or rebels, to avoid each side harboring dissidents from the other. The language emphasizes eternal amity. It speaks of the two rulers as great kings, and even as equals bound by oaths to the gods. To seal this new alliance, Ramesses later married a Hittite princess, the first of 2, in fact, about a decade after the treaty, and she joined his harem. Congratulations, I suppose, as a great wife. Well, imagine the same Egyptians the Hittites had been bitter enemies at Kadesh were by Ramesses' middle years, exchanging letters and calling each other brother, attending each other's family functions. We have records of cordial correspondence, and even of Hattusili congratulating Ramesses on building projects and vice versa. Now this détente was likely driven by practicality. You see, by the 1250s, both empires had different concerns. The world was changing. Hatti was pressured by rising powers and internal issues. Egypt may have faced unrest elsewhere. Diplomacy proved wiser than continued costly war, so Ramesses II secured Egypt's northern border through negotiation, marking the high point of New Kingdom diplomacy. Within Egypt, Ramesses was also busy constructing on a scale that few could match. He had an almost unmatched ego for self-monumentalization. He built a new capital in the delta called Pi Ramesses, or the House of Ramesses, filled with grand palaces and military stables. This city appears in later memory, possibly inspired by the biblical name Ramses. He completed or expanded great temples up and down the Nile. The gigantic rock-cut temples of Abu Simbel in Nubia, with 4 colossal statues of Ramesses seated, each over 20 meters high, guarding the stone temple entrance, are a testament to that desire to immortalize himself in stone. Inside Abu Simbel, reliefs again show his victory at Kadesh, in his words. There are inscriptions there that pay homage to the gods and the pharaoh's might. But Ramesses also added on to Karnak and Luxor temples in Thebes. He built the magnificent Ramesseum, his memorial temple in Thebes, and many more. It all became something of a jest, perhaps even in his time, that Ramesses would often appropriate the monuments of his predecessors. He had his names deeply carved over earlier pharaohs' inscriptions to literally overwrite their legacy with his. Because of his long reign, he could get away with this, and quite a few other things. Subsequent generations saw so many statues and reliefs bearing Ramesses that he loomed in the memory. And indeed, Ramesses II's name was revered. Even 150 years after his death, later pharaohs in Dynasty 21 still listed him as the epitome of a glorious ancestor. He lived into his early 90s, an almost superhuman longevity for that era. By the time he died around 1213, he had outlived a dozen of his own sons. One oft-cited anecdote is that many Egyptians had known no other pharaoh in their lifetime. His passing must have felt like the sun itself had set. He was buried in the Valley of the Kings in tomb KV7, and his mummy, discovered in the 19th century, shows an old man with aristocratic features, possibly the very face that once confronted the Hittites at Kadesh. The immediate succession went to his 13th son, Mentuhotep, already an elderly man in his 60s when he became pharaoh. Under Mentuhotep, reigning from 1213 to 1203, the stability of Egypt was still intact, but cracks were emerging. In year 5 of Mentuhotep's reign, around 1208, Egypt faced an invasion from the west, a coalition of Libyan tribes, joined by groups of mysterious peoples who were among the first mentions of the Sea Peoples in the Egyptian records. Mentuhotep fought a decisive battle, and he defeated the invaders. To commemorate his victory, he had inscribed a triumphal stele, often called the Mentuhotep stele or the Israel stele. Now, this granite stele is famous for a particular detail. It actually contains the earliest known mention of Israel in any ancient context. Israel is laid to waste, its seed is no more. That is the quote from that, as part of the list of subdued peoples in Canaan. Of course, they are mentioning a tribe of peoples, not some unified nation. This suggests that by Mentuhotep's time, Egypt was still campaigning and exerting influence in Canaan, encountering groups such as the Israelites there. But equally important for our focus is the mention of the defeated Sea People tribes in Mentuhotep's records. Names like Ekwesh, Shekelesh, Sherden, Teresh, and Luka appear as allies of the Libyans. These are some of the same group names that will resurface with greater force a few decades later under Ramesses III. It tells us that already by 1208, uprooted or migratory groups from the Aegean or Anatolian regions were pressing into North Africa and the Levant. The Late Bronze Age international system was under quite a lot of strain. Mentuhotep's victory bought Egypt a bit of time, but internally the royal family was fracturing. After Mentuhotep's decade, there may have been a short power struggle. One of his sons, or perhaps a usurper, Amenmesse, contested the throne briefly with another son, Seti II. Now, the details of all this are a little bit, they're a little bit hazy as well, but the late 19th dynasty did see a series of short-lived rulers. Seti II, then a young Siptah, then a queen regent, Tuosret. Now, this instability ended when a strong man of Syrian origin, Setnakte, seized power around 1186, founding the 20th dynasty. Setnakte's rule was brief, but he cleared out what he called the Asiatic intruders who caused chaos, possibly referring to some foreign mercenaries or officials who had gained influence. And so, we arrive at Setnakte's son, Ramesses III, and it's he who would face the full brunt of the Late Bronze Age crisis. So here's where things really get bad. Now, it wasn't as bad as the rest of the Bronze Age civilizations, but you'll see what I mean. By the late 12th century BCE, the entire Eastern Mediterranean was in a complete upheaval. This period, from roughly 1200 to 1150, is often termed the Late Bronze Age collapse. a time when great kingdoms and cities that stood for centuries were destroyed or abandoned in rapid succession. The Hittite empire in Anatolia fell, and their capital Hattusa was burned around 1200 to 1190. The Mycenaean Greek palace culture also collapsed. Palaces like Mycenae and Pylos were sacked or deserted. Cities in the Levant, such as Ugarit, were annihilated, and they were never reoccupied. But it wasn't just the Mediterranean. In Mesopotamia, the Kassite Babylonian dynasty was overthrown too. All across the Near East, literacy rates plummeted, and the volume of long-distance trade shrank drastically. It was like a domino effect of a civilizational crisis. All the progress that was made was just wiped away. Now, where does Egypt sit in this? Well, they were lucky, I suppose. They managed to survive the tumult. But don't think they came out completely unscathed. They were left with a few significant blows that would permanently weaken them. Pharaoh Ramesses III, reigning 1186 to 1155, is often considered the last great New Kingdom ruler, largely because of his energetic defense of Egypt against multiple invasions. He consciously modeled himself after Ramesses II, even naming his sons and cities similarly. But his reign was marked by near-constant conflict. Firstly, in the 5th year of his reign, that is 1181, he had to repel a major Libyan incursion on the western frontier of Egypt. As Mernetar had done earlier, he defeated the Libyan tribes, Meshwesh and others, who were attempting to penetrate the delta. But a far greater threat emerged from the north a few years later. In year 8, around 1177, a year immortalized by historian Eric Klein as a symbolic date for the collapse, and generally we take it as 1177, a great coalition of foreign peoples attacked Egypt by both land and sea. Now, these are known, in the plural sense, as the infamous Sea Peoples. Egyptian records, especially the detailed scenes on the texts of the walls of Ramesses III's mortuary temple at Medinet Habu, tell us about this invasion in pretty good detail. Ramesses III's inscription describes how these Sea Peoples had already ravaged other great lands, and this was before they even got to the borders of Egypt. Quote, "The foreign countries made a conspiracy in their islands. All at once, the lands were removed and scattered. No land could stand before their arms. From Hatti, Kode, Carchemish, Arzawa, Al-Ashia, and so on. They were cut off, laid waste." End of quote. So, in other words, nations like the Hittites, or Hatti as they are referred to, and cities like Carchemish and Ugarit were completely overwhelmed by these invaders. Another quote, "They set up camp in Amuru," which was Lebanon and Syria, desolating its people and land, as though it had never existed. End quote. A long list is given of the Sea Peoples groups in this wave: Peleset, Jeker, Shekelesh, Denyen, Weshesh. Now, these names likely correspond to various tribes or ethnic groups. Of course, Peleset is widely identified with the Philistines who would settle in Canaan's coast soon after. Denyen with the Danans, perhaps Greeks. Shekelesh, possibly Sicilians or people from Anatolia, etc. They are said to come, quote, "from the islands," implying origins in the Aegean or Mediterranean, though some could have been from coastal Anatolia. Ramesses states that, quote, "Their hearts were confident, saying, 'Our plans will succeed,' as they marched upon Egypt." Facing the onslaught, Ramesses prepared a two-pronged defense. he fortified the land routes in southern Canaan and the Sinai. The text mentions a land battle in Jahi, i.e. the Lebanese coast on southern Canaan, and crucially, he positioned his fleet and archers at the Nile's mouth at the delta to meet the Sea People's ships. The Medinet Habu reliefs depict a naval battle, Egyptian archers on shore, and on ships raining arrows upon the enemies, which are drawn as different distinctive designs, with bird-headed prows and tall sails. The scenes show complete chaos. Enemy boats capsizing, warriors falling into the water to be netted and dragged to the shore. It was pretty bad, at least for the Sea Peoples. Ramesses III, though, claims a complete victory, boasting, quote, "Those who reached my border, their seed is not, their hearts and their souls are finished forever." Now, while that is surely hyperbole, surely he didn't wipe out every last one of them, it appears that Egypt did manage to avoid being overrun by the Sea Peoples, and that is unlike many of its neighbors who were not so lucky. Many of the defeated invaders were captured and, according to some records, settled in Egypt, or they were conscripted. Indeed, some groups, like the Shurden and the Philistines, ended up serving as mercenaries or establishing communities under Egyptian oversight. The Philistines famously settled in what became Philistia in southwest Canaan, possibly as vassals of Egypt initially. But it is worth noting that Ramesses III's wars against the Sea Peoples and the Libyans, though victorious, were hugely expensive. And I don't just mean in money terms. They strained Egypt's treasury, sure, but also the military. It's easy to replace money, but replacing lives is a little bit different. The pharaoh had to allocate substantial resources to defense at a time when the international trade networks were collapsing. And this brings us to the broader factor of the late Bronze Age crisis. It wasn't just invasions. There is evidence of widespread famine and drought around this time. For example, letters from the last days of Ugarit in Syria show kings desperately pleading for grain shipments as crops had failed and reserves had run out. One reads, "My father, behold, the enemy's ships came, my cities were burned, the country is abandoned to itself." A desperate Ugaritic king writing that his army was away and he was overwhelmed by invaders, showing how multiple crises all hit at once. Contemporary climate studies of tree rings and pollen samples confirm that around 1200 a severe and prolonged drought struck the eastern Mediterranean. In Anatolia, for instance, a series of drought years, from 1198 to 1196, aligns with the Hittite Empire's collapse. Such droughts would have caused crop failures, famine, and mass displacement of peoples. Scholars now believe that these environmental stresses pushed various populations to migrate in search of food and land, likely contributing to the movement of the Sea Peoples. One research study noted that 3 straight years of drought in a row would be enough to destabilize even a resilient state like the Hittites, leading to starvation and a flight of desperate survivors. It certainly appears that the Sea Peoples phenomenon was both a cause and effect of the collapse. Hungry, uprooted groups moving and raiding, which in turn further disrupted the economies of those great kingdoms, not so great anymore. Egypt under Ramesses III was not immune to these troubles. After Year 8's battles, there are indications of economic difficulties. In Year 12 of Ramesses III, the workmen of Deir el-Medina, who excavated and decorated royal tombs, famously organized the first recorded labor strike in history. They stopped working and protested that their grain rations were late. The state granaries were failing to pay these skilled workers on time, a sign of internal economic strain, possibly due to poor harvests or mismanagement. probably a little bit of both. Ramesses also faced internal dissent at the end of his reign, the so-called harem conspiracy. A secondary wife of the pharaoh, spurred by ambitions to place her son on the throne, conspired with court officials to assassinate Ramesses III. We have records of a trial, the Judicial Papyrus of Turin, that detail how conspirators were caught and punished. For a long time, historians weren't sure if the assassination attempt actually succeeded, but modern forensic examination of Ramesses III's mummy has revealed a deep cut to his throat, likely a fatal result of the plot. You generally don't get that by accident. So in his last years, around 1155, he was either killed or, gravely injured by this conspiracy. And he died, leaving the throne to his son, Ramesses IV. The decade after Ramesses III saw a swift decline. Whereas Ramesses II had reigned for 66 years, the later Ramesside kings often only ruled for a few years each. Ramesses IV tried to continue some monument building, like an ambitious expedition to quarry stones at Wadi Hammamat. But by Ramesses V and VI, there's evidence of growing lawlessness. Tomb robberies become rampant. Papyri document trials of tomb robbers even breaking into royal tombs for gold. Not normal. Well, the empire abroad was completely gone. Egypt lost its remaining grip on Canaan by the mid-12th century. New peoples like the Philistines, Aramaeans, and others filled the power vacuum in the Levant. The last known Egyptian campaign into Asia was under Ramesses VI, and it didn't really achieve anything. By the time of Ramesses XI, the last king of the 20th dynasty in 1077, Egypt itself was fragmenting. The high priests of Amun at Thebes had grown so powerful that they effectively governed Upper Egypt independently. In Ramesses XI's late years, a commander, Herihor, took on the titles of high priest, and even some royal prerogatives in Thebes, while a northern ruler, Semendes, controlled Lower Egypt from the delta. This is the start of the third intermediate period, a time when no single pharaoh could claim authority over all of Egypt, and various regional dynasties ruled concurrently. Thus, by 1069, the commonly given date of the end of the New Kingdom, the once unified and mighty Egyptian empire had cracked into pieces. The imperial system that Thutmose III, Amenhotep III, and Ramesses II had championed, with garrisons in Syria, vassal princes sending tribute and international prestige, was now history. In its place was a divided land, fragmentation and rival dynasties, a weak Egypt coping in a changed world. The Bronze Age world had collapsed, and a new, less centralized age had begun. So, do you want a cliffhanger? Well, here it is. Egypt survived the storm, but it is a battered ship. The glory days of a single king commanding the world's ore were gone, and ahead lies that new intermediate period. Multiple pharaohs and foreign chiefs will vie for power, and Egypt's fortunes will ebb and flow in a very different international landscape. So once again, how is Egypt going to get out of this one? How will they adapt to this new era of fragmentation? Hello and welcome back to part 5 of our chronological history of ancient Egypt. Now in this chapter we are going to trace an era of fragmentation but also resilience, a time when native dynasties gave way to Libyan warlords, and when Nubian kings swept in as unlikely restorers of tradition, and ultimately when mighty empires from Assyria and even Persia battled for dominion over the Nile. It's another chapter of decline and revival. You see that quite a lot in Egyptian history. I'm sure you've noticed that if you've been paying attention. But in any case, despite all of it, the rich heritage of Egypt persists, just adopted and adapted by another new regime. So today we are going to go from the years 1069 to 332, and at the end of this period, Egypt will stand at the brink of a very unexpected new conqueror. So join us as we continue over these new tumultuous centuries, a time when Egypt becomes both a prize and a survivor. In any case, no time wasting, let's get straight into it. With the end of the New Kingdom around 1070, Egypt entered another phase of fragmentation known as the Third Intermediate Period. The centralized power of the pharaoh weakened dramatically, and authority splintered among regional rulers and high priests. In the north, new kings established their seat at Tanis in the delta, while in the south, the great temples of Thebes fell under the dominion of powerful high priests of Amun. These priests effectively ruled Upper Egypt at this time, and they even adopted royal titles and regalia. It was as if Egypt had two halves, a secular kingship in the delta and a theocratic domain in Thebes. This, granted unusual arrangement, at least for Egypt, set the stage for centuries of division and foreign influence. A vivid illustration of Egypt's waning clout comes from a remarkable journey of Amun, an Egyptian priest who traveled to the Levant around 1050. Sent from Thebes to purchase prize cedar wood from the port of Byblos, Amun expected the deference once accorded to envoys of the pharaoh. But instead, he was met with indifference, shrugging shoulders at his arrival, and, of course, a demand for a payment in silver. In his surviving report, Amun laments how far Egyptian prestige had fallen. He even got robbed by local pirates and forced to beg for compensation from foreign princes. Eventually, after much delay and humiliation, he secured the timber for Amun's sacred bark, but only by paying in gold and enduring the patronizing rebukes of the Lebanese king. Now, if this was 500 years earlier, they would not have dared done that. Any time at the height of the New Kingdom or even the Middle Kingdom, there was no way they would have been treating an Egyptian envoy like that. But now Egypt was, let's just say, not on its game. No one really was keeping up the manners anymore. But the story of Amun really reveals a world that is turned upside down. The late Bronze Age, well, it had its own regional superpowers, and Egypt was one of them. Now they were just another trading partner, subject to the whims of the Levantine city-states. Now, whether the account is true or not, that's not really important. It could have been literal, it could have been embellished, but it's meant to serve a purpose, and that purpose is to show that Egypt's fortunes had certainly changed at the dawn of the Iron Age. Amidst this power vacuum, Libyan tribesmen, who had long been migrating into the delta, little by little rose to prominence. These Libyans were descendants of mercenaries and settlers, often called Meshwesh or simply Ma, who had been employed by the Egyptian army during the previous dynasty. They gradually assimilated Egyptian culture and language, yet they retained their clan-based military leadership. In 945, a Libyan chieftain called Shoshenq I seized control and was declared pharaoh, founding the 22nd dynasty. Shoshenq, known in biblical sources as Shishak, proved to be an energetic ruler. He reunited to some extent the fractured country, at least in theory. On paper it all looked good, and he even launched a campaign into former Egyptian territories in Canaan. The triumphal reliefs Shoshenq commissioned at Karnak Temple list dozens of conquered towns in Palestine and the southern Levant. According to the Hebrew Bible, it was this Shishak who raided Jerusalem around 925, carrying off the treasures of Solomon's temple. While the Egyptian texts don't explicitly mention Jerusalem, the synchronization of dates and the wide swath of cities he subdued suggests that Shoshenq's campaign was indeed far-reaching. It marked the last time in many centuries that an Egyptian ruler would march victoriously through the Near East. Another bittersweet echo of the good old days, the great pharaohs of old that would never return again. Shoshenq's Libyan dynasty brought a measure of stability, but it also set a precedent. Henceforth, many Egyptian rulers were foreign or of mixed heritage. The Libyan pharaohs styled themselves as traditional Egyptian kings, worshipping the gods and building additions to temples, yet they also retained Libyan customs and power bases. They often ruled from Bubastis or Tanis in the delta, where their Libyan relatives held key posts. Over time, infighting and the challenges of controlling all of Egypt led to new fragmentation. By the 9th and 8th centuries, parallel dynasties sprouted up. The 23rd dynasty, also of Libyan origin, ruled parts of Upper Egypt concurrently with the 22nd in the north. There were also instances where multiple pharaohs, and we use that term loosely in this dynasty, perhaps local kings would be more accurate, reigned at the same time but in different regions, each of them with limited domain. The once mighty Egypt had effectively splintered into a patchwork of city-based kingdoms, all still culturally Egyptian but lacking a single central authority. During this era, the power of the priesthood remained a key factor. High priests of Amun at Thebes grew so influential that they were virtually a hereditary line of rulers themselves, and in some periods they even dated documents by the reign of the high priest rather than any pharaoh, so if that doesn't show you how much it changed, well, I don't know what does. The wealth of the temples, especially in the estate of Amun, had grown immense, owning lands, cattle, and gold. Priestly families formed dynastic alliances with Libyan military leaders, further blurring the lines between secular and religious authority. Now, one important institution was the title God's Wife of Amun, a position usually held by a royal daughter or queen who dedicated her life to the god. During the Third Intermediate Period, this title was given to unmarried women, who effectively controlled temple property and acted as Amun's human consort. Libyan pharaohs and later Nubian pharaohs would use this role to solidify their hold over Thebes. By appointing their daughters as God's wife, they ensured loyalty from the Theban clergy. And you got to admit it's a pretty clever fusion of politics and religion, especially in a time when those spheres were certainly inseparable. Anyway, by the mid-8th century, Egypt's weaknesses were certainly apparent to its neighbors. It's kind of hard to hide when your country is falling apart. To the south, in Nubia, which is modern Sudan, a kingdom called Kush had been growing in power at its capital, Napata, near the sacred mountain of Jebel Barkal. Ironically, the fragmentation of Egypt helped spur a Kushite revival of Egyptian culture. Nubia had been under Egyptian rule during the New Kingdom, but after regaining independence, the Nubians did not turn away from Egyptian influence. Instead, they eagerly adopted Egyptian religion, art, and titles. The kings of Kush saw themselves as heirs to the pharaohs and worshippers of Amun, and they watched the disorder of Egypt with keen interest. In the delta, meanwhile, a local prince named Tefnakht, based in Sais, which is the western delta, began asserting independence from his Libyan rivals around 730, forming the short-lived 24th dynasty. Egypt in this period was essentially a collection of small rival kingdoms, a very tempting situation for any strong power to intervene. So, guess what happens? A new force was about to sweep in and attempt reunification of the two lands. ending the Third Intermediate Period's long chapter of division. Now, just quickly before we move on, the Third Intermediate Period, though less famous than the ages of the pyramids or empires, it shows how deeply Egypt's society could transform while still clinging to its identity. Now, we saw foreign descended kings on the throne, priests who rivaled pharaohs, and regional lords jostling for preeminence, but through it all, the idea of Egypt as a sacred kingdom of the gods always endures. The only thing is, it's just waiting for a champion to restore its former glory. Wherever that champion comes from, well, it was anyone's guess. Out of the south marches that very champion. In the middle of the 8th century, the kings of Nubia, or Kush, marched from their Upper Nile domain to reunify Egypt, and in doing so they sparked a renaissance of ancient traditions. The 25th dynasty, often called the Nubian or Kushite dynasty, was founded by rulers originating from Nubia. Yet these kings saw themselves as legitimate pharaohs of Egypt, tasked with restoring Ma'at, the divine order, to a fractured land. Their reign would be marked by conscious revivals of the past. They embraced the styles of the Old and New Kingdoms, rebuilt temples, and even constructed pyramids, albeit smaller ones, for their burials. Something Egyptian rulers hadn't done in hundreds of years, by the way. You know it's bad when they stop building the burials and the tomb monuments. So how does it all happen? Well, the story begins with King Piye, also known as Pianki, the ruler of Kush, who around 730 to 720 launched a campaign to assert authority over Egypt. According to Piye's own monumental victory stele, this Nubian king was deeply offended by the chaos in the north. Several Delta warlords, including the aforementioned Nefkat of Sais, had formed a coalition and were threatening Upper Egypt, even pressuring Thebes. As a devout worshipper of Amun, Piye was not going to tolerate this impious infighting, not on the sacred land, that's for sure. He swept northward with his army, in what he framed as a holy mission to chastise the disobedient chiefs and to make Egypt taste the strength of his fingers. That's how they put it in the old chronicles. So one by one, the local rulers either surrendered or were defeated. Piye's campaign culminated in the capture of Memphis, the ancient capital near modern Cairo, which had been held by Tefnacht's allies. The Nubian troops besieged Memphis fiercely. Piye recounts how he offered sacrifices to the great gods before the assault and even personally inspected the attack boats on the Nile. The city fell to him, and with that, victory. Piye effectively became master of Egypt in name. But what makes Piye's account so fascinating is the mixture of martial pride and pious humility. In his inscriptions, he boasts of making mighty chiefs bow at his feet, and proudly notes that, quote, the great ones of Lower Egypt are like women in the face of his onslaught. A rather colorful Nubian expression of dominance. Yet at the same time, the stele emphasizes Piye's devotion. Upon entering conquered cities, he made a point to visit temples, offer sacrifices, and rebuke those who had neglected the proper rituals. In one famous episode, he arrived at the city of Hermopolis, whose ruler had initially submitted but later rebelled. After subduing Hermopolis, Piye did not immediately celebrate the defeat of his enemy. First, he chastised the local prince for letting the sacred horses in the royal stables go hungry during his siege. Piye, a noted lover of fine horses, was outraged at this lack of care. He is said to have cared more for those horses' well-being than for punishing the defeated noble. And that's a humanizing glimpse of his character and priorities. I think so, at least. He then proceeded straight to the temple to honor Thoth, the god of Hermopolis, showing his respect for Egypt's deities even in victory. and behavior like this earned him a reputation not just a conqueror, but as a restorer and protector of Egypt's religious order. Having decisively beaten the Delta coalition, Pierre chose a pretty peculiar course. He withdrew back to Nubia. After his victory, rather than making a permanent residence in Egypt, he appointed local vassals and family members to govern the north. Some local kings were left in place after swearing loyalty, and he celebrated his triumph, but he never lost his preference for his native Nubia. There's no place like home, as they say. Pierre's capital remained at Napata near the Kushite homeland. Now that might seem surprising. A conqueror unifies Egypt, only to depart again. But it's actually more of a reflection on the perspective of the Nubian king. You see, they saw themselves as pharaohs of all Egypt, but it also functions as a guardian of their own ancestral kingdom in the south. In any case, for the next few decades, Nubian influence in Egypt continued through Pierre's successors, who solidified control and made Egypt truly their own. After Pierre, his brother Shabaka took the throne around 716, and likely ensured Egypt was directly ruled by the Kushite family rather than by vassals. Shabaka is credited with fully absorbing what remained of the 24th dynasty. In fact, one tradition holds that Shabaka captured Tefnach's successor, Bakenranef, or Bokorosis, as they call it in the Greek rendering, and had him executed by burning, thus decisively ending the final Libyan line. With Shabaka, the Nubian pharaohs began to reside in Egypt more frequently. They adopted grand throne names, in true pharaonic style, and patronized Egyptian temples lavishly. One notable artifact from Shabaka's reign is the so-called Shabaka stone, an inscription recording an ancient religious text, i.e. the Memphite creation theology, which Shabaka ordered to be copied, and from a worm-eaten old papyrus that they found into stone. So quite lucky that they copied that down before it withered away. This act symbolizes the 25th dynasty's self-appointed role as a preserver of Egypt's heritage, literally engraving the old wisdom in stone for posterity. Good luck for the worms eating that one. The Nubian pharaohs also reinvigorated the role of the god's wife of Amun in Thebes to tighten their hold on Upper Egypt. Pierre's sister, and later Shabaka's daughter, served as the god's wife, effectively ruling Thebes under the king's authority. By co-opting this powerful religious office, the Nubians ensured that the influential priesthood of Amun accepted them as legitimate. They also brought a strong Sudanese flavor to the Egyptian culture. Art from this dynasty often shows a unique blend of Egyptian styles with Nubian facial features, and the kings continued to build pyramids at El Kuru and Nuri in Nubia for their tombs, emulating Egypt's distant Old Kingdom. But perhaps the most famous of the 25th dynasty kings was Taharqa. He came to power in 690. His reign was long, about 26 years, and quite eventful. He's remembered both as a great builder in Egypt and Nubia, and as a player on the stage of international politics against formidable adversaries. Under Taharqa, the Nile Valley enjoyed a last flourishing. He undertook ambitious construction projects, including additions to the Temple of Amun at Karnak. He erected a colossal columned kiosk in the first court, and temples at his southern capital of Napata. Many later Egyptian traditions recall Taharqa as a beneficent ruler. Even in the Bible, you've got references to him, under the name Tirhaka, king of Kush, as a kind of savior figure. When the Assyrian king Sennacherib was threatening Jerusalem in 701, Taharqa, then a young prince or general, marched north with Kushite Egyptian forces to aid the Levantine rebels. Sennacherib never managed to invade Egypt proper at the time. partly because his campaign in the Levant stalled. According to biblical accounts, his army mysteriously fell ill, or was otherwise divinely halted. While Assyrian records indicate Sennacherib fought a battle against Egyptian forces in the Levant and won, the end result was that Egypt under Taharka's influence remained outside Assyrian control, for the moment. This confrontation foreshadowed a much larger clash to come between Nubian pharaohs and the Assyrian Empire, a clash that would test the limits of the Kushite Revival. As for Taharka's later years, they were consumed by the struggle against Assyria's expansion. As the Assyrian kings, Esarhaddon and Ashurbanipal, turned their attention to Egypt in the 670s, Taharka found himself fighting for his country's independence. Now, before we begin to detail those conflicts, probably worth noting how Egyptians viewed the Nubian dynasty. To many in later times, the 25th dynasty was remembered fondly as a period of order and religious renewal. Herodotus, writing centuries later, heard Egyptian tales of an Ethiopian, i.e. a Nubian pharaoh named Sabakos, who was likely Shabaka, who had ruled Egypt for 50 years and then voluntarily left after receiving a divine dream. According to the story, this Nubian king had a vision in which the gods told him to execute all the priests, a sacrilegious command that he could not carry out. Taking the dream as a sign that his allotted time was over, the Nubian departed, rather than offend the divine order, and the Egyptians said that he left the land in peace. Now this legend, though not entirely factual, Shabaka's reign was more like 15 years, not 50. It does show the perception that the Nubian kings were pious and just, and their departure was seen as the God's will, rather than a foreign conquest. In any case, the Nubian Renaissance was about to meet a ferocious challenge. As we shall see next, the ascendancy of the Kushite Empire in Egypt triggered the envy and fear of Mesopotamia's strongest empire. The Assyrians, the masters of war, would invade the Nile Valley with unprecedented brutality. The fate of Taharka's Egypt and the continuity of pharaonic independence hung in the balance as the two great powers finally met. In the 7th century BCE, Egypt became a battleground in the imperial geopolitics of the Near East. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, centered in what is now Iraq, was the superpower of the age. Aggressively expansionist, ferociously militaristic, and infamous for its calculated terror tactics. Assyria had already subdued Mesopotamia, Syria, and much of the Levant. The lure of Egypt's wealth proved to be irresistible. For the Assyrian kings, conquering Egypt would not only enrich their coffers, but also seal their reputation as world rulers. For Egypt, under Nubian rule at that point, the Assyrian onslaught was a crisis unprecedented in its history. Not since the Hyksos invasions over 1,000 years earlier had a foreign army of such might threatened the heartland of the Nile. The first serious strike came in 671 under King Esarhaddon, the son of Sennacherib. Esarhaddon led a well-organized army out of the Levant, across the Sinai and straight into the Delta. The Nubian pharaoh Taharka mustered his troops to confront them at the frontier. Despite fierce resistance, the Assyrian war machine was unstoppable. Esarhaddon's records boast of a decisive victory over Taharka's forces. The Assyrians pressed on to Memphis, the northern capital. After a short siege, Memphis too fell to the invaders, marking the first time in 1,000 years that a foreign enemy had captured the royal city. Esarhaddon entered Memphis, in joy and victory as the inscription tells us, and he took an enormous bounty: chariots, gold, precious stones, and multitudes of captives. Perhaps more painfully for Taharqa, Esarhaddon captured the royal family, including Taharqa's crown prince and the women of the household, and he sent them in chains back to Assyria. The Assyrian king had images made of his triumph, reportedly showing him holding strings tied to the lips of conquered princes, Egypt's representatives among them, a sign of subjugation. Esarhaddon didn't stick around for too long, though. Having achieved his objectives, he appointed some local governors, including some Delta chiefs who had submitted to Assyria. And then he left back home, returning to his capital, Nineveh. For the first time, Egypt was effectively reduced to a province in a foreign empire, at least in the north. However, controlling Egypt proved easier in theory than in practice. Taharqa, though driven out of Memphis, was not killed. He retreated to Upper Egypt, regrouping at Thebes. Barely 2 years after Esarhaddon's conquest, Taharqa rallied the native forces and reoccupied Memphis, expelling the Assyrian garrisons. This Nubian resurgence prompted Ashurbanipal, Esarhaddon's son and successor, to launch a second invasion in 667 to 666. Ashurbanipal marched swiftly into Egypt to quell the rebellion. Taharqa had to flee south again. He soon died in Nubia, exhausted by the conflicts, and his nephew, Tanutamani, or Tantamani, as he's called in other sources, took up the fight to reclaim Egypt for the 25th dynasty. Tanutamani, the last Nubian pharaoh to claim all of Egypt, made a brave stand. Upon taking the throne in Napata, he journeyed to Thebes to be ceremonially installed, and reportedly had a prophetic dream. In this dream, 2 snakes, one representing Egypt, the other, Upper Egypt rather, the other representing Lower Egypt, appeared to him and then vanished. His advisors interpreted it as a divine call to reunite the 2 lands under his rule. Emboldened, he marched north with his armies around 664. He managed to recapture Memphis yet again, and according to his own stela, he exacted vengeance on the Delta princes who had sided with Assyria, notably executing Necho, a local ruler of Sais, whom the Assyrians had supported as a vassal king. And for a brief moment, it seemed the Nubians might restore Egypt's independence once again. But Ashurbanipal had different ideas. In 663, the Assyrian king mounted a counter-offensive. His army, seasoned and merciless, swept through the delta, and then advanced into Upper Egypt, determined to crush Nubian power once and for all. Tanutamani was decisively defeated in battle. Recognizing the odds, he fled Thebes and escaped back to Nubia to save his life. Ashurbanipal then unleashed his own wrath upon Thebes. The venerable city of the gods was given over to plunder and destruction. The sack of Thebes in 663 was an event that shocked the ancient world. Assyrian records gleefully catalogued the spoils. Endless carts of gold and silver, precious stones, rich cloth, incense, and captives were taken from Thebes' temples and palaces. Statues of the gods were seized, and even the great images of Amun and other deities might have been hauled off or smashed. Some accounts suggest the statue of Marduk, a Mesopotamian god held hostage in Assyria, was avenged by capturing Egyptian divine images. One later Assyrian poem has Ashurbanipal bragging, quote, "Thebes, the city of 100 gates, I utterly destroyed. I made its temples and gods vanish into smoke." The once mighty metropolis, home to the Valley of the Kings and the soaring columns of Karnak, was left in ruins. The biblical book of Nahum, written a few decades later, actually uses this fall of No Amon, or Thebes, as a cautionary tale. If proud Thebes could be shattered, so too could Nineveh eventually. The humiliation of Thebes marked the definitive end of Nubian dominance in Egypt. After this devastation, the Assyrians once again withdrew their main forces. Ashurbanipal had proven his point. Egypt was not invulnerable, and any who defied Assyria would meet the fate of Thebes. But Assyria did not annex Egypt, not outright in the long term. Maintaining distant Egypt under direct occupation was logistically too difficult, especially as troubles brewed elsewhere in the empire. Instead, the Assyrians installed a trusted local ally as the new ruler of a unified Egypt, and this was Necho I's son, Psamtik, known to history as Psamtik I, the prince of Sais who had survived Tanutamani's backlash. Assyria's king appointed Psamtik as the nominal pharaoh, and indeed he took on full pharaonic titles, expected him to function as a loyal client king and keep order. With Assyrian backing, Psamtik secured control over Lower Egypt around 664. Meanwhile, the defeated Nubians retreated to their southern stronghold. Tanutamani ruled only in Nubia after that, and Upper Egypt quickly capitulated to Psamtik's authority. Thebes itself, bereft of its glory, surrendered peacefully a few years later. The Assyrian invasions thus ended with Egypt not annexed as a province, but politically realigned. Egypt was free of Nubian rule, and theoretically under Assyrian influence. But in reality, a clever Egyptian would soon convert this situation into a new era of independence. The brutality of Assyrian warfare left scars psychologically and physically on Egypt. The sight of foreign troops in the streets of Memphis and Thebes, the desecration of holy sites and the loss of countless treasures, it all shook Egyptian confidence. Yet, paradoxically, it also stirred a determination among Egyptians to never let such humiliation repeat. The next dynasty would emerge from the ashes of the Assyrian conquest, led by the very man that the Assyrians had entrusted. Psamtik I had been handed Egypt on a silver platter by a foreign empire, but he would use that mandate to free Egypt from all foreign yokes and initiate a renaissance of his own. Now, just quickly, in the broader sense of scope of history, Assyria's triumph in Egypt was pretty short-lived. Within a few decades, Assyria's empire itself fell apart from the pressures of the Babylonians and the Medes. But the shock of Egypt's subjugation left that enduring memory. The Egyptian chronicles and foreign observers alike noted that the fall of Thebes was a watershed moment. It demonstrated that even the most ancient kingdoms could become a pawn in the greater imperial game. But in any case, Egypt had survived, damaged but not destroyed, and from 656 onward, native rule was restored. So, here we are at Egypt's late period, a time of revival under the Saite kings, who learned both from the glories and mistakes of their predecessors. Emerging from the turmoil of Assyrian domination, Egypt found a new lease on life under the 26th dynasty, also known as the Saite dynasty, named after Sais, the home of the city of its founders. This era was essentially a national revival, a last flowering of native Egyptian rule, characterized by stability, economic growth, and a deliberate restoration of the cultural greatness of the past. The Saite pharaohs, ruling from 664 to 525, reasserted Egypt's independence and charted a savvy course in a world still bristling with larger empires. They fostered international trade, welcoming Greeks and Phoenicians, reformed the army, even hiring foreign mercenaries to bolster their ranks, and sponsored a renaissance in arts and letters with a nostalgic flair for the old classics. It was as if Egypt, having stared down collapse, consciously harkened back to its golden ages to rebuild itself. At the forefront of this revival was Psamtik I, who reigned from 664 to 610. Initially a vassal of Assyria, as mentioned, Psamtik astutely took advantage of Assyria's waning interest and soon waning power. Within a decade of his appointment, he had quietly freed himself from Assyrian oversight. The pivotal year was 656. Psamtik managed to extend his control to Thebes, peacefully persuading the southern power brokers to recognize him. He did this in part through diplomacy. He had his daughter, Nitocris, adopted as the new god's wife of Amun in Thebes, succeeding the Nubian princess who held that role. This stratagem effectively transferred Theban allegiance to the Saite house without bloodshed. And from that point on, Psamtik was the master of a reunified Egypt, all the way from the first cataract to the delta. One intriguing legend, preserved by Herodotus, gives insight into how Psamtik consolidated his rule. Initially, Psamtik had been just one of several delta warlords, and not even the most powerful. They were all allied to Assyria originally. Herodotus relates that Psamtik's rivals, other local kings, once ostracized him after a prophetic incident involving an oracle and a bronze helmet. Psamtik, seeking vengeance, asked the oracle how to overcome his fellow delta lords, and was told that men of bronze are coming from the sea, and they would aid him. But not knowing what to make of this cryptic answer, he waited. Soon after, a group of Greek mercenaries, Ionians or Carians, clad in bronze armor, happened to land on Egypt's shores. They were actually pirates turned soldiers of fortune. The Egyptians, who had never seen Greek hoplites before, described them as a bronze-clad group of men emerging from the waves. Well, bingo, right? Psamtik realized that this was the oracle's prediction coming true. He promptly hired these Greek mercenaries into his service, and reinforced by their superior weapons and tactics, he defeated the rival princes. With this stroke of fortune and cunning, Psamtik became the sole ruler of a unified Egypt. Whether completely factual or not doesn't really matter too much, because it's more of a key development of the Saite era. Foreign mercenaries, especially Greeks and Carian soldiers from Asia Minor, became a fixture in Egypt's military. Psamtik settled these Greek fighters in camps on either side of the Nile, and even had Egyptian boys taught the Greek language to serve as interpreters. A remarkable early example of cross-cultural exchange, that's for sure. These mercenaries were loyal to Psamtik and his successors, helping them fend off any local rebellions and also serving as a counterweight to any lingering Assyrian influence. In essence, the Saite kings used one foreign group, the Greeks, to balance against another, the Assyrians or other Asian powers, all while maintaining their own sovereignty. Under Psamtik and his son Necho II, 610 to 595, Egypt enjoyed a newfound prosperity. Sais, their capital, became a glittering city of the Delta, renowned for its beautiful temple of the goddess Neith. The Saite rulers portrayed themselves as the rejuvenators of Egyptian tradition. They revived archaic artistic styles, imitating Old Kingdom sculpture and Middle Kingdom literary themes as a conscious archaism. Scribes copied ancient texts, and old mortuary cults were renewed. This return to the past was not mere nostalgia, it was state-sponsored ideology, legitimizing the dynasty as the rightful heirs of the pharaohs of yore. Internationally, the Saite period was dramatic. Necho II, in particular, was an active and ambitious ruler. He famously attempted to complete a canal linking the Nile to the Red Sea, a precursor to the modern Suez Canal, though he abandoned the project when a prophecy warned it would benefit foreign invaders. Perhaps a prudent move, as finishing it might have eased an invasion route. Herodotus credits Necho II with commissioning a daring voyage of Phoenician sailors to circumnavigate Africa. According to that account, Necho sent a fleet westward from the Red Sea, and after an astounding 3-year journey, the Phoenician crew returned via the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, to Egypt. Having sailed around the entire continent of Africa, pretty impressive. Herodotus himself was skeptical of one detail. The sailors claimed that at one point the sun was on their right or the north side, clear evidence to us that they had indeed voyaged into the southern hemisphere. But today many historians believe this Egyptian-sponsored expedition likely happened, marking an incredible feat of ancient exploration. Militarily, Necho II and the Saites found themselves entangled in the power struggles of the Near East. After Assyria fell, Nineveh being destroyed in 612, Necho II tried to assert Egyptian influence in the vacuum. He dispatched his army into the Levant, initially to support the remnants of Assyria against the rising Babylonians. In 609, Necho's forces clashed with the kingdom of Judah en route. In the Battle of Megiddo, King Josiah of Judah was killed by Necho's archers, an event noted in the Bible. Shortly thereafter, in 605, Necho faced the young Babylonian prince Nebuchadnezzar II at the Battle of Carchemish. The Egyptians were decisively defeated in that engagement, effectively ending Egyptian hopes of controlling Syria-Palestine. After Carchemish, Egypt retreated to its borders and would not venture again so far afield militarily. Babylon, under Nebuchadnezzar, became the new overlord of the Near East, though attempts to invade Egypt proper failed. Egypt, under the Saite kings, thus avoided foreign conquest during this period by a combination of diplomacy, strategic retreat when necessary, and the buffering effect of having capable mercenaries and fortifications at its frontiers. One remarkable aspect of the Saite era was the increased presence of Greeks in Egypt, not only as soldiers but as traders and settlers. During the 26th dynasty, Egypt opened up to a Mediterranean trade like never before. Pharaoh Ramesses, or Thutmose II, reigning 570 to 526, one of the later Saite kings, is noted for his particularly warm relations with Greeks. He allowed Greeks to establish a permanent trading colony in Naucratis in the Nile Delta, essentially a Greek port city within Egypt, where merchants from cities like Miletus, Samos, and Athens had their own temples and quarters. Naucratis became a bustling center of exchange, bringing in Greek olive oil, wine, and craftsmanship in return for Egyptian grain, linen, and papyrus. This contact influenced Egyptian culture subtly. For instance, Greek pottery styles became popular among the Egyptian elite and gave the Greeks a deep fascination with Egypt. Indeed, it was in this period that Greek intellectuals like the poet Solon and, a bit later, the historian Herodotus traveled to Egypt to learn from its priests and marvel at its monuments. The Saite pharaohs recognized the utility of cultural diplomacy. Ramesses II even married a Greek woman, according to tradition, one from Cyrene, sent lavish offerings to Greek sanctuaries. Herodotus mentions that Ramesses dedicated a pair of monumental statues and other gifts at temples in Greece, and cultivated an image as a general friend to the Hellenic world. All of this was part of securing alliances and economic ties, which Egypt sorely needed in a world where it could no longer afford to stand on its own. Internally, the 26th dynasty prospered. The administration was reformed to be more efficient. Many officials were drawn from an educated class of Egyptian nobles who had served the Assyrians and now turned their talents to serving a native monarchy. As for the army, they were modernized too. Apart from Greek mercenaries, There were also Carian or Anatolian contingents, and Egyptian troops were retrained with improved techniques. Psamtik I famously stationed a permanent garrison on Egypt's southern border at Elephantine, and another in the east at the frontier fortress of Daphne, indicating a more vigilant defensive posture. These posts, interestingly, were later taken over by the Persians. As Herodotus notes, the Persian garrisons simply replaced the Egyptian ones, illustrating continuity in military strategy. And there is one colorful story from this time, that of the pharaoh Apries, or Wahibre, reigning 589 to 570, and his fall from power. Apries attempted to intervene against Babylon by supporting a rebellion in the Levant and by aiding the city of Sidon. He also sent an expedition to help the Libyans against Greek colonists in Cyrene. That adventure, however, ended in a crushing defeat for the Egyptians, and back home the native soldiers mutinied, feeling the pharaoh had betrayed them, preferring mercenaries over Egyptians, or at least that was the sentiment. General Ramesses was sent to calm the rebels, but instead they proclaimed him king. That was unexpected. Of course, this led to a civil war. Apries fled and was eventually captured, and Ramesses II became pharaoh. Herodotus recounts that Ramesses, once a mere commoner general, proved to be shrewd and a charismatic ruler. Though initially considered of low birth by some, but hey, doesn't matter once you get the top job, right? He maintained the prosperity of Egypt, and was known for having a jovial personality. Herodotus tells anecdotes of Ramesses dividing his day between serious governance in the morning and merry drinking in the afternoon, much to the chagrin of the more straight-laced court. Ramesses' reign was the high point of the Saite era. Under his rule, Egypt's economy flourished, and its international prestige remained significant. In fact, Egypt's wealth and strategic importance were now drawing a bit of unwanted attention of an even mightier force that was rising in the east, the Persian Empire of Cyrus the Great. It's like having the eye of Sauron upon you. Well, the Saite kings made one last attempt at an Egyptian restoration to former greatness. They strongly supported the traditional religion, refurbishing temples all over the country and patronizing the priesthood. They also revived large-scale monument building in a traditional Egyptian style. For example, Psamtik II, 595 to 589, and Apries continued adding to Karnak and other temples. The arts under the Saite period have a certain refined quality, an elegance and obsession with earlier forms that modern art historians call the Saite Renaissance style. Statues of Saite officials could almost be mistaken for Old Kingdom masterpieces at first glance. So closely did they emulate poses and expressions, yet they often achieved a technical finesse in stone carving that was uniquely their own. By 525, however, this brilliant revival had run its course. The outside world had not stood still. In the mid-6th century, Persia under Cyrus and then Cambyses II expanded rapidly, swallowing the Babylonian Empire and reaching the doorstep of Egypt. The last Saite king, Psamtik III, had only just taken the throne when the storm broke out. In that fateful year, Cambyses II of Persia invaded Egypt. The decisive confrontation occurred at Pelusium, on Egypt's eastern frontier. Later legends claimed that the Persians used a clever, if cruel, trick at Pelusium. Knowing the Egyptians held certain animals sacred, like cats associated with the goddess Bastet, the Persian soldiers supposedly carried images of Bastet, or even drove animals like cats and dogs in front of their lines, causing Egyptian defenders to hesitate rather than risk harming the creatures. Well, in any case, it might not be true, but the Egyptian army certainly was routed. Psamtik III fled back to Memphis, and Persians pursued, and after a short siege Memphis fell. Thus ended the independence of Saite Egypt. Though short in comparison to Egypt's long history, the 26th dynasty left quite a legacy behind. It really was the last hurrah of Egyptian might and identity before a sequence of foreign dominations. The Saites had managed to turn Egypt once more into a wealthy kingdom, integrated into the wider world, yet proudly distinct. They harnessed international connections without losing their roots, and for a time they balanced diplomacy and defense expertly. Their fall to Persia was not due to internal weakness so much as the sheer overpowering scale of the Persian war machine. Indeed, Egyptian resistance did not vanish. Within decades after Persian conquest, native Egyptians would rebel and briefly regain the throne. But the Saite period marked the final chapter of a truly Egyptian-ruled Egypt in antiquity, and its accomplishments would be fondly remembered by later generations. In 525, Egypt's long run of native rule came to an end, absorbed into the vast Achaemenid Empire. The Persians under Cambyses II founded what historians call the 27th dynasty of Egypt, essentially the Persian royal house, counted as a dynasty of pharaohs. Over the next 2 centuries, Egypt's status would oscillate between Persian occupation and brief periods of renewed independence, until a second and final Persian conquest, the 31st dynasty, set the stage for the arrival of Alexander. This era of foreign empire rule was a pretty complex time. On one hand, the country was just a province in someone else's empire, yet on the other, the Persians often respected Egypt's administration and religion, and Egypt remained a rich, important land that sometimes thrived under the imperial system. Egyptian reactions to Persian rule ranged from collaboration and adaptation to fierce rebellion. But through it all, the spirit of Egypt persisted, waiting for the opportunity to reassert itself, or to eagerly welcome a new liberator from abroad. So, Cambyses II, the great son of Cyrus of Persia, began the first Persian occupation in a pretty dramatic way. After defeating Psamtik III at Pelusium and securing Memphis, Cambyses took the title of Pharaoh. In Egyptian, he was dubbed Mesutire, positioning himself as the legitimate successor to the Saite kings. According to Egyptian accounts preserved in inscriptions, Cambyses initially showed a measure of respect for Egyptian customs, likely thanks to the Council of Egyptian Advisors. Now, there was one that was in particular quite important, a prominent priest and physician from Sais, Uja Horesnet. Now, Uja Horesnet left behind a illuminating autobiographical inscription on his statue, describing how he ingratiated himself with Cambyses and later Darius I. He claims to have guided Cambyses in proper behavior, for example, persuading the Persian king to relocate his soldiers out of the temple quarters in Sais and to participate appropriately in religious rites. Uja Horesnet even helped Cambyses assume an Egyptian royal titulary, i.e. the Persians integrated their names into cartouches and took on titles like Son of Ra. And this does suggest that at least some Egyptian elites cooperated with Persians, quite possibly to mitigate the excesses of foreign rule and ensure continuity of their traditions. However, the Greek sources, especially Herodotus, paint Cambyses in a very negative light, describing him as a mad tyrant who showed contempt for Egyptian religion. The most famous tale is that Cambyses, upon victorious entry into Memphis, found the Egyptians celebrating the Apis bull, a sacred bull seen as the embodiment of the god Ptah. Interpreting this as them rejoicing at his setback, or simply out of impiety, Cambyses allegedly stabbed the sacred Apis calf with his dagger, killing it, and castigated the priests. Herodotus goes further to say that Cambyses opened ancient tombs and insulted other deities. Modern evidence complicates this picture, however. An Apis bull burial inscription has been found dated to Cambyses' reign, showing that the death of the Apis bull in that time was in fact given the customary mummification and funeral by the authorities, seemingly under Cambyses' auspices. Well, what does that suggest? Well, it does suggest, officially at least, that Cambyses did respect the cult to some extent, or allowed his Egyptian administrators to maintain religious practices. It is possible, however, that Herodotus' account exaggerates or confuses events. He's kind of known to do that. Perhaps Egyptian resistance or revolts were met with reprisals that got mythologized as sacrilege. What is certain is that Cambyses' rule in Egypt was short. He stayed only a few years. In that time he prepared further campaigns. Legend has it that he sent one army to march on the oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, which was lost in a sandstorm in the desert, a story that Herodotus relays as well, adding to Cambyses' infamy. In 522, Cambyses died, on his way back to Persia by an accidental wound, according to Herodotus. Following a brief tumult in the empire, Darius I ascended the Persian throne. Darius, 522 to 486, is often remembered as a capable and even enlightened ruler, and his approach to Egypt reflects that. He is counted as a later pharaoh, continuing the 27th dynasty, and indeed tried to win over his Egyptian subjects. Reportedly, Darius codified Egyptian laws, supported temple construction, and completed the canal to the Red Sea that Necho II had begun. Stone stelae commemorating Darius' canal project have been found in Egypt. An inscription by Uja Horesnet claims that Darius restored the House of Life, a sort of temple scriptorium and medical academy, and was a benefactor to the temple of Nath at Sais. The fact that some Egyptian texts refer to Darius favorably, calling him by pharaonic titles and crediting him with generosity, suggests that the early Persian rule under Darius was relatively stable and acceptable to many Egyptians, at least outside the more nationalistic parts of the resistance. Darius visited Egypt at least once in 518, and seems to have interacted with the priestly elite to secure their loyalty. Persian administration in Egypt tended to have a lot of day-to-day governance in the hands of local officials, often Egyptian nobles. Egypt was designated a satrapy, with a Persian governor in Memphis. But the existing bureaucracy and infrastructure continued. The Persians did impose heavy taxes and extracted resources. Egypt's grain and gold were quite valuable for any empire. They also stationed Persian and other foreign troops in key locations, like Elephantine at the southern border, where an interesting papyrus archive reveals that a garrison of Jewish mercenaries served under Persian rule, even maintaining their own temple to Yahweh alongside the Egyptian Khnum temple. Well, as long as Egypt was peaceful and paid its dues, the Persians didn't really have any need to interfere in religious or social affairs. If the money and the grain keeps coming in, well, it's really no problem, right? Yet the pride of the Egyptians could not be forever subdued. During the later years of Darius' reign, and especially under his successor Xerxes, 486 to 465, discontent simmered. Xerxes, dealing with wars against Greece, may have been less indulgent towards the Egyptian autonomy. When a revolt broke out in Egypt around 486, Xerxes crushed it and reportedly removed the privileged status of the Egyptian temples, even taking the statue of Ptah from Memphis. He did not present himself as a pharaoh in the same way. Indeed, Egyptian records of Xerxes are scant, suggesting a period of stricter foreign domination. After Xerxes, The Persian Empire struggled with occasional rebellions in the far-flung provinces. Egypt proved to be especially restless. There were multiple uprisings where Egyptians attempted to throw off Persian rule. One major rebellion succeeded in 404, right after the death of Darius II. An Egyptian prince named Amirtaeus of Sais led a revolt that expelled the Persians. Amirtaeus became pharaoh, founder of the short 28th dynasty. Though we know little of his reign, his success signaled a resurgence of Egyptian independence for the next 6 decades. Following Amirtaeus, other native dynasties followed in quick succession. The 29th dynasty, with rulers from Mendes in the Delta, and the 30th dynasty, ruled from 399 to 343 BCE. These dynasties had to maintain constant vigilance, for the Persian kings were eager to get back their lost province. Indeed, Persian armies attempted invasions during this period. Notably, in the early 360s, Pharaoh Nectanebo I and later Nectanebo II of the 30th dynasty successfully repelled invasions by Persians, which were sometimes hampered by the internal issues or by the Greeks aiding the Egyptians. One irony of that was that during these wars, Greek mercenaries fought on both sides, some hired by Egypt, some hired by Persia. Money talks, right? Nectanebo II, who took the throne in 360, would be the last native Egyptian pharaoh. His reign saw a final flourishing of the arts and temple building, perhaps in a conscious bid to channel national pride. He constructed or expanded temples throughout Egypt, and art from this time is refined and elegant. However, the threat of Persia loomed large. In 343, the Persian Emperor Artaxerxes III launched a massive campaign to retake Egypt, and this time the Persian forces were overwhelming and more united. Despite Greek mercenaries bolstering Nectanebo's defense, the Egyptians were defeated in the Delta, and Nectanebo II fled south, eventually into exile, possibly in Nubia. Artaxerxes III reoccupied Egypt, making it a satrapy once again, thus beginning the 31st dynasty, essentially a second Persian period. The second Persian rule was brief, only about 10 years, but reportedly it was quite harsh. Ancient sources accuse Artaxerxes III of brutal reprisals, said he was so angered by the Egyptian rebellions that he infamously butchered the sacred Apis bull and had the carcass served as a banquet meal, a shocking sacrilege meant to terrorize the Egyptian populace. Well, Artaxerxes also allegedly dismantled the city walls and confiscated the temple properties to prevent further revolts. When he was later assassinated in Persia, the satrap of Egypt briefly tried to become independent. But soon Darius III came to power in Persia in 336 and retained control over the Nile Valley, albeit quite tenuously. By 332, the Persian Empire was crumbling under the onslaught of an unexpected adversary from the west, Alexander the Great of Macedon. After defeating Darius the third's forces in a series of battles, Alexander marched his armies into Persian-held territories in the Levant, and ultimately on toward Egypt. Now the Egyptians, who had no love for their Persian overlords, saw in Alexander a possible liberator. Indeed, when Alexander reached Egypt, the Persian satrap wisely surrendered without a fight. The Egyptians welcomed the young conqueror eagerly, hailing him as a deliverer from Persian tyranny. Alexander paid respects to the gods of Egypt, famously making a pilgrimage to the oracle of Amun at Siwa Oasis, where legend has it that priests acknowledged him as the son of Amun, thus validating his rule in Egyptian terms. In the city of Sais, Alexander is said to have visited the tombs of the Saite kings, honoring the legacy of Egypt's last native rulers. He went on to found Alexandria on the Mediterranean coast, signaling a new era to come. And so, in 332, a new conqueror arrives with his Greek armies, changing the course of Egypt once again. The centuries of fragmentation, revival, and foreign empire had come full circle. Egypt was no longer an isolated power, but part of the cosmopolitan Hellenistic world. The arrival of Alexander the Great marks the end of our period and the start of yet another chapter, one in which the Greek pharaohs, the Ptolemies, would reign and Egypt would become the intellectual and cultural beacon of the Mediterranean. When Alexander the Great took Egypt from the Persians in 332, he was welcomed not as a conqueror, but a liberator. Sounds a bit strange, but you see, the Persians had ruled so harshly that many Egyptians were crying out for a hero. Well, in comes Alexander, and, well, the gates were conveniently left unlocked. In fact, at the city of Memphis, Egyptian priests even crowned Alexander as Pharaoh, granting him the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. The Macedonian king, barely in his 20s, smartly paid homage to the Egyptian gods. He visited the temple of Amun in Siwa Oasis, where, according to legend, the oracle proclaimed him to be the son of Amun, whom the Greeks identified with Zeus. Well, by respecting Egyptian religion, Alexander set the tone for a new era. Foreign rulers would don the mantle of the pharaoh. Though Alexander soon left Egypt to continue his conquests, he planted a seed that would flourish for centuries, one that's still there, the great city of Alexandria. He personally chose the site for Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast. An anecdote from Antiquity says that when marking out Alexandria's ground plan, Alexander's surveyors ran out of chalk and used grain to outline the future city's walls. Suddenly, flocks of birds descended and ate the grain. His advisors were alarmed, but the seers interpreted it as a good omen. The city would be so plentiful that it would feed multitudes. Indeed, Alexandria would grow into a powerhouse of the Mediterranean. After Alexander's untimely death, his general Ptolemy took charge of Egypt and made Alexandria his capital, ushering in the Ptolemaic dynasty. Ptolemy I, who titled himself Soter, meaning savior, and his descendants ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years, blending Greek and Egyptian traditions in ways that were never before seen. Under Ptolemy I and his successors, Alexandria became an intellectual beacon of the Hellenistic world. Ptolemy founded the Library of Alexandria and its associated research institute, the Museon. Imagine scholars from all over the Mediterranean, Greeks, Egyptians, everyone, flocking to this great library that aimed to collect all the knowledge of the known world. There, under the patronage of the Ptolemies, brilliant minds made breakthroughs in science, literature, and medicine. The mathematician Euclid was said to have worked in Alexandria around 300 BCE, composing his Elements that became the foundation of geometry. Later astronomers like Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with astonishing accuracy in the shadow of Alexandria's great lighthouse. This lighthouse, the Pharos, was another pride of the city, a towering wonder of the world that beamed light over the harbor. Ptolemaic Alexandria was cosmopolitan and vibrant, a city where you might hear Greek in the royal court and administration, but also Egyptian Demotic in the streets and many other tongues in the bustling markets. Dynastic politics in Ptolemaic Egypt were as dramatic as any Greek tragedy. The Ptolemies, though Macedonian Greek by origin, adopted the style of Egyptian royalty. including the troubling custom of sibling marriage. Kings named Ptolemy married queens named Cleopatra, Arsinoe, or Berenice, often their own sisters or close kin. It was all in order to preserve a royal bloodline. This led to a tangled web of rivalries and intrigue. Murder and betrayal were not uncommon within the royal family. For instance, Ptolemy VIII, nicknamed Sicon, meaning pot-belly, reportedly had his teenage nephew, who was also his stepson, assassinated to secure the throne, and he feuded viciously with his sister and wife Cleopatra II. Court intrigue aside, the Ptolemies kept a tight grip on power through a strong centralized administration and a formidable army, initially made up largely of Greek and Macedonian settlers. One remarkable aspect of Ptolemaic rule was religious syncretism, the blending of gods and rituals. The Greek rulers understood that to govern Egypt effectively they needed to honor Egyptian beliefs. They presented themselves not only as Hellenistic kings, but as pharaohs in the Egyptian tradition proper. They worshipped the Apis bull, they participated in Egyptian ceremonies, and built magnificent temples in the old Egyptian style. Walk into the Temple of Horus at Edfu, or the Temple of Dendera, and you might be surprised to find the reliefs and hieroglyphic inscriptions depicting Ptolemaic kings in the traditional garb of the pharaoh, making offerings to Egyptian deities. These temples, though built in the Hellenistic era, follow the ancient architectural layouts, a testament to how much the Ptolemies assimilated into the native customs, at least in outward appearance. At the same time, new Greco-Egyptian deities emerged. A prime example is Serapis, a god deliberately crafted to appeal to both Greeks and Egyptians. According to ancient accounts, Ptolemy had a dream, Ptolemy I that is, instructing him to bring a certain statue from afar to Alexandria. That statue became the image of Serapis, portrayed as a Greek-style god with Zeus-like figures, but with Egyptian trappings and associated with the underworld and fertility, like Osiris and Apis. The cult of Serapis, centered at the Grand Serapeum in Alexandria, became wildly popular, symbolizing the fusion of the two cultures. Serapis was worshipped alongside the Egyptian goddess Isis, who herself gained great fame beyond Egypt as a compassionate, universal mother goddess. In the Ptolemaic era, one might see Greeks attending festivals of Isis and Egyptians accepting a deity like Serapis, who was new, yet somehow familiar. A clever bit of religious statecraft by the Ptolemies to unify their diverse subjects. The early Ptolemies were generally quite strong rulers. Under Ptolemy II Philadelphus and Ptolemy III Euergetes, Egypt reached a pinnacle of wealth and influence. Ptolemy II expanded trade and sponsored lavish cultural projects, like the translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek, the famous Septuagint, a project that legend holds involved 72 Jewish scholars working in Alexandria's library. Ptolemy III, for his part, waged successful wars in the Near East, and even brought back to Egypt many statues of Egyptian gods that had been taken away by foreign invaders in earlier times, earning him quite a bit of gratitude from the Egyptian priests. It seemed that Egypt, under this Greco-Macedonian dynasty, had become the Mediterranean's breadbasket and cultural capital all at once. Yet the glittering surface of Alexandria's palaces and libraries hid the cracks forming in the kingdom. Later Ptolemies faced internal strife, economic challenges, and increasing pressures from rising powers like Rome. By the 2nd century BCE, dynastic feuds and court corruption weakened central authority. And crucially, not all Egyptians were content under Greek rule, a tension that would soon explode in revolt. So for ordinary Egyptians, the arrival of the Greek rulers brought new opportunities, but also new burdens. In the Ptolemaic period, society was sharply divided along cultural and economic lines. A Greek-speaking elite dominated government, the military officer corps, the economy, while the native Egyptian population, the farmers, the craftsmen, and laborers who formed the vast majority, were often treated as lower class in their own homeland. The Ptolemies imported thousands of Greek and Macedonian settlers, granting many of them land, often as military colonists called klerouks, and privileging them in the law. To Egyptians, these newcomers were a foreign ruling caste, perched atop the old society. Just swapping one slave master for the next, I suppose. Now, language of power, that was certainly Greek. Government decrees, administrative records, and commerce in the cities were conducted in Greek. Alexandria itself was a very Greek city in layout and culture, you see, with its gymnasiums, theatre, and council chambers, echoing the polis life of the old homeland. However, outside the royal capital, and a few other Hellenistic cities, the countryside of Egypt remained largely Egyptian in character. Villagers along the Nile kept speaking the Egyptian language written in cursive, a script called Demotic, for everyday use, that is, even as hieroglyphs still adorned the temple walls for sacred writings. The fascinating consequence of this dual system was bilingualism. Documents like the famous Rosetta Stone, issued in 196 BCE, had texts in both Greek and Egyptian hieroglyphs and Demotic, reflecting an effort to communicate royal decrees to all subjects. An average Egyptian farmer might not learn Greek at all, but the educated Egyptian scribe or priest increasingly had to know Greek to navigate bureaucracy or to represent their community's interests to the crown. Meanwhile, some Greeks in Egypt began to pick up Egyptian habits and deities, a cultural exchange in both directions. Now, in economic terms, Ptolemaic Egypt was tightly controlled, like a machine geared to extract the land's legendary fertility. The Ptolemies inherited the pharaonic tradition of centralized agriculture and took it to new heights. The land was the king's by right. Farmers essentially leased it and paid heavy rents or taxes in kind. The Nile's annual flood still dictated the rhythms of planting and harvest, but now Greek officials and financiers monitored the yield closely. The bureaucracy kept detailed records of how much grain each nome or province produced, how much was stored, and how much was sent to the central granaries. There were state monopolies on key products, oil, textiles, even beer, meaning villagers often had to buy these essentials from royal depots at fixed prices, adding to the treasury's income. While this system filled the royal coffers, it could be oppressive for the people. It certainly made the Ptolemaic kings among the richest in the world. High taxes in coin and in harvest produce were a constant complaint. Surviving papyrus petitions show Egyptian villagers protesting abusive tax collectors or begging for relief in years when the flood was poor from the Nile. One story about the cultural divide comes from the account of the Greek historian Diodorus. He tells of an incident in the late 3rd century BCE, where an unwitting Roman traveler in Egypt killed a cat, an animal sacred to the Egyptians. The local Egyptians were so enraged that no authority, not even the Pharaoh's representative, could save the Roman from being lynched by the mob. This story shows that beneath that Hellenistic veneer, which the Roman writer later recounted with amazement, Egyptians fiercely held on to their traditional religion and customs. The Greeks might hold power, but in matters of local belief, like the reverence for the cat goddess Bastet, the population had its own sense of justice. Just a little bit of a reminder that the culture always endures stubbornly among the people, even if they were ruled by foreign monarchs. Anyway, over time, resentment against the privileged Greeks and the heavy tax burden fueled resistance. Starting in the mid-3rd century BCE and intensifying into the 2nd century BCE, a series of Egyptian uprisings flared up. The most significant was the Great Egyptian Revolt of 206 to 186 BCE. Now, this was no mere peasant riot. It was a full-on succession in which native Egyptian leaders managed to take control of Upper Egypt, the southern regime, and even proclaimed themselves pharaohs. One leader, a man named Horwanefer, known in Greek sources as Hugranafor or Horanaphoris, led the rebellion around 206. And after his death, another Egyptian called Ankhmarchus, called in Greek Chaonophoris, carried on the fight. For about 20 years, these rebel pharaohs ruled much of Upper Egypt independently from the Ptolemaic regime, complete with their own regnal years and support from local priests. They even disrupted major temple constructions. An inscription from the Temple of Edfu records how work on that temple was halted because ignorant rebels, their words not mine, had taken the region. Meanwhile, the Ptolemaic government in Alexandria struggled to quell the revolt, at which one point even spread even to the parts of the Nile Delta. The fact that such a rebellion endured for 2 decades shows how deep the grievances ran. It was arguably one of the first nationalistic revolts in history, Egyptians attempting to restore native rule. The Ptolemies did eventually suppress the Great Revolt by 186. They managed this through military force and conciliatory means, such as giving more privileges to the Egyptian priests whose support was crucial in calming the population down. The famous Rosetta Stone, issued by priests in honor of Ptolemy V in 196, can be seen in this context. It praises the young king for benefactions to temples and for restoring order, thinly veiling the fact that he was desperately trying to win back loyalty during a time of unrest. It's telling that the decree is in 3 scripts, an attempt to speak to a very fractured society. Even after the Great Rebellion, smaller uprisings and banditry plagued the later Ptolemaic reigns whenever central authority weakened. Yet everyday life continued on. Many Egyptians adapted to the new order. Some learned Greek, entered royal service or the army, or climbed the social ladder. There were cases of intermarriage and cultural blending in the provincial towns. In fact, by the late Ptolemaic period, a distinct Greco-Egyptian bourgeois had emerged. People with dual names, a Greek name for official matters and an Egyptian name for family and priestly life. And mixed practices. An Egyptian temple priest might read Homer and pay taxes in Greek drachmae by day, then at night recite prayers to Isis, and annotate them in Demotic script on papyrus. A dual identity was not unusual. Despite friction, the Ptolemaic centuries were, for those who toiled along the Nile, a time of relative stability and prosperity, at least compared to the chaotic final years of the pharaonic rule before Alexander. The Nile's bounty was still there, and as long as rains in Ethiopia sent the life-giving flood each year, the crops were pretty ample. The Ptolemies invested in irrigation, reclaiming swamps to create new farmland. The Fayum region especially saw new towns and estates under Greek management. Egyptian priests continued to worship at their local shrines, now sometimes joined by Greek settlers who, for example, might venerate Zeus in Greek fashion but also pay respects to Amun or Sobek to be safe. In the towns, especially Memphis and Thebes, a unique phenomenon was occurring. Egyptian priestly elites collaborated with Greek authorities. The high priests of major temples often became power brokers acting as intermediaries. In return, the Ptolemies lavished the temples with donations and allowed priesthoods a degree of self-governance. This collaboration helped maintain harmony. It was a kind of unspoken social contract. The Greeks held political and military power. The Egyptian religious establishment retained cultural authority among the people. And so, by the 1st century BCE, the Ptolemaic kingdom was wobbling a little bit, a little unsteady on its feet. Successive weak rulers, constant court conspiracies, and the rising specter of Roman intervention made Egypt a prize ready to be plucked. It's at this turbulent moment that one of history's most famous figures takes the stage, a woman who embodied all the complexities of Ptolemaic Egypt, Cleopatra VII, the last of the Ptolemaic pharaohs. Now, Cleopatra is often remembered for her romances with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, but behind the romantic legend was a shrewd, multilingual, politically astute monarch who was ultimately just struggling to save her kingdom. When Cleopatra came to power, initially co-ruling with her younger brother Ptolemy XIII, Ptolemy XIII, in 51 BCE, Egypt was a kingdom in decline. It had lost much of its overseas empire. The royal treasury was deeply in debt to Roman lenders, and Rome's influence in Egyptian affairs was growing to ominous levels. Cleopatra's own father, Ptolemy XII, had paid hefty bribes to powerful Romans just to keep himself on the throne. Cleopatra inherited this precarious situation at the age of 18. So from the outset, Cleopatra proved to be an unconventional Ptolemy. Unlike her recent successors, she took a keen interest in Egyptian culture and may have been the first in Ptolemaic rule in centuries to actually bother to learn the Egyptian language. Ancient writers like Plutarch note that Cleopatra could speak many languages: Ethiopian, Hebrew, Arabic, Syrian, Parthian, and others, without the need of an interpreter, and that she was the only one of her dynasty to truly master Egyptian. Whether or not she truly spoke all of those tongues fluently, the message is clear. She presented herself as a truly Egyptian monarch, as well as a Hellenistic queen. Coins from her reign show her wearing the traditional uraeus serpent on her forehead, and Egyptian-style reliefs depict her as the goddess Isis incarnate. She knew that to unify Egypt behind her, she had to be more than a foreign queen. She had to be a pharaoh in the old sense, the daughter of the Nile gods themselves. Her reign was marked by a civil war with her brother. Ptolemaic sibling rivalries often turned lethal, and Cleopatra was ousted from Alexandria by a court coup in 48, with Ptolemy XIII's advisors seizing power. It was at this moment that Julius Caesar arrived in Alexandria, pursuing his rival Pompey, who ironically had been assassinated by Ptolemy XIII's regime. Sensing an opportunity, Cleopatra famously engineered a clever entry to meet Caesar. Apparently, she had herself smuggled into Caesar's quarter wrapped up in a rug, unrolled at the Roman general's feet as a surprise gift. Whether the rug story's true or not, we don't really know. It's one of those old poetic things in ancient history. But in any case, Cleopatra would have dared to personally appeal to Caesar, using her charisma and intellect to win his support against her brother. She succeeded. Caesar was captivated enough, politically and perhaps personally, to back Cleopatra's claim. The result was the Alexandrian War, where Caesar's forces helped defeat Ptolemy's army. Ptolemy XIII died, drowned in the Nile during battle, and Cleopatra was restored to her throne, now as co-ruler with another younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, whom she soon sidelined. She also became, at least for a time, Caesar's partner. In 47 BC, she gave birth to a son, Ptolemy Caesar named Caesarion Little Caesar, whom she claimed was fathered by Julius Caesar. Her relationship with Caesar has often been romanticized, but from Cleopatra's perspective it was likely a more calculated alliance. She needed the might of Rome on her side to secure her rule and to stabilize Egypt. Caesar, after all, was the most powerful man in the Mediterranean. In 46, Cleopatra visited Rome as Caesar's guest, with her young son in tow. And, well, gossip was running hot. Imagine that, a young queen from the fabled Egypt arriving with royal pomp, purportedly living in Caesar's villa, and being honored with statues in the Forum. And let me remind you as well, Caesar had another wife as well, and she was not very happy with this, one can imagine. The Romans were both fascinated and scandalized. Cleopatra, however, was securing recognition for her dynasty. Caesar even had plans to perhaps officially recognize Caesarion and Cleopatra, though those dreams died with Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert. In any case, with Caesar gone, Cleopatra quietly returned to Alexandria. Her position was again precarious. She had lost her Roman protector, and Egypt was in the throes of famine and economic strain around that time. She also likely arranged the death of her co-ruling brother, Ptolemy XIV, still a child, by the way. This was all to eliminate any challenge to her son Caesarion's succession. Now Cleopatra reigned alone, with her toddler son as a nominal co-king, the sole woman in charge of an ancient kingdom, facing a growing shadow. But what came next was Cleopatra's boldest gamble yet, an alliance with Mark Antony. Antony was one of the members of Rome's post-Caesar triumvirate, and after 42 BCE, the man in charge of Rome's eastern provinces. The famous meeting of Cleopatra and Antony at Tarsus in 41 is a story of theatrical brilliance. Knowing Antony's love of luxury and drama, Cleopatra sailed to meet him on a magnificent river barge decorated to resemble a floating palace. Plutarch describes how Cleopatra arrived on the Cydnus River as if she were Aphrodite or Venus herself. The barge's sails were purple, oars of silver, the air thick with perfume. Cleopatra sat under a golden canopy adorned like the goddess of love, attended by boys dressed as cupids and handmaidens as sea nymphs. A breathtaking display. And it worked. Antony was impressed and beguiled, and he became Cleopatra's ally and lover. But again, beyond the romance was a political calculus. Cleopatra needed Antony to safeguard Egypt's autonomy and to secure her own power. Antony needed Egypt's wealth to fund his ambitions. He was preparing wars against Parthia and needed money and grain. So, for several years, Cleopatra and Antony's partnership was as much strategic as it was personal. They spent the winter of 41 to 40 in Egypt, where Cleopatra lavishly entertained Antony and likely demonstrated to him the prosperity of her realm. She bore him twins, further cementing their bond. Antony, for his part, granted Cleopatra the title of several eastern territories, parts of Cyprus, Syria, and Cilicia, as well as Crete and others, in what became to be known as the Donations of Alexandria in 34 BCE. In a grand ceremony in Alexandria, he and Cleopatra sat on golden thrones, and their children were given royal titles. Caesarion was declared the King of Kings, and Cleopatra was hailed the Queen of Kings. This was Antony and Cleopatra's vision, a kind of Hellenistic revival re-establishing an Eastern empire with Alexandria as a second Rome, or perhaps even a rival to Rome. Of course, pretensions did not sit well with Octavian, Antony's rival and the heir of Caesar, later known as Augustus. Octavian painted Antony as a traitor under the sway of a, quote, Oriental harlot. His words, not mine. Oh, and by the way, there's been a lot of rumors about Cleopatra, unsubstantiated. Basically, the aforementioned slur of harlot certainly comes into play. But really the only relationships that we can definitively know are those between Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. And I don't think having two boyfriends qualifies as a, quote, Oriental harlot. But anyway, a bit of a slur from later times, you know. Generally, when they want to slur a female ruler, they take that route. In any case, the Roman public, stirred up by Octavian's propaganda, came to see Cleopatra as a sinister foreign queen bewitching a Roman. It was a clash of cultures and a propaganda war. Cleopatra, to Egyptians, was a pharaoh and even a goddess. Many in Egypt saw her as the embodiment of Isis, mother of the future king Caesarion, whom they hoped might unite Roman and Egyptian power. But to many Romans she was just the personification of a decadent Eastern luxury and a threat to Roman values. The conflict culminated in the famous Battle of Actium in 31, a naval battle off the coast of Greece. Antony and Cleopatra's combined forces met Octavian's navy. Legend often emphasizes Cleopatra's flight from the battle and Antony following her, leading to a disastrous defeat. In truth, the battle was lost to strategic missteps and perhaps low morale among Antony's troops. After Actium, Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt. Octavian closed in on them in the next year. Facing inevitable defeat, Antony fell on his sword. Tradition says he did so after a false rumor that Cleopatra had died. Mortally wounded, he was brought to Cleopatra, and he died in her arms. Cleopatra, left to face Octavian's mercy, chose not to be paraded as a captive in Rome. And in August of 30 BCE, Cleopatra took her own life, famously, by popular accounts with a bit of debate, by the bite of an asp, which is an Egyptian cobra. Now, whether it was really a snake or perhaps poison she had hidden, the outcome's the same. The queen died on her own terms. With Cleopatra's death, the Ptolemaic dynasty ended after nearly 3 centuries. Her son, Caesarion, was captured and executed on Octavian's orders. Octavian reputedly quipped, "2 Caesars is one too many," eliminating any rival lineage. Egypt was now at the feet of Rome. Cleopatra's courageous life had delayed the inevitable by just a couple of tumultuous decades. But she does remain a figure of endless fascination, not just for her personal allure, but because she fought with every tool she had to maintain Egypt's sovereignty in a world dominated by larger powers. In the end, however, Egypt could not escape the grasp of Rome. Octavian, soon to be the first Emperor Augustus, annexed Egypt as his personal province, and land of the Pharaohs now became a Roman province, Aegyptus. Well, marking just another start of a new chapter in Egyptian history. In 30 BCE, Egypt transitioned from the rule of the pharaohs, well, even if they were Greek ones, to the rule by Roman emperors. Augustus was keenly aware of Egypt's unique importance. He famously made Egypt his personal province. Senators could not go to Egypt without the emperor's permission, and the governance of the country was entrusted not to a senator or a king, but to a prefect from the equestrian class. This unusual arrangement shows a critical fact. Egypt was the breadbasket of the Roman Empire and needed to be protected. Its fertile Nile Valley produced enormous amounts of grain. Every year, hundreds of thousands of tons of Egyptian grain was shipped via Alexandria to feed the population of Rome. Roman writers often mentioned that a bad harvest or disruption in Egypt could spell famine or unrest in the capital. The emperors, therefore, guarded Egypt jealously. Whoever controlled Egypt's grain had a stranglehold on Rome's food supply, a fact that Augustus understood all too well, given Antony and Cleopatra had threatened to use that grain as a bargaining chip. For Egyptians, though, becoming a Roman province initially may not have seemed a drastic change in daily life. Augustus and his successors did not interfere with Egyptian religion or local customs at first. They presented themselves as new pharaohs in a traditional sense. Statues and reliefs depict Augustus in the regalia of a pharaoh making offerings to Egyptian gods, continuing the tradition of legitimacy through Egyptian theology. Many temples began under the late Ptolemies were finished under Roman emperors. For example, the Temple of Isis at Philae and the Temple of Dendera. They have inscriptions crediting Augustus, Tiberius, or other early emperors as benefactors. To the Egyptian priesthood and peasantry, the Roman emperor in distant Italy was just the next pharaoh. If anything, perhaps an even more remote and abstract figure than the Ptolemies had been. In terms of administration, the Romans largely kept the Ptolemaic systems in place. The existing bureaucracy of scribes and record keepers, many of them Egyptian or Hellenized Egyptians, was retained to handle tax collection and agricultural management. However, Roman rule did bring some changes. Greek remained the language of administration for a couple of centuries, but Latin started to appear on official decrees or on coins. The prefect of Egypt, appointed by the emperor, usually had a military background and commanded the legions stationed in Egypt. Rome maintained a strong garrison, usually 2 or 3 legions, around 15,000 soldiers, not only to secure Egypt but also as a strategic reserve for operations elsewhere. One legion was based in Alexandria, another in Upper Egypt near the southern frontier. Egypt under Rome was quite prosperous, but the wealth was now funneled to support the Roman Empire. Heavy taxes continued. The difference now was that the surplus wealth often left Egypt, enriching Rome and other parts of the empire. One could argue that Egypt became a colony in economic terms, exporting grain, papyrus, glass, linen, while importing Roman wares and Italian wine, and supporting the lavish expenditures of the imperial government. Yet, Alexandria remained a beneficiary of this system. It thrived as the second largest city of the Roman Empire. Some estimated its population at around 500,000. Alexandria was second only to Rome in size and significance, a melting pot of Greeks, Egyptians, Romans, Jews, and others. The city boasted imperial patronage for its famous institutions. Emperors visited it. Augustus himself checked on Alexandria after his victory. Vespasian came in 69 CE on his way to claim the imperial throne, and as one story tells, he performed miraculous healings in the Serapeum to curry favor with the Egyptians. Even Hadrian came down to tour Egypt in 130 CE, and famously lost his beloved companion Antonius to a drowning in the Nile. In grief, the emperor founded a new city named Antinopolis on the river's east bank in his honor. We get colorful glimpses of Roman life in Egypt from both historical accounts and the abundance of papyrus documents preserved in the dry climate. One famous episode occurred in 38 CE under Emperor Caligula's reign. Violent riots broke out in Alexandria between the Greek population and the sizable Jewish community. Philo of Alexandria, a Hellenistic Jewish philosopher, wrote about these events, describing the grievances and how the Roman governor had to intervene. Alexandria's multi-ethnic mix could be volatile. Greco-Egyptians, Greeks, Jews, and others jockeyed for privileges and recognition. For example, only Greeks had full citizen status in Alexandria, which ought to breed a bit of resentment among the others. The Roman administration often had to play arbiter in these community conflicts. But outside of Alexandria, the old rhythms of rural Egypt persisted. The fellahin, the peasant farmers, still sowed and reaped with the rise and fall of the Nile. The Roman officials oversaw an elaborate irrigation schedule. Canals, dams, and catch basins had to be maintained. If anything, the Roman period saw even more systematic management of the Nile's bounty. There was a saying that Egypt is the gift of the Nile, and the Romans gratefully accepted that gift, year after year feeding the empire. The granaries of Alexandria were a strategic asset. During the Civil War of 69 CE, the year of the four emperors, one contender, Vitellius, reportedly contemplated how securing or denying Egypt's grain shipments could make or break his rival in Rome. In another instance, when the Emperor Septimus Severus visited in the late 2nd century, Egyptian obelisks, statues, and grain were all sent back to adorn and supply Rome. Egypt became deeply tied into the imperial system. Culturally, the Roman era saw a further blending of traditions. Many Romans developed a fascination with Egyptian religion. The cult of Isis, which had already spread in Hellenistic times, became one of the most popular mystery religions across the Roman Empire. One could find temples of Isis in Rome itself as far away as London. Within Egypt, this period also saw the rise of new artistic styles. Mummy portraits from Roman Egypt, for example, show a fusion of Egyptian funerary practice with Greco-Roman realistic portraiture. These eerie, beautiful paintings of the deceased were fixed mummies, a practice especially common in the Fayum region. But resistance did not vanish under Rome. There were sporadic revolts and wars on Egyptian soil. In 24 BCE, during Augustus's reign, a kingdom from the south, Nubian Kush, even invaded Upper Egypt briefly, sacking Aswan, until a Roman counterattack pushed them back, a sign that Rome had to defend Egypt's borders diligently. Jumping forward to 115 to 117 CE, during the reign of Trajan, a massive revolt known as the Hyksos War erupted among the Jewish diaspora in Egypt and neighboring lands. In Alexandria, this revolt led to heavy fighting and the virtual destruction of the Jewish quarter in the city. The Roman repression was brutal. Later in the 2nd century, a rebellion known as the Bucolic War, around 172 CE under Marcus Aurelius, saw Egyptian peasants rising in the Nile Delta, even besieging Alexandria at one point. The combination of high taxes, inequalities, and occasional official arrogance could spark violent backlashes. Rome's legions, however, were always there to clean things up. Through all these events, the temples of the old gods remained open. The ancient priesthoods continued their rituals, and the common people still prayed to Osiris, Isis, Horus, and a pantheon of animal-headed deities for the cycles of nature to be kind. An observer in, let's say, 200 CE, might note that while the governors in the capital still wore togas, and Latin was creeping into inscriptions, the spiritual landscape of Egypt still looked remarkably pharaonic. A farmer might still commission a scribe to write a curse in hieroglyphs to protect his family, or a wealthy family might dedicate a new statue of Thoth or Anubis in the local shrine. Practices unchanged for a millennia. In fact, some temples flourished under Roman patronage. The Temple of Hathor in Dendera, completed in the 1st century CE, still drew plenty of crowds for festivals. Pilgrims went on to the healing shrine of Serapis at Memphis, or sought oracles from statues just as they did in pharaonic times. But change was on the horizon, subtle at first, and then not so subtle. among the diverse religious currents of Roman Egypt were the new philosophies and faiths of that world that would over time eclipse the old ways. By the 3rd century CE, Egypt's position within the Roman Empire was shifting, and a new world of thought was rising from the once pagan soil of the Nile. One of the most profound transformations in Egypt during the later Roman era was religious. The slow eclipse of the ancient Egyptian paganism and the rise of Christianity. Egypt's religious landscape in the first 3 centuries CE was vibrant and pluralistic. Traditional Egyptian cults continued. The worship of Greek gods like Apollo and Zeus persisted, especially in cities, and hybrid Greco-Egyptian cults, such as Serapis and Isis, were strong. Meanwhile, Egypt also became a fertile ground for new religious ideas. Gnosticism and other mystical sects found followers in Alexandria's intellectual circles. And of course, Judaism remained significant, especially in Alexandria and some towns. It was in this mix that Christianity first entered Egypt, likely in the 1st century CE. By tradition, Christianity's arrival is attributed to St. Mark the Evangelist, who is said to have brought the new faith to Alexandria around the mid-1st century. In its early phase, Christianity in Egypt was largely an urban phenomenon, Alexandria being the major center. Alexandrian scholars were at the forefront of early Christian theology. Now, the catechetical school of Alexandria produced thinkers like Clement and Origen in the late 2nd and early 3rd centuries, who strove to harmonize Greek philosophy with Christian doctrine. Over the 3rd century, Christianity spread gradually among the populace, appealing particularly to the lower classes and those who found solace in the promise of salvation and community support. Conversions were pretty steady, but the country was still majority pagan, and periodic persecutions occurred when emperors cracked down on the new faith, the most brutal being the great persecution under Diocletian around 303 CE, in which many Egyptian Christians were martyred, mainly Copts. The Coptic Orthodox Church's calendar dates year 1 as 284 CE, the year Diocletian became emperor, calling it the Year of the Martyrs. By the 4th century, the tide had dramatically turned. Emperor Constantine's conversion and the Edict of Milan in 313 granted Christians freedom of worship. Soon, Christianity went from persecuted sect to state-supported religion. In Egypt, this meant the church, led by the powerful Bishop of Alexandria, gained new clout. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, for much of the mid-4th century was a towering figure in early Christian history, vigorously defending Trinitarian Christianity in the Arian controversy that consumed the church after the Council of Nicaea in 325. Under such leadership, the Egyptian church entrenched itself deeply among the people, which would then evolve into the Coptic Church, which is still around today. The Bible was translated into the Egyptian language, in a script now using Greek letters plus a few demotic signs that became to be known as the language of Coptic in written form. Monasticism was born in the deserts of Egypt. St. Anthony, often called the first Christian monk, withdrew to the eastern desert around 270, and soon after others followed, creating monastic communities. Pachomius in Upper Egypt organized the first monasteries too. Egypt became renowned for its desert fathers, ascetics whose spiritual disciplines inspired Christians everywhere. As Christianity surged, the old temples and priesthoods gradually waned. Initially, the process was slow. Through the 4th century, many people likely hedged their bets, participating in both church services and traditional festivals. But as the Roman Empire, now effectively a Christian empire, instituted official favoritism toward Christianity, and eventually restricted pagan practices, the balance began to shift. Emperors of the late 4th century issued edicts against pagan worship. A key moment came in 391, when Emperor Theodosius outlawed public pagan rituals and the funding of pagan temples. In Alexandria, that same year of 391, tensions between pagans and Christians erupted around the Great Serapeum, the magnificent temple of Serapis which had stood since Ptolemaic times as a symbol of Greco-Egyptian religion. A violent clash occurred. The pagan devotees barricaded themselves in the Serapeum after some of their symbols had been publicly mocked by the Christians. The confrontation ended with Roman soldiers carrying out Theodosius's orders, storming the temple. Ancient accounts by church historians like Rufinus and Socrates Scholasticus, which is a great name, let me say it one more time, Socrates Scholasticus, describe the dramatic end. Sorry, I just love that name. When the Serapeum fell, the massive statue of Serapis was pulled down. Many feared some cataclysm if the god's image was desecrated. There was a long-held belief that if any hand violated it, the sky would literally fall. Well, guess what? When nothing happened after the first few blows, except a swarm of rats scurrying out as one account quips, the statue was destroyed, and its pieces burned or carried off. The temple was demolished to rubble amid rejoicing by zealous Christians, and a church was eventually built on the spot. The fall of the Serapeum in 391 was a symbolic death knell for paganism in the urban centers. The Library of Alexandria, already much diminished by then, may have had some collection in the Serapeum Annex, and if so, those remnants likely perished at this time as well. One could say the classical era of Alexandria ended in those flames. In the following decades, after the temple was closed, either by imperial decree or due to lack of support as converts increased, the venerable temples of ancient Upper Egypt, like those of Dendera, Edfu, and Philae, held out longer. They were a bit more remote and supported by conservative rural politicians. In fact, Philae, an island temple complex to Isis near the Nubian frontier, became essentially the last bastion of old Egyptian religion. Well into the 5th century, Nubian and Blemi, that is, desert nomad communities, alongside the native Egyptian priests, continued to venerate Isis at Philae. They performed the old rituals and even carved hieroglyphic inscriptions. One of which, dated to 394, is often noted as the last known hieroglyphic inscription, marking the end of Egyptian writing after a run of some 3,000 years. Another inscription in Demotic script at Philae, dated to 452, is the last of its kind. These are the dying echoes of a pharaonic tradition. Ultimately, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian, a zealous Christian, ordered the closure of the Temple of Isis at Philae around 535. There is a record that Justinian sent an official to shut it down, smash the pagan idols, and build a church in its place. And with that, organized temple worship of the old gods ceased. The priests of Philae surrendered their cult statues, and the long lineage of Egyptian high priests came to an end. The twilight of the ancient gods was not entirely peaceful beyond Alexandria either. In 415, a shocking event symbolized the fraying of the old intellectual and religious order. Hypatia, a renowned female philosopher and mathematician of Alexandria, not to mention a pagan, was brutally murdered by a mob of Christians, reportedly incited by the bishop Cyril. Hypatia had epitomized the Hellenistic scholarly tradition that once thrived in Alexandria's museum. Her death is often seen as marking the end of classical antiquity in Alexandria, as many remaining pagan scholars fled or converted thereafter. Over the 5th and 6th centuries, Christianity solidified its hold on Egypt. Magnificent churches arose, and even repurposed temples were built. In many cases, temples were not destroyed but converted. Carvings of crosses can still be seen etched into the stones of former sanctuaries of Amun and Isis, marking their transformation into churches. And while the faith changed, so did the language. The everyday speech of Egyptians had of course always been Egyptian, from hieroglyphs to Demotic. But now a new stage emerged, Coptic, essentially an Egyptian language written mostly in Greek letters. Coptic became the tongue of the Christian community, and the last phase of ancient Egyptian language and evolution. But Greek remained the language of state and high culture during the Roman and Byzantine periods. Even as Latin ruled in the Western Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, which Egypt was a part of, used Greek. So by around the 5th century, you might find that a literate Egyptian cleric was bilingual in Greek and Coptic. Greek to correspond with imperial authorities, and Coptic to preach to local congregations. Meanwhile, knowledge of hieroglyphics and the old scripts began to fade. With the temples closed, and no new priests being trained in the old writing, the meaning of hieroglyphic inscriptions became a mystery even to the locals. A sealed mystery of a bygone era. Now it is worth noting that the conversion to Christianity did not happen overnight or with complete uniformity. Pockets of traditional practice likely lingered as folk customs. The mindset of millennia does not vanish that quickly, not within a generation. Some villagers might still mutter a prayer to the Nile, or keep an amulet of the Taweret, even as they took baptism. Syncretism persisted. For instance, some of the iconography of Isis carrying her child Horus seamlessly blended into the Christian imagery of Mary and Jesus. And in Egypt, depictions of the Madonna nursing the child had a resonance with older depictions of Isis nursing the infant Horus. The continuity of culture found new channels. By the 6th century, Egypt was firmly a Christian land, largely Orthodox, though a major schism occurred after the Council of Chalcedon in 451, leading to the Miaphysite Coptic Church separating from Chalcedonian Christianity, but that's another and very complex story, perhaps another time. The temples of Isis and Amun were silent, but the monasteries in the deserts thrived with the chants of monks. The Nile still flooded, the farmers still got to work, but now they did it with a cross around their neck. However, one empire's hold on Egypt was about to give way to another force rising in the east, one that would again transform Egypt's culture and religious landscape. In the centuries after the Roman Empire's political power shifted eastward, with the capital at Constantinople after 330, Egypt became a province of what historians call the Byzantine Empire, though the Byzantines thought of themselves simply as Romans, but that's a story for another time as well. During much of the 5th and 6th centuries, Byzantine rule in Egypt was characterized by heavy taxation and at times heavy-handed attempts to enforce religious uniformity. The schism between the Coptic Church, which held to be Miaphysite in their theology, the belief in a single united nature of Christ, and the Imperial Byzantine Chalcedonian Church led to more than a few tensions. Many native Egyptian Christians felt alienated by the Greek-speaking Byzantine hierarchy, who sometimes persecuted the Coptic bishops and monks as heretics. This discord would have consequences when the new conqueror arrived. By the early 7th century, Egypt had been a battleground between empires. The Sasanian Persians invaded and occupied Egypt briefly from 619 to 629, dealing a blow to Byzantine prestige. Although the Byzantines under Emperor Heraclius managed to expel the Persians and regain Egypt, the country was weakened. The people had seen decades of warfare, and many perhaps viewed the distant rulers in Constantinople as unable to provide security, or even as oppressors given the religious persecution of the Copts. Enter the Rashidun Caliphate. In 639 they emerged from the Arabian Peninsula under the banner of Islam, and they entered Egypt. Led by General Amir ibn Alas, perhaps only with about 4,000 Arab soldiers, they crossed into the delta at first, capitalizing on the Byzantine weakness. They won a decisive battle at Heliopolis in 640, and then laid siege to Babylon, that is, the fortified Byzantine garrison town near Memphis in what is part of Cairo. Don't confuse it with the other Babylon. After a lengthy siege, the city fell. The Arabs advanced to Alexandria. By this time, their ranks had grown with reinforcements and local support. Alexandria was heavily fortified and home to a sizable Byzantine garrison. Yet in 641, it too surrendered to Amir's forces, reportedly through negotiation rather than destruction. With Alexandria's fall, the Byzantine era in Egypt came to an end. The Arab conquest was not extremely violent by the standards of the time. Many cities surrendered in exchange for agreements of security. If they did not surrender, it would have been very violent. But the conquerors, motivated by both faith and expansion, nevertheless showed pragmatism. Amir ibn Alas knew the value of Egypt and sought to ensure a smooth administration. He famously wrote to the Caliph that Egypt was a land of untold riches. The Arabs maintained many of the existing administrative practices initially. The tax system, now tribute paid to the Caliphate instead of the emperor, and the skilled bureaucracy, many of whom were Greek or Coptic scribes, were kept on to manage affairs. A treaty, as recorded by later Arab historians, guaranteed the people of Egypt, particularly the Christians, protection in exchange for paying the jizya tax, which is a poll tax charged to non-Muslims. There was little immediate effort to force the population to convert to Islam. The Arabs were a small ruling minority at first, and conversion would accelerate only in the centuries follow. One legend famously associated the Arab conquest with the Arab conquest is the fate of the Library of Alexandria. A much later Arab account suggested that Caliph Umar, when asked what to do with the books, supposedly said, "If these writings are of the Greeks agree with the book of God, i.e. the Quran, they are useless and need not to be kept. If they disagree, they are pernicious and should be destroyed." Then supposedly the scrolls were used to heat the bathhouses of Alexandria for months. Well, modern historians doubt the story. By 641, the Great Library as an institution had likely ceased to exist for a long time, much of it lost to earlier fires and neglect. However, the tale, true or not, shows a change in terms of knowledge and culture. The classical learning of the Greeks in Alexandria would be gradually eclipsed, preserved in part by Syriac and Muslim scholars elsewhere, and later returning via translations. But in Egypt itself, the linguistic and cultural shift was beginning. The Arab rulers soon established a new city as their capital, Fustat, just north of the old fortress of Babylon. This would later become part of Cairo. Alexandria, with its largely Greek population, diminished in influence as power shifted to Fustat and the new Muslim administration. Over the next decades, thousands of Arab settlers and soldiers and their families made Egypt their new home. They brought with them the Arabic language and Islam. At first, Arab was the speech of the conquerors, while Coptic and Greek remained the languages of the bureaucracy and common people. But by the end of the 7th century, Arab governors began to implement Arabic in governments, and by the 8th century, Arabic replaced Greek and Coptic in official documents. The Islamization of Egypt was a slower process. It took centuries. Many Egyptians remained Coptic Christian under Muslim rule, gradually converting for various reasons: social mobility, relief from the taxes, or perhaps just sincere faith. By around the 10th century, Muslims likely became the majority. But here, at the moment of conquest in 641, that future was just beginning. For the people living through it, the Arab conquest was another chapter in the long history of foreign domination. The first were the Persians, then the Greeks, then the Romans and the Byzantines, and now the Arabs. Yet this conquest proved more permanent than others. It wasn't just a new empire. It came with a new religion and language that would eventually become woven into Egypt's identity, as deeply as the pharaohs once were. And so, with the temples long closed and the old gods relegated to memory, the ancient Egyptian era draws to a close with the Arab conquest. But you must note that Egypt did not suddenly lose its character. Egyptians maintained many of their traditions, their attachment to the Nile, their agricultural lifestyle, even elements of their old culture hidden within new practices. For example, the Egyptian New Year, linked to the inundation of the Nile, continued to be observed. And even to this day, Egyptian Copts celebrate a New Year in September that echoes those old rhythms. The Coptic language survived as the liturgical language of the Coptic Church, even as Arabic took over daily lives. Even here it's spoken in some rural communities for a few centuries more. And intriguingly, some of those temples at sites like Philae, though no longer active worship centers, remained in local lore as sacred places. Some were repurposed as churches or mosques. Others were just avoided as pagan ruins. But still, they remained as imposing reminders of that distant past. And here we are. After 6 lectures, we reach the end of our history of ancient Egypt. I really hope you've enjoyed it. We put a lot of effort into it, so if you want to tell your friends, share it around, that's great. But really what we want to do with this is just to provide a general overview so that people can have conversations about Egypt in their daily lives. So next time you're at a party or something, maybe that's what you want to talk about. I don't know. In any case, it has been a pleasure. Thank you very much for listening. Do the like, comment, and subscribe thing. And we will see you again whenever you feel inclined to return. You know where we'll be, right here on YouTube, doing the same stuff as we always do. Good night, farewell, and I wish you all the best.